What you think? Ta-da! Whatever that was.
That was nice, son. We could call it the Requiem for the Globe, back. Whatever.
Do you think you're on a globe?
It's the blues, the Barnacle Ball blues.
Do you think you're on a spinning globe? Where's that globe at? Who told you that Earth was spinning? Seems like the globe isn't winning at anything. Time to re-look at your fairy tales. Do you guys realize how hard it is to learn new tricks when you get older? To like change your ways from the way you've always done things. It's quite difficult. I know this as a guitar player that taught myself. I have all these habits that some of them aren't quite as efficient as they might be. So I have to like try to reassess and then try to retrain my fingers to do something different. I guess it's kind of like in life in general, right?
Sonny, you there, Sonny?
Yep.
Can't look at the rolls, but we got Nappy 88 in here. You want to try to talk to them? Hello, Nappy 88. You have a mic. Assuming that's no. Currently driving, I can't do anything about it. So it's a no-go on the F88, I'm guessing. Got a room full of brilliant intellectual conversationalists. Nobody's talking.
Not me today. I'm only. Oh, that's a cool.
What's the name of that scale, Sonny?
Those are just the diatonic G major.
Oh, G major, huh?
You're just doing G major 7, then so you go. Then you go
Yeah.
to
Ooh, I like that.
A, then B, right?
Okay. So it's just your scales, the major scales.
Yeah, and it helps with my picking.
Yep. You got to get them chops, you know?
See if you can go all the way from like the first position. I'm on the 3rd fret, 5th string, so I'm just going to the 7th fret, then skipping to the 5th fret D string, and then going to the 3rd string B to C.
So you go 7 5 3 1 or
this one is in C because I moved on to C. I already went through G, A, B, and I'm on C, so that's a C major 7. So
been a musician the majority of my life, and I still don't know music theory nearly as well as I should.
it takes some time.
Yeah.
You say you're a musician. I was just curious, do you ever fret about the frets?
What's that?
You ever fret about the frets?
Sonny
Sometimes,
probably
yeah.
frets about frets.
I
Yeah, you know
fret that
they make a fretless bass guitar that I love. Go ahead, Sonny.
What's that?
They
Say
make a
it again.
fretless bass.
Yeah.
Yeah, fretless bass guitars are some of my favorites. It's like a electric cello kind of deal. Fretless cellos
Radical.
too are really crazy.
Yeah, I've seen fretless 6 strings too. I bet I could play one of those like after playing the scalp. But let's see. Well, yeah, you can fret. I fret that I'm going to wear grooves into my frets, and they'll need a leveling. A leveling. Isn't that
Refret.
funny?
You'd have to
Fret
refret.
leveling.
You have to fret about getting the money to refret your fret.
There's a- I remember a day when the globe never let me down. But then I realized I never really thought about it that much at all. Anyway,
Sing it. Sing it now.
when I just looked into it, just a cursory glance, I realized that what we were told about what we're living on was totally wrong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you using your whammy bar a little too much there?
It sounds so weird. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Even
It sounded
to
like
me,
you were. It sounded like you were a blues player falling down the stairs. I love it. That's what it sounds like in the Glober's Day. Trying to how to refute the flat Earth.
see if you don't fuck it up. It's not worth doing it then. I don't know how I learned how to play like that, but it's pretty killer, huh? I like playing in like the little off things, like you go off onto the thing from the third, like. I'm kind of being sloppy on purpose. pitching, right? It'd be great music to have behind some narrative, you know. I don't know where the big band influence came from in me. It doesn't make sense, but I did have a relative, some great uncle or something that was a big band leader in the 40s in Chicago. Anyway, enough of my ramblings.
To do a quick station PSA in case there's somebody listening. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. If you currently believe that you live on a spinning ball, zipping around through outer space, please come in and discuss. Sonny has some questions, and others also. Thank you.
I sure do have some questions. Namely, why does the Earth look so flat every time we look? That's what I want to know.
That's because
Flat
it's
every
curved,
time.
it looks so flat, and because it's spinning so fast, you can't feel it. You just don't
I mean,
understand something.
it's amazing. The way it presents itself is just like we see it, like perspective would work on a flat plane. Amazing. Especially if it was supposed to be a ball and it does everything that light would do on a flat plane. Plus, we know what water does. Water doesn't curve, sticking to outside of balls, spinning or not.
Are you claiming that large bodies of water do not maintain convexity upon their surface? You would be correct.
Bingo. We have a winner. Ding, 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 ding. How can you have curve when something's not curving at all? How can you have spin when no? Yeah, how can you have spinning when it's not moving at all? What kind of a ball do you think you're living on?
If you just use your imagination, you can picture all that working just perfectly, right? If you actually don't investigate it. I'm just curious, does anybody know, did TV say something about wearing face diapers? I'm seeing more of them in this grocery store where I'm at right now. What's wrong with these people?
Excuse me, is anybody there? Where's the flatties? No flatties?
I'm here, but I'm actually leaving. I'm out the door right now.
You're leaving the door? Out the door?
I'm about to leave. Yeah, I'm about to go out the door.
Where are you going? To the globe?
Yeah, I'm going to ride my bike on the globe. See how that works on a curved to moving surface. At how many? 1,500 feet per second. That's not much. Oh, like Matthew says, that's negligible.
You're gonna test the
1,500.
globe?
I'm going to go test it. Yeah. See how stationary it actually is, because I know when I hop like from on a bump or something, there's nothing moving. There should be some motion there.
So
Should
all
be a
those
loud
speed,
yeah.
all of those multiple speeds, multiple vectors, it's all negligible. It's so meaningless, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that means that's code word for not necessary to bother with. Not negligible means don't worry about it. It doesn't it doesn't affect any part of your life. So okay, so 1,500 feet per second motion.
That's why
Yeah,
that's why no one uses it for anything at all, anywhere,
yeah,
anytime.
exactly. Yeah, so I'm gonna go. It's actually quite flat, stationary. Like you couldn't ride a bicycle if it was, or like think about a skateboard when they jump up in the air like they do. How is every single object that leaves the surface at every trajectory, at every height, elevation, is always just right over the surface of Earth as it's moving, supposedly, allegedly moving? Anyway, I'm gonna take off. I'll talk to you guys in a couple hours.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Pretty snazzy.
You guys finished the moving stuff?
Pretty close. We returned the U-Haul and now we're gonna return the van.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Now you have everything at the house, but after you return the U-Haul, you have you got things to organize everywhere in the house.
Well, we still got another load to bring back, but we're gonna do that in his Jeep.
Yeah. Hard work.
Yeah, well, he's doing most of the hard work. I'm kind of the supervisor through some of it.
Yeah. Making sure everything is in place.
Right.
Just feed him some water and peanuts. He'll be fine.
A lot of pizza and tacos, basically that.
I'm sure Glatt doesn't accidentally bring a damn globe in the house.
Oh, that would have been hilarious, actually.
Yeah, don't forget your globe at the old house. Bring your globe.
I mean, what else are you going to use for target practice?
If you wanna talk about curves, you need curving things. Hey, needs. How you
What do
doing,
you want?
needs? I want ribeye.
You not get ribeye. We can give you shrimp fried rice if you like.
Ribeye with rice. That sounds good.
You want egg roll with that?
Yeah.
Okay, earth flat. Okay, don't forget.
Salt on the side so I can add my own salt. Add
You
my
want sauce? You
on the
need sauce?
side. On the side.
Do you need spoon or fork?
What is that? Vietnamese
Spoon
salt?
or fork? Do you want chopstick or what? What the fuck do you want?
I want a spork.
You're gonna get a fucking spork up your ass.
Oh no, that's not the use for that. Do you use it for that? Yeah, you don't use a spork for that. You use other stuff. Hey, needs. When you talk about food, you think about ass?
Think about it.
Think about it. I mean, it's
Yo. That's P Drinker, y'all. Motherfuck that
no
guy.
way.
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
No way. It sounds like his twin brother, but I don't think it's speed drinker. This is I don't know, something else. Neats. Are you seawater drinker? Because you can drink seawater and it's fine.
Notice how he didn't answer. Thanks.
How dare you not answer my
He
question?
got caught.
How dare he? I mean, he said bot in the live stream, so we're gonna have to disinfect this whole place. Disinfect it completely now. It's his fault. Looking for
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets.
sun is the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
United States went to the moon just for fun. In North Korea, landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you done. Richard Nixon, telephone in the moon. So why don't you trust Kim Jong-un? I said, ooh, look what you've done. Ooh, yeah. I said, ooh, look what you've done. United States went to the moon just for fun. In North Korea, landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done.
producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature, and vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP Part 2. If mainstream consensus got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more.
One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no clone? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 But you didn't listen. I told you so.
the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are a flat motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, This next generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. Died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. And you can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball, and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, well, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Big Brother is thickening voyeurism. I'll say it again. Big Brother is sickening voyeurism. CIA, NSA, FBI, ATF, DHS, voyeurism. Pathetic.
Anybody on here ready to conversate about the shape of the earth? Any new people? Any old people? Alrighty then, I guess we're doing quiet time. It's been dead every day. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Place on Earth to talk about Earth. Back to you, silence.
You know what I realized? crazy quiet in here these days. So, if Earth was a planet, if the heliocentric model were true, life would not be sustainable on it. Changed my mind. Any of you globers out there listening on the live stream, lurking, any evidence that even any kind of life could be supported in such a violent, spinning, whirling, moving ball in the vacuum of space? Anybody? Anybody want to tell me I'm wrong? Any chance that life could actually be possible in that model? Oh, wait.
Life is possible on a globe because of magic.
You got me. Magic. I forgot about magic.
You know, lightning striking down into water, creating life.
The mud, the primordial soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, the primordial soup. You're right. Lightning, magic, soup. Dang it.
And the soup was created out of nothing, more magic.
Nothing soup.
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh. The absurdity of it all. Ah. And they got people from coast to coast in every nation buying it, soaking it up, just eating it up. Yep, nothing exploded. And that's why we're here. Says George Lemaitre, the Jesuit priest.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Atheists with the disdain of the concept of God, and their favorite story comes from a Jesuit priest. It's hilarious. Any Globers out there in YouTube land want to tell me why they believe the Jesuit priest about this whole thing? I got nothing but time. Y'all have run off. Y'all are scared now. Didn't used to be this way, but now you're scared.
It's because they don't want to discuss in voice because they can get caught in the moment. They rather want to be at places where they can type because then they can really, disguise their bullshit in a lot of words.
That's true.
Because, if you have been here for a while, I know that you know it, but when people come in here, it doesn't take a long time before they're dismantled and they have conceded to beliefs instead of, empirical evidence.
Right. There is something more safe and I guess sort of anonymous about being able to type in the voice text but not come on the mic. Like they would just much rather fire up pot shots from the text channel and not get on the mic. And I guess I just don't understand that. The broken mic.
In text it's just easy to Google Wiki, copy paste Wiki,
right.
What do you want to do? I just wrote this and someone else wrote it. You have it here, black and white, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to post something that somebody else begged the question for, and that's my evidence. So deal with this link begging the question. Well, don't worry, Globers. You've got the masses on your side. But wide is the path that leads to destruction. Consensus proves nothing.
Favorite meme.
I'm looking at it right now. Totally. Yeah. Yep. Just going to go ahead and steal that. Send it to my brother-in-law.
Hey guys.
What's up, man?
Oh, not much. Just chilling. I haven't been on here in a while. Thought I'd come on. Do you guys know anything about how the Northern Lights are created?
No idea. No idea.
Yeah.
You know, the story is it has something to do with an electromagnetic like sun, is it sun flares that I guess that kind of react with the magnetic field in the atmosphere, which there is magnetism, right? We do have some kind of electromagnetic
Yeah, well,
apparently
it is
polarity. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be easier to figure something out if you were allowed to go there independently.
Right.
At least go close and observe, you know.
What you guys have like, I don't know, 20 grand to throw at an experiment to prove flat Earth apart from long distance observations, or like 10 grand. What would you think would be the best to do?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I'll tell you what I think I would do. Even though the Glober would say, well, it's just because level is curved, but I would make a huge water level. You know what I mean? Like I would take a hose, like, and make it 10 miles long, right? Or 20 miles long. And just see what the water level told me in 20 miles. And if it's level,
but yeah.
right. But you know, at the end of the day, 20 grand isn't really all that much.
There is also Brian Mullen. He presented this idea of forced line, where he pretty much like, my English sucks. I can show you. I can link you the video. But pretty much just making a completely straight line from a base point and over XX distance, you should be able to see that the water is curving or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
If you have this base point,
like a fence. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have this base point that is 100% level with the starting point, and you just build it straight from there, at some point you would be able to see changes, you know, in elevation or whatever.
Yeah.
And that would be fairly cheap also, but yeah.
And like, you couldn't be able to prove it wrong because it's like, there's nothing that can go wrong if you got the level right.
Yeah, I think it was Dre's some time back. We were talking about exactly this, like what could we do to like get some evidence in, and he was like saying we could go to the most southern land masses we have, where we can actually go to, and we could send up like weather balloons that had cameras pointing directly to south to see if we could spot anything that direction, just like, because we can see when it is 120,000 feet up, we can see pretty far, so maybe we could detect something there, like, I don't know what we, it would be an observation, of course, but that would be interesting to see what we would get from that.
I will say, though, that it doesn't take that amount of money. I mean, the sextant really kind of seals up the deal, because it's impossible to do celestial navigation on any kind of curved surface. Like that one, even though people, I think to this day, still don't get it, that particular argument, and people are confused about the geometry of the whole thing. That's all you need.
You gotta learn.
The money's not the issue,
Yeah.
What is your particular? Hey, have you been in it before? Are you flat earther? Or are you just?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been about. Yeah, I think it was early last year.
Okay. All right. I just haven't seen you in here before, so nice to meet you.
Yeah. I remember getting in here like early last year when I first got into it, but I haven't been on it since.
I got you. I've probably 6 months ago, it kind of dawned on me, because you were talking about the Northern Lights, but I thought, something as simple as a compass even kind of proves that the Earth is flat, because you have to level, if you hold a compass in your hand, it has to be level to actually spin and find north, right? So that's finding a northern polarity, whoever knows how many hundreds or thousands of miles in that direction. So I know that there's a toroidal field and yada, 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 but if that thing has to be level to actually work, I would say that's fairly convincing as well, but I'm sure someone could probably point out the problem with it. But for me, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And I think just the fact that it should, like, why wouldn't it point to the center of the planet if that's the most magnetic point?
Right. Well, yeah. So if we have this magnetic core, or there's two polarities, then it should be kind of wanting to attract in a downward motion or something, right? Like, I don't know.
Jittery and whatever. I wonder whether they come up with this, the world is spinning faster. Crazy.
Oh, wait, I heard today that it was spinning slower. I thought we lost a few millinanometers or something per second. I don't.
From the articles I have seen on Facebook, we are rotating slower. The core is getting cooler, turning into a dead planet or something like that. Like a lot of doomsday propaganda, I would call it.
Yeah, right. I heard a couple of people saying it was a millisecond faster.
Yeah, there was also
it's so crazy. They just pull it out of them.
Yeah, it was around the shortest day or something like that, and blah blah blah, doomsday. This is getting sick. We are about to die. The planet is dying, or something like that.
Now, when they do that, you just obviously have to ask the question: okay, why are they saying this now? What do they have in store?
Oh, I mean, if we're talking about media, like if you look like just back in the last 50 years, like they are rinsing and repeating, and in the last 10 years, something like that, it has been going really south with them. Like it's all that we always have to have some fear, like there is always something we have to be fearing. And if something is dying out, they find something new, and they also just make up stuff, like 2 weeks ago, we had a fairly hot day, and they were writing all over the media, "Oh, you have to be careful, blah blah blah. We all gonna die. It's gonna be so hot." And it wasn't even the hottest day we have had in Denmark, and it only lasted for 2 days, But they were writing red all over the board. And then you go back and look in the archives from one of the a day that was actually hotter for like 10 years ago. And that was just like, remember sun cream, remember a lot of fluid, no doomsday predictions, but today it's like everything has to be extreme, whatever they post.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying after a while.
For sure, just give it, yeah. But fear sells, and fear keeps people in line.
Yeah.
And it also divides because, for example, so you think this, then you must be like, let's just say, then you are with Putin, or you're against humanity, or something. There is always creating this division.
Yeah.
Black versus white.
You're 100% right. Yep, I agree. It does divide. Why aren't you scared like the rest of us, right?
Yeah. It's it's really demoralizing. But again, like if you kind of know that a lot of it is bullshit, you can kind of semi-ignore it. But you also have to take in mind that your next man believes these kind of things, and you always have to have this in your back of your head when you are actually, going out in public and doing things. Not sure what the point was there, but yeah.
If you had a lot of money, an experiment you could do is like the Go Fast rocket. You guys seen that one?
You mean just sending a rocket up?
Yeah, that would be cool.
You could do one straight up in near the center of the world, and then you could do one out to the side in a southern country and see like the height difference that it stops at. That could be one.
Yeah, there is already a few out there that are pretty good quality.
Yeah.
They seem to stop at the same point around I think it was the 120,000 feet mark or something like that. It's the same with weather balloons. They also burst around that point.
Yeah.
I would say a weather balloon would be better because the rising is slower, so you get more clear pictures,
Yeah. But I mean, like, if you got to like a southern country and shot it like out towards the south, the dome would be
exactly.
a lot longer. So,
that would be really interesting to see
like,
what we could see in that direction.
Yeah. Yep.
Come on.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going fine. Yeah. I was having a conversation in the lobby with some troll types. I should have worked harder to get them in here. If they come back, I'll nag them some more.
You should tell them that the current consensus, well, not consensus, but the current evolution of modern physics is the necessity of temporal particle displacement ad infinitum, proving the multiverse to where all permutations of physics are necessary. Therefore, in one of the multiverses, the Earth not only could be flat, but it must be flat. So, according to heliocentric cosmology and their multiverse excuse, which they need to salvage their nonsense, the Earth is flat. Period. Thank you. The rest of my case.
That is a very good one. Was that the debut? Or have you said that before?
Well, I've said it before, but I watched this physics lecture. And it's basically talking about the history of space time and all this other stuff and all this new theories about particles, everything. And basically, it boils down to, because of all this gobbledygook, the multiverse must exist, and the principle of anything that can happen must happen, with infinite permutations, right? So that means that in an alternate physics model, right, which he said must exist, that universe consists of a flat Earth. So if heliocentrism is true, then at least one flat Earth exists.
That is good. We need to use that next time. One of those like extremely nerdy young types that thinks they have an A in some like backwater physics class, that they know everything about the entire world and that everyone they meet must be an idiot. We totally need to use that on one of those nerdy guys. I'll ping you next time one of them comes in.
It's kind of like one of those things where it's like no matter how you argue, you end up with the same conclusion. It's kind of like when the atheists thought that the Big Bang cured, the need for God because now they had a creation story, but then they forgot that, oh crap, we still need a first cause. And the first cause has to be timeless, so eternal, spaceless, so omnipresent, have all power greater than the universe, so omnipotent, and has to have the will to act. Oh my goodness, who does that sound like? It's like, yeah. We got the Big Bang, we don't need God anymore. We keep going back to the past, and it gets this infinite singularity. And then we looked underneath the curtain, and there was God right there looking at us and saying, gotcha, sucker.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it is pretty funny. I remember you talking about that, like, I don't know, with some of the other guys in here years ago about the form and the substance, or the intent and the substance, or whatever, how the idea obviously has to come before the substance. And like, even in the world in general, I feel like we just have all these people who just adhere to like outer forms and have like nothing within, no substance or whatever. They've just learned to like imitate these outer forms, and they don't have like they seem to have like almost no inner motivation whatsoever, so that these forms that only originally existed from some kind of inner motivation that was recognized as valuable, or why would these people be imitating these forms? They no longer have any kind of motivation from which these forms spring, and so they're just essentially completely hollow, and it's just sad to see.
You. It's amazing, though. It's like they'll accept any proposition except the Earth being flat. It's weird. It's like, okay, Earth could be a simulation of of a flat Earth, but it can't actually be a flat Earth.
Right, and it's only because even though they pretend to be so cosmopolitan and intellectual, they actually are completely bought into the mind control propaganda that any mention of flat Earth is taboo. You must stun, you must punish, you must make fun of, you must ridicule anyone who even brings it up. I mean, it's very sad. I mean, these people who seem to think that they're intellectuals, because they've been rewarded for adhering to the mind control propaganda and been told that they are intellectual for being such great parrots, whereas they very rarely have had an original thought in their entire life. And flat Earth is is an original thought these days, which is bizarre, that an original thought is, yeah, you go out there, you don't see any motion, you've never seen curvature, you've never seen the globe, and the world is just as it seems. That's an original thought. That's what passes for an original thought these days. That's how sad the state of affairs have become.
Oh man, trying to back my truck up. Oh no.
Yeah, this J3T guy. Oh, he's back. Yeah, 8:31 he posted. I'll see if I can get him in here.
Yeah, man, but these physics lectures, holy crap. These physics lectures, you just let them play. And the first one might be legit, the second one might be RA, and then the third one is like some crazy nonsense. Right? Well, of course, it's all backed up by their quote unquote paradigm, but it's ridiculous. It's like, oh, we're going to transcend
what is the source of them?
Energy. Just random. Like, I just start listening to one, right? And then the next one will play randomly, whatever it is. The YouTube algorithm will just automatically pull one up. Yeah, so one time I did one that was about called creating it like an energy star, like trying to duplicate how a star functions to create like a reactor so we can have electricity. Right. So it's just talking about bringing a star down to Earth, quote unquote. And that was a very interesting lecture. All about like different types of energy. And stuff like that. And so it went from that to like one or two lectures later, a different physicist is talking about instead of bringing a star down here, we're essentially going to evolve, like we came from some weird electrical mud puddle and we turned into bacteria and we turned into a fish and we turned into a hamster and we turned back into a fish, then into a cow, then into a monkey. Then two monkeys had an argument. So one monkey went to the woods and one monkey went to the beach. And the monkey that went to the beach turned into us, right? And then eventually we became really smart. We made computers. Then we're going to figure out how to download our consciousness into the computer. And then we're going to figure out how to exist as consciousness without even the computer. And then we're going to float into the stars like a big cloud of energy that's sentient, and we're gonna like go float into another galaxy and be with all our other stardust ancestors or whatever the heck. And he posited the idea that some of these star constellation clouds or whatever the heck that they call it that are out there in the universe are actually sentient beings that have evolved in the past. And we're on the track to become just like that in the future. Today you have an iPhone. Tomorrow you download your face into the iPhone. And then somebody will step on the iPhone and you'll just float out of it. Oh, I'm just pure energy now. It's so cool. and nobody bats an eye when they're talking like this on the stage. It's like, oh wow, man, this is a physics forum. These guys surely know what they're talking about. There's no kind of religious connotations to that nonsense at all. It's totally science.
Yeah, somehow they've managed these so-called astrophysicists to get themselves this kind of nonsense that they just create out of thin air. They're complete imagination, clearly a religious view, passed off as science. Yeah, this guy that I just put there in the live stream voice text, but back in the 90s, he was complaining about that physicist lost in space. I mean, he's a physicist. Because that was when they were just kind of starting off at this craziness that now has become a fever pitch. You know, some like real physicists who are still using rational thought were complaining about them. But this guy, it's funny because he's from the Ayn Rand, some kind of objectivist, you know, Ayn Rand kind of foundation, which they are, I'm pretty sure they're atheists. I mean, Ayn Rand was an atheist. So like basically his argument is the same as what you just said, that they, you know, with all their Big Bang and all this like fantasy stuff they come up with, they're basically just coming up with a new religion, you know, and just clothing it in these pseudoscientific terms and so on. You know, they might as well just, you know, just join a regular religion.
Oh, yeah.
If you just want to worship a god, you know, just join a regular religion. Like, you don't need to invent a new one and come up with new names and pretend you're scientists. You know, just join a established religion and be much more, you know, efficient.
Well, the number one thing that this religion has is reverse entropy. So rather than a omnipotent being using its power to create, right? You start off as nothing and work your way up to an omnipotent being. You know, it's like the opposite, the exact opposite. So rather than the supernatural creating the natural, which is subordinate, right, on the dimensional or entropic scale, somehow the subordinate created the extraordinate. It literally is backwards and makes zero sense. You know, it's like babies. It's like babies giving birth to their parents.
Yep. Yep. It's just like the emperor has no clothes, that story. It's just like that story, you know, where they're just making stuff up. Everybody around them's like, gosh, yeah, they don't really sound like they're making much sense. And I don't really even understand them. And they just kind of seem like they're stringing a bunch of big words together, but everybody else says they're smart. So I don't want anyone to think I'm dumb. So I'll just say the emperor's wearing a really cool robe because that's what these other guys are saying.
Yep. And don't forget, if you donate your money now to their progress, then like 300 years from now, eventually humans will be able to go from a brain in a jar to a floating conscious energy cloud. But guess what? You're still going to die like a sucker. Or you're still going to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like any snake oil salesman throughout history, right? I mean, they're nothing new. They're just repackaged and fancy, and this whole, all these like Mars trips or whatever they're promising people these days, moon colonies and all that stuff. And these people actually believe it, you know, because they're unhappy with their lives for whatever reason and aren't willing to use short-term, long-term planning, goal setting, self-improvement, you know, prayers, whatever, you know, self-discipline, hard work, whatever actually works to improve your actual life in the present. They're just willing to sell off their future to these other people based on some kind of pipe dream that we all know is never, ever going to come true. I mean, they're just gullible dupes. They don't want anyone to, like us, to come around and tell them, sorry, guys, you're being sold Bill Gates here. We have to be the bad guys if we tell them, you know, come on, why don't you just live your own lives that are right in front of you and stop with this fantasy globe nonsense. And somehow we're the bad guys for telling them this NASA snake oil salesmen are stealing billions of dollars from them and their children.
What I find hilarious is that they will scoff at people for their quote unquote stupid ideas. while believing in ridiculous ideas themselves. It's like you at least have the wherewithal to recognize that your ideas are equally stupid. Like the idea of transcending, right? How is that any more stupider? Just think about it. Okay, these people that I'm speaking of in particular, they believe that one day they're going to transcend to become a god, which could essentially create a world. So they already believe in the idea, right, that it's fully reasonable for a god tier being to create a world. But they're going to be the first one, right? Couldn't have happened before. It's like, get real, bro. Yeah. So let me put it like this. From their point of view, this is them speaking. Oh, yeah, I totally believe that God could create the universe, but only if God evolved through naturalistic processes from a universe that came from nothing first. Like, good grief, dude.
Was he breaking up, or is it just me? Just that last thing you said seemed like it was breaking up. I think I got the general idea.
Time to mow the lawn. You guys got two options: talk or listen to my sweet lawn mowing disaster.
You're going to mow the lawn at 8:49?
Yeah, man. That's when it's cool. Cool.
Well, we just had a giant thunderstorm here, so that's probably why to me it just seems absurd.
Oh yeah. Well, going on mute. Good luck.
Okay.
Well, all done.
That must be a very tiny lawn. Was that just a dollhouse lawn?
Oh man, nobody's talking. I'm bored.
I know they didn't even answer my question when I asked them if you were breaking up. Usually they'll at least give me some housekeeping answers.
So factionalism, right? That's what we're experiencing. You
What?
got the Ether Warriors. Factionalism.
Oh, is there factionalism in flat Earth? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Oh yeah, for sure. Got the Ether Warriors. We got the non-Ether Warriors. We got the world actually isn't flat because it's got terrain and water, and they're never flat. So the whole territory isn't flat. So if you call yourself a flat earther, you're stupid. But I'm a flat earther. I mean, level earther. I mean, horizontally oriented earther. I mean,
Yes, that's back from that's from the mostly flat days, right?
yeah. Oh, now we got the water earthers. They're like, it's not Earth, it's water. It's a water world. I'm like, well, that's just as stupid as saying it's not all flat. Well, it's not all water either, bro. So you got to criticize a flat Earth as long as there's a flat Earth because it's not actually technically all flat, and then call yourself a water worlder, but it's technically not all water. I mean, come on, dude. Look in the mirror, slap yourself 5 times, have an orange juice, and go mow your lawn. Better yet, go mow my lawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of this stems from, and it's been brought up many times. I mean, just the term flat Earth or flat earthers is really an ideal descriptor. I think it's just because that's what's become popularized. It's kind of like, well, how are we going to change it now? And maybe it was popularized that way for a reason, just to bring up some kind of argument that isn't really necessary. I mean, because really we're just talking about the absence of a globe, but being a globe absence person is not that exciting of a term, right? I mean, of course, the Globe Live people tried to do that, didn't they? When they did their Globe Live tour in Europe, they were that whole group or faction was trying to focus on the globe is a lie, not calling it a flat Earth, and people still do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just, I don't know, just not that catchy, is it, to be talking about somebody else's lie? It's not that fun to go around just calling other people liars. I mean, we do that, but it's not really like a movement inspirational title, really.
That reminded me. So that argument, 8 inches per mile squared is the correct formula if you're trying to debunk the globe. It's like, okay, so you're going to say that, right? But then simultaneously have this faction Earth that you live in. It's an ideal statement, right? That's not even true in a literalism. So it's like, get over yourself. Think you're special because you don't say flat Earth and other people do, and so now you're the more elite of the flat earthers.
Right, I hear what you're saying. Yes, it's these people, yes, who try to, and I mean, in a world where it's very difficult to even have the conversation about the globe being a lie and flat Earth, and we've going through all these other obstacles and difficulties. It's like, yeah, you don't need to be like nitpicking people who are just trying to do their thing, whatever it is. I mean, yeah, when I shut those people down. If anyone want to come in here and talk to me about it, I'd be happy anytime. Because it was about a year ago when they started coming in here and saying, you can't say 8 inches per mile squared. The Globers don't like it. That's basically the argument. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to say it all day long. Yeah, they don't like it. That's why they're trying to get you to stop other people from saying it. And most people didn't even understand the argument and why they were trying to shut it down. They're just like, oh, somebody made fun of me and said it was wrong. So I'm trying to shut it down. I mean, it's absurd. Yeah, absolutely. Just as is saying we're going to get rid of the flat Earth term. I mean, that's just absurd at this point. We're trying to spread information here, whatever way you're comfortable with doing it, as long as you're not saying something that's like outrageously untrue. I mean, people can't be coming in here and trying to say like, the king of flat Earth, stop saying this word, stop saying that word. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yes, but then you got people come in and say, once everybody knows the Earth is flat, it'll be kumbaya, right? Everyone will be at peace. And I'll be like, well, what about the people that say you're not allowed to say it's flat? It's got to be a undulator in topography Earth. like, so you, it's just laughable. People just don't get it, man. They just don't get it.
Right, because that is, yeah, I mean, the whole, yeah, flat Earth is essentially just I mean, the concept is really just an intellectual understanding. It doesn't transform anyone, into suddenly becoming a wonderful person or whatever. I mean, obviously, as we know, the top criminals in the world know the Earth is flat. That's why they have endeavored to keep that information away from the masses and put out this lie about the globe. I mean, there are flat earthers that are doing that, come on.
It's a base level understanding. It really is. I can't believe we're still here arguing with people about it. For sure.
Yes, because it's very easy to anyone who's just using their rational mind. It's like it's very simple to do. I mean, yeah, it's not a difficult argument at all. That's why it's funny, like you saw earlier, Gladflip, that guy's coming in saying, oh, we have to go to Antarctica or whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever. If people can't handle middle school math, like, we don't need to sail to Antarctica because they can't handle middle school math. That's their problem, not ours.
Well, the problem is they're not even admitting that it's middle school math. They think that the smarter you are, the more you understand about the Earth. But our senses don't need to be, quote unquote, smart. You just need to use them. That's it.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Yeah. And people are, far too quick to think there's all these, brilliant people that have figured something, everything out and that they know more than these people do just because they put that out there. I mean, those people, of course, want you to think that. I mean, that's what they are, smoke and mirrors people, just like the great Wizard of Oz. They, they're just back there with their little smoke machines.
It's to me, it's I always shift my understanding as I go with this, but it's like people who, I'm just trying to come up with the most clever similes or metaphors or whatever, but it's like people who love a good magic show just can't admit that they're being tricked. They're like, nah, man, it's real. Like, he's really cutting that lady in half. So, like, you know what I mean? They just can't give it up.
Yeah, right. Yes, yes. And they don't want, people coming in there to their show, just like they wouldn't want you standing up at, a movie where you're like, whatever, like mafia movie or, some kind of action film saying, that's not real blood, those guys aren't dead. If you got up at the theater and started saying that, people wouldn't be too happy about you, right? Even though what you were saying is the truth, you'd be wrecking the show. And a lot of these people, just their life is a fantasy. I mean, they live in fiction, their NASA fiction. And they don't want you wrecking the show. I mean, they want to live in delusion. There's no doubt. And that I've come to just accept that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's no skin on my back.
Yeah.
You want to
I love this term.
you want to be insane. Basically, that's what you're doing. You're living in a delusion, not in reality, not in the world you were born in. You're living in a created matrix, media reality. And you prefer to live in an alternate reality, not the regular one. Who am I to say, you aren't allowed to run around and be a crazy person? I mean, that's fine with me.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. It's an adventure growing up with these people making things up for other people to believe and buy wholesale. Back when I was thinking stuff like infinite universe and shit, right? I was like, technically, man, that means literally anything is possible, man. And like, I just went down those stupid ass rabbit holes. But I feel like, at least for me, I had to do those things to get to where I'm at now. I had to go through the painstaking process of being able to actually, separate the wheat from the chaff. If it's smoke and mirrors, I got to get good at figuring out which really are smoke and which really are mirrors or not. And I guess my point is that there's a lot less smoke and mirrors than you think. It's not as daunting a task, but the admittance for me was the biggest hurdle. It comes with a few things. If I change my mindset correctly, well, then it's not all a bunch of crazy ass information that I have to absorb. Start with what resonates with you. With me, it was tons of other stuff, and then I got to flat Earth because my mind was prepared for it. I knew who was lying. I had a great guess as to why, this kind of thing. So it was a journey.
Yes, I think that's totally true. Yeah, and we have to let people kind of be on their journey. We know, especially when we first meet people, we really don't know where they're at on their journey or what they can handle. I mean, we can present them with the information so that, at least they can't say they were never told.
Oh, Glatt, were you here when we were saying that it's necessary, according to their multiverse physics, that a flat Earth must exist?
No, that was not me. I don't think I said that.
Okay. So no, I said it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah, repeat it. I'd love to hear it.
Right. So I was watching these physics lectures as I usually do, and you got to watch at least three because the first one's legit, the second one's like, and then the third one's like full retard mode. Usually that's the way it goes. So what he basically said was there's only one particle in the universe. Not that like everything's hydrogen, right? So there's just one element that is many of it. No, literally one particle that goes back and forward in time and everywhere in space time to render the world we live in. Oh, cool story. You got an engine. Whoopty frick. All right. Anyway, so in other words, he was just talking nonsense. But basically, he said because of all these types of physics, there must be a multiverse in which all permutations are possible. Not only are they possible, but if they can happen, they must happen with alternate physics and everything. So therefore, if the multiverse, quantum physics and all this stuff is true, then that means that a flat Earth exists. Period. The end. So by conceding into that mainstream consensus narrative that ultimately leads to escapism into the multiverse, which they need, by the way, to make excuses for all the nonsense that happens here that they claim, then that means that flat Earth exists. Period. The end.
Well, there you go. It's just another nail in the coffin. Dandelion, I know you don't get too much time. Well, you don't. We don't see you often, and I'd love to hear you just say stuff. I don't mean to hog the mic, but AI. It's like I said. It's funny as shit that they can't see that. Not only is it a possibility, even given their delusions, it's right out your window, right? It's just they'll make anything up at all. Crazy.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea that AI has proposed. It's the new strategy for especially the nerdy types that come in here, that are into all this space stuff. I totally think that we need to propose that to someone. I got someone in the lobby. I'm trying to get him in here, but I'm not succeeding. Hayes is his name. They like to claim the globe, but they don't really like to defend it. You know that.
Well, yeah. If any kind of world is possible, multiverse. Does that mean infinite types? And how would you even know something like that? But we don't have to go that way. But yeah, multiverse. There's flat, there's round, there's spherical. Space time is bending. So guess what, guys? It's doing all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit we can't see, we can't measure, right? Because it's imagination. And anything you can imagine can become reality. I like those evolutionists that think that. It's neat stuff. Really is. Pure belief. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's sorry. One more thing for.
No, go ahead.
This stupid comment. It's way less interesting if we're standing still rather than if we're moving all over the place. So I get it, guys. I fucking get it. Anyway, go ahead, Dandelion.
No, I was just going to say that's what we were discussing earlier, that they kind of just dismiss out of hand the whole flat Earth concept, even though a lot of these people that claim to be so into science, which originally in its pure and original form was supposed to be about proposing new ideas, theorizing, hypothesizing, coming up with new explanations and so on, but it's just become so dogmatic to the point where I'm curious to see how one of them will react to this concept. yeah, that they could be living in flat Earth. I'm curious to see. I mean, it might be a way to get through to them because they're so into that stuff. If they could just somehow, go 180 degrees and just imagine, yep, maybe you really do just live on an Earth, not a globe. Just imagine that. Because that is, I think that's part of the battle for a lot of people is just to just get that globe out of your head because it's just been solidified there as definitely being the absolute truth that it's hard for people to even discard it and imagine like, well, what if it's not? Just getting to that step is quite a thing. I can remember when it happened to me. When I first realized, that was back in 2016, that, oh, maybe these people are onto something. Maybe there is no evidence for this globe. That was a big step for me. It didn't happen like automatically. I had to investigate it a little bit first. It should be automatic if you're a person with a scientific mindset, which I am, I know more than other people. But even for me, it was like, it took a little while to get that out of there because it's not scientific. It's, we all know it's propaganda, media brainwashing from birth situation. It's not. You assume there's some kind of scientific background behind it, but to actually acknowledge that there's not is a huge step. And some people might have to go at it from a different way, and that might be a way to go at it. What AI just proposed, I think it's a good idea. I think we should try it on our next nerd that comes in here.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Let's get just weird because why not? They've had so many chances. I said this earlier in some kind of text fashion, and I said it online here, but we've shown the Globers everything and then some, and a bag of chips, and with cream on top and a cherry that makes up, how they would go about measuring the Earth for curvature to try to match the globe math. We've given them how much information. We've done all of the legwork, and the problem is they won't even go test it for themselves. So then they're stuck on, well, do I just admit it because it's completely logical? No, can't do that either. Guess I'll just sit on my hands and make fun of people on the internet. It's absolutely absurd. But I guess what I'm trying to do is, for me, there's two devil's advocates that I can play. One is I get it because it started from birth, and honestly, you can't teach a dog new tricks. An old dog, new tricks, right? But this has been that old dog since the beginning. You can't teach that dog new tricks because the first round of tricks it was taught, those are the ones, and you're not going to break that ice. You're not going to break that barrier, that shell, and that sucks, right? So we know that old dogs, you can't teach old dogs new tricks, and that sucks. You can, it's just hard. That they should change it, in my opinion, anyway. And another way to look at it is that imagine so like you can't take a pickle and turn it back into a cucumber, right? The cucumber becomes the pickle, and there's no way to reverse that, right? But think about it this way. This is how the Globers are thinking about it. They think we're asking them to do that, to do the impossible thing and go back from a pickle to a cucumber. Okay. And I think that's why it's so detrimental to them. And that's why they can't really get towards accepting it. It's not because the information isn't there. Okay. It's well beyond there. It's everywhere. They just need to accept it because it's the truth. That's it.
Yeah, because they accept. After having many conversations with them, I've come to discover they don't even believe in objective or absolute truth. They think, they actually believe and live their lives as if the consensus is truth. Like whatever everybody else is saying and accepting as reality is reality. Like they can't even, a lot of them can't even go beyond that to think that this consensus could be wrong. It's a weird way to live, but I've come to conclude that that's how these people live.
Right. So, for example, is there any evidence that the multiverse exists? Well, the answer is no. What there is there's a necessity for it to exist for their other excuses to be valid. Right. So they're retreating into the multiverse as a catch-all excuse for why we have essentially an infinite permutation of whatever physics is necessary at whatever given time to explain whatever they want. So they're using it as this appeal to infinity. Therefore, it must be true, right? And so you just borrow that appeal and be like, oh, really? So you believe in an infinite universe with an infinite amount of physics, correct? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the Earth's flat. The end. Bye. Thanks. Now, to be fair, they would then say, well, yes, if they're honest, they'll say, yeah, well, yeah, there's a flat Earth in one of the universes, but not this one. And then you could say to them, oh, really? Well, how do you know? How do you know you're not in the flat universe? Oh, wait a minute. You are in a flat universe because that's what the mainstream says, that the universe is flat. Right? I mean, think about it. And that means that there's universes that weren't even started by a Big Bang, right? They were started by something else because they have completely different physics. So once they concede that all possibilities are real, and that's the end of the game for them anyway. Yeah. So for example, reality is just subjective. Except if you're believing in a flat Earth, then that subjective reality can't exist. Okay, so there actually isn't an objective limitation to reality. No, you forgot. I just said subjective reality is true. Yes, but that means that if someone believes the Earth's flat, then that's true. No. You don't understand the game. The game is that everything's true except flat Earth. There you go. That's the game.
Except the
I
actual
didn't give you
truth.
the rules. I didn't give you the rules in the beginning. My bad.
Yeah, because they're like subconscious gatekeepers. I mean, some of them are conscious gatekeepers, like the Danny Faulkners of the world and so on. But like a lot of these just ordinary people, I think they're just they've decided, they're going to go along with this thing, and they are gatekeepers. They have to keep out the actual truth at all costs. They're little Stockholm syndrome soldiers. Little Patty Hearsts.
All right. So your homework for this weekend is to watch every episode of Nathan Oakley.
How could we do that? Could we do it on
All
speed? I don't know.
all 70, all 72,000 episodes. I'm just teasing.
I don't even know if I've ever watched an episode from beginning to end. Maybe I have. I don't know. I've watched them here and there when people, recommend them.
I'm in there sometimes. Elijah's in there sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't like it. I just, I don't know. It's long.
You got it. It has its place, and a lot of it's ad nauseum, just repetition. But whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's bad. Sometimes it leads to you saying the same thing so many times, so often that you don't recognize when you make a slip. Like a copy of a copy of a copy starts to produce errors. That's why you can't just rest your hat at quote unquote 24/7 or quote unquote flat debate or quote unquote taboo conspiracy and then be like, yep, there's my source for truth. Scrutiny checked at the door. Now I found a new truther to tell me the truth because he's more truthier than I am. Yeah, just yesterday they were watching a taboo conspiracy video. He's good a lot of times, don't get me wrong. And he made a really horrible argument. Horrible, absolutely trash. which was if the moon landing was true, then surely an amateur astronomer would have seen the module orbiting the moon. So, who could tell me what's absolutely wrong with that? You know, for example, you might go on to say they would have seen it and they would have wrote about it and they would have published about it, maybe even had photos of it. Okay, that's an art. First of all, that's a fallacy argument from silence. Okay, so you got a fallacious argument off the bat. Secondly, the premises are false. That you could resolve. That you could resolve anything that's that size at that distance, allegedly. Okay. Optics like that don't exist. It's just that simple. So, absolutely horrible trash argument. The guy presented it as if it was Loctite. Like, oh, if this happened, then surely this would have happened. So that's like an evidence that it didn't happen. But it's logically fallacious in general. And then the premise that you could see it from that distance is false anyway. Especially, like amateurs, right? Who have like backyard telescopes. It's like, get real, bro. So in a video full of math and scrutiny based on the certain maths and certain data, he just says that one out his mouth, right? And nobody catches it. They're just like, oh yeah, that sounds right. That sounds correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, because that's also the kind of argument, flawed argument that appeals, that people think appeals to the masses because it's illogical. It doesn't hold water, but they think, oh yeah, this one will get them because they're the people who think that, if certain things were true, if this, was scientific truth, that the globe wasn't real, then of course there'd be peer-reviewed papers about it and they'd be talking about it in universities and there'd be, mainstream scientists would be right on it. Like it appeals to that kind of mindset. So it's almost like it's almost like reverse engineered to be kind of as if it was a slam dunk proof just to say that this would have been caught. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yep. And yet it is like a very bad argument. And we don't need to resort to those arguments for the reasons stated previously. I mean, we have long distance observations, we have laser tests, we can stick to what's demonstrable, is able to be easily testable, repeatable, and verifiable. And so we don't need to come up with these little fantasies. They're the ones who are grasping at straws. We don't need to grasp at straws. We're not one trick ponies trying to entertain them. They're the ones not accepting reality. They're the ones not accepting logic. They're the ones trying to claim a fantasy globe that doesn't exist. We don't need to perform for them and come up with fancy little non-arguments like that. So that's cool. You caught that. You said you caught it, and then did you put it in the comments, or what happened with that? This was a recent video.
Well, no, it might be. He might have done it recently, but we were just playing it with the bot over the stream.
Oh, okay. Somebody was playing it.
As soon as I heard it, I had to pause it and elucidate it for the audience.
Good. Yeah, that's important. Definitely. I'm glad you did that.
Which is fair, and the premise that there's a quote unquote flat Earth community or hive mind or cult mind, right? I mean, that's not true. And nobody's beyond scrutiny, including any of the quote unquote, stars in the game, whatever you take that as. People are wrong quite often, and sometimes they concede that they're wrong, and sometimes they don't. Imagine that. I mean, it's almost like they're human. Oh. You see, my friend, I believe the Earth is flat. Therefore, I am correct about all propositions that I wish to discuss. And if you doubt me, then you're not a member of the community, my friend. You're exiled, excommunicated, excommunicado. Viscerus viferati. Be gone. Yeah, that's not how it works, nor is that how it should work. No one should attend a particular venue and then just leave believing every single word that was said without scrutiny, at least in their mind. At least think about it in your mind. Does that make sense? Is that true? Does that fit other things that I've seen?
Yeah, that I think that is a very deep rooted pattern in all of us. Like I know I had to recognize it when coming to Flat Earth, that because they've got us, believing these experts have it all figured out, or somebody's going to come along and fix all this for us, or Trump's our savior, whatever it is. Like people come to Flat Earth and they've got that, even though they reject the mainstream, answers, once they, for whatever reason, have shown themselves this is definitely not the case, when they've demonstrated to themselves. For me, it was the long distance observations. Yes, these are impossible on a globe, but radius 3,959 miles, no doubt. So therefore, even though, I already obviously doubted mainstream media for many, many years, but then when it's kind of like, oh yeah, the whole system is thrown out, you're kind of, running around like a ship, with no bearing. And I think that people are sometimes tend to want to grab on to some flat earth leader, person who's going to give them all the answers, because that's what we're, kind of programmed from birth to believe. These outer sources are going to give us the information. And so even if they're the alternative sources, and oh my, the flat earth, oh so enlightened sources that know the earth is flat, then they must be right on. Also, if they say the earth is flat, then they must also be right on 0.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right? Wrong. As we already mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, the worst people in the world know the earth is flat. So obviously the people who are perpetuating this fraud are flat earthers who are completely aware of the nature of this earth. And so that is the reason why they try to, through the first principle of thought reform, milieu control, make people all live on this fantasy world where they can more easily control their minds on their fantasy globe. So yeah, flat earthers are not automatically good people. You don't need to believe everything they say.
Yep. Well, guess what? Guess what else you can do? You can create a microcosm of the exact same thing among a small group of people, and you can become the malevolent leader.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very easy. By the way, that's very easy to do in the flat earth. I've seen it too many times.
Yep. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's no different. Yeah, and then those flat earthers react to you the same way your mainstream friends do. How dare you question the dogma of the flat earth? We have shown that this is the flat earth way. You are bad because you don't agree with me. I'm like, okay, you can think I'm bad. Perfectly fine. Doesn't change my life one bit. You don't care that I said you're the Satan spawn? No, I do not. I mean, like, hello, you're just doing the same program in a new, with the words flat earth attached to it. Like, I'm not impressed.
Yeah, crude example, it's like a black slave running away from the plantation, coming back later, freeing his fellow black men, taking them to a new location, and then just becoming the next plantation owner, enslaving those guys. It's like, oh, guess what? You're not a slave to the white man. I freed you from the white man. Now you will be my slaves.
Yeah. It's sad. I mean, I feel bad for people that happens to, but I guess sometimes people have to experience things to understand them. You can't explain it to them intellectually. That's what I've found out. So sometimes you just have to let people have their experiences, right?
Delicious. The juice is delicious. Yeah, so over this weekend, there was a lot of atrocious logic fails going on among quote unquote prominent members of the flat earth community.
Like the people who say there's more land.
Oh, man. The more landers versus the infinite planers, because those are two different propositions.
The infinite planar.
Well, I mean, think about it. There's more land. Well, that would be true if it was an infinite plane. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just full of water. I don't know. So it's like, it could be true that there's more land in a bigger plane that's finite, or it could be true that it's infinite. But one thing's for sure is if you don't know, then it's what? It's indefinite. There you go. Problem solved. See? We can all be friends now. It's all a matter of language.
Yeah, I didn't know that was like a recent thing that was heating up. I mean, I know that
Yeah, but
last
it's
time.
mostly about ether. It's usually always about ether. It's almost always about ether. Ether this, ether that. Ether's real, ether's not real. You're a retard, you're a retard. I exposed you, I exposed you.
I have to find some point of contention. Yeah, I know the last time we talked about the Admiral Byrd interview where he says he saw the land on the other side of Antarctica that was larger than the United States or something like that. I can't remember his exact wording. That he saw the television interview I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where Admiral Byrd says on black and white news program that he saw land on the other side of Antarctica continent. People brought up the idea that, maybe he was, maybe that was a psyop in itself to try to hide the fact that we're contained, that, there really is, we really don't know what is out there, which I thought was an interesting idea. I mean, all of these ideas are interesting. I mean, they're all feasible and completely logical. It's a completely logical concept that there might be land beyond Antarctica that they're hiding from it. It's completely logical that there might be the kind of barrier that we can't get beyond, that they're hiding that fact from us. It's logical, like you said. I mean, it's possible that it keeps going and there's no limit. But I don't know, although some of the behavior of certain electrical phenomena, rainbows, and so on, seem to indicate some kind of contained environment. But all of these things are way more logical than the heliocentric model, or that there's some kind of weird aliens doing stuff, all of their idea, like you just said, all the nonsense they come up with, the multiverse, all this crazy stuff. That's supposed to be normal, right? That's on the evening news, raining diamonds on Venus or whatever the story is. But just the idea that there's another continent beyond Antarctica, that's just so nuts, right? That there's more land in a place that a man even said on, national TV that it was the case, an admiral, military dude, that, that's just outrageous, right? I mean, that just shows to you the state of mind of people today, that they have just completely gone nuts. You know what I mean? They just have no rational thought whatsoever. I mean, that's why you can barely even have a conversation with people anymore, just your average person, because the things that they've accepted as true that are just completely irrational and the things that they reject that are completely rational. It's just all turned on its head.
Oh yeah, like the single particle idea, right? So I'm looking at the backyard full of rocks, and there's like, I don't know, 50,000 rocks, white rocks that were dumped down, whatever, a lot of rocks. So each rock is made up of a particle, and then that's made up of a subatomic particle, and then that's made up of a even smaller particle until you get down to this particle that's the single particle. So his idea is that every single one of those rocks is actually made up of the same particle in different points in time, and it just moves in between each spot. Interesting, but dude, you're trying to tell me that that's less ridiculous than just saying that there might be more land?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, that's
verify? How would you possibly verify that this single particle is going back and forth in time and occupying every single point in space to render dirt, to render rocks, to render my foot? Whatever, dude. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, and then when like when we have them in here, you can see that they're being completely irrational, and yet they don't actually respond to reason because they've completely gone on to this irrational kind of insane point of view. So you can't like explain that to them, right? So you just kind of have to accept them the way they are and continue on. I don't know. Like, I used to think when I first joined the server, oh good, I found the Admiral Byrd interview. I'm going to put the link in just in case anybody hasn't seen that before. I used to think, like I think many of us did, oh, we just have to, find the right argument. We just have to explain this perfectly with this airtight logic, and it can't be denied, and, enough debate, it's going to come, they're going to see it. But no, there's some of these people that they just won't see it. That's just the way it is. They're just at their whatever state of development that they are not capable of abandoning the fantasy world that they live in. That's just how it is.
Yep.
But that is, I mean, just the fact that they don't. I mean, I think on some level they know that they don't win the argument. These one-hit wonders that come in here and try to argue the globe and realize they have no positive evidence for it, no scientific verification, and so on. And then, most of those people, we never see them again. I mean, on some level, I think they're running away from the fight. They're not coming back here and proving their globe. So at some level, you'd think that's got to strike some fear in their hearts to rethink things. I don't know. I don't know what happens to those people. You need some kind of follow-up team. Chase them down.
I think those types of people like dive into the globe model even harder, but into the even more nonsensical kind of stuff, like Quasar.
Maybe so. Yeah, that would make sense. That'd be like the antidote, right? Coming in here. Yeah. Like just get even farther into the fantasy. Yeah, I bet you're right.
I mean, I've tell my brother all the time, I'm like, it's flat and like, it's simple. It's not, don't overcomplicate it. And he gets so mad. And then I watch him like sitting in front of the TV and he's like, listening to Joe Schmo go, we can quantify the universe and harness its essence for our spaceships. And he's like, oh, dude, could you imagine? One day we're going to have a giant international space station floating above our heads. I said, okay, well, when that happens, let me know. But they get into the weeds on the topic instead of like sticking to understanding one topic. They just skip it and they move on to other shit. I feel bad. I mean, I try to understand, the flat Earth narrative to its intent, but it's humbling to say, like, I don't know what the sun is. And honestly, I don't know what human, one person or group of people could. I know what the sun is. I know what the moon is. Like, that's some big balls you got. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I wish I knew what they are, but I know that the effect that they bring towards everybody's lives is they create life. I mean, they create night, they create day, they make our plants grow, they make us happy, give us serotonin, melatonin, all these vitamins. It's important. So it's almost like, why even question it? Because it's just important that we have it and that we utilize it. And we're thankful that we do have it, because if we didn't, things would be pretty bad. And so I think someone posted in the group chat, the hadron colliders or whatever are messing with, the sun being a plasma ball. And, I don't know if that's true or not. I did find it pretty interesting. I'm always like, yeah, the man is really messing with everything. I don't really know if that's what's happening. If that is happening, like, if that was possible or is what is going on, like, that's another reason why, the destruction of our natural way of living is kind of, I think, their ultimate goal. I mean, if you listen to, Hillary, she's like, we will shatter the highest glass ceiling, we'll bomb it, and we will break through. I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? It's like, is that something they're really trying to do, or is that just like a scare tactic? But just their whole, like, who said it? AI Ardent or Dandelion, when he said it, that the biggest liars are the people who know that, flat Earth is the model. I mean, they just say it right out in the open.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're trying to do. I just know that anyone who's trying to mess with anything on that scale is just completely ridiculous, and I have zero respect for them. I mean, I have way more respect for someone who's messing around in their garden and trying to find the best kind of soil to grow plants.
Yeah, that's what I was doing today, actually.
Oh, good for you. What did you grow?
Well, my tomatoes I'm growing crimson tomatoes, and they're taking super long, but the plants are so healthy. And my dad, he came down, he was like, your plants look so green. And he's like, oh, I think there's too much nitrogen in the soil. And, like, I hadn't even thought of that because we've been scooping chicken manure in there for a while. But he's totally right. There's too much nitrogen, and it's making the fruiting process of the plant difficult.
I know exactly what you mean. Yes, because I had plants like that, tomato plants one time that were in this like amazing soil that to me looked really great. But they never made any flowers or fruits, but they were like gigantic, green, really pretty. But then I have the plants I have now actually my mom was saying, oh, your tomato plants are making a ton of fruit, but they look really scraggly and small. They are. They're like tiny, and the leaves aren't really green, but they're already like making a ton of fruit. So I don't know. I have this soil that used to be really bad because this garden that I took over was like chemically, the person before like used a ton of chemicals. So it was like so dead when I started it. But like over the years, I've added a lot of organic materials to it. To like now it's like way, way better. And, yeah, and so people forget the importance of soil, especially these people who like think, oh yeah, to weed I will pour preen on the plants, or to fertilize I will pour this other chemical or whatever. I mean, it's just kind of like, to me, it's just absurd to think that it's a good idea to weed by pouring a chemical on your plants that you're planning to eat. It's just so weird to me. I can't even imagine that anyone like still thinks that way. You know what I mean? But I had somebody tell me that, a couple of years ago, like, yeah, you got to get this preen on there. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Thanks very much. It seems completely absurd. Like, why would you put something that kills plants on the plant that you plan to eat? It's just odd. I don't understand it.
No, that's so true. My pap goes, oh, he's giving me a lecture on everything, the whole rundown. And he goes, you see this copper fungicide? You got to get yourself this copper fungicide. Your plants need this, or they're going to die.
Yeah. And they believe all these things they've read. I know my mom can't believe my roses are like amazing. They have no bugs, no diseases. I never spray them with anything. I fertilize them with this fish fertilizer. And then I always put a lot of wood chips around them. And then I dig the compost out from our compost bin that has like a little door in the bottom where you like get the really good soil from the bottom. Everything's decomposed. And I put that on them. And they're great. Like everybody thinks roses are like incredibly hard to grow because you have to spray them with this thing and that thing, and they're attacked by this thing and the other thing. But if they're healthy and you water them and you give them good soil and stuff, then you don't have to do all that stuff.
Absolutely, totally. I heard that bugs don't even like plants unless they're sick. Really?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Because it's also been shown, for example, The Secret Life of Plants, great book about plants. Yeah, they've shown, scientifically, demonstrated that, yeah, the plants emit signals when they're in distress. So yeah, whether they have bad soil, don't have enough water, light, or whatever. Yeah, that is. And then the insects are responding to these signals and attacking, just like a predator attacking the weak member of a herd. They go and attack the plant that's weak. Yeah.
That's so interesting. That's interesting that you said that it's like a signal thing too. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard plants emit signals. I didn't know that was the correlation, or that bugs go for like the signal. I always thought it was like the leaf gets sick, but I read into it because like I was being told, oh, you gotta spray your crops for this bug and this pesticide and this blight and these snails, and I'm thinking, really though? Like, what if I just don't though? And
right.
I just
Or you can find certain things that, like, I did have slugs on my asparagus last year, and then I found a thing, natural remedy was to put a container of beer, dig it in the soil, a cup of, I used Guinness, I don't know. It worked. You have like, you dig it, you bury it in the soil, so it's just like sticking up, but then and then they like it, so they go in there and then they drown. Yeah. I mean, you bury it so the top is open. Yeah. It worked.
But can you drink it? Can you drink the beer?
I recommend it.
Can you drink the beer afterwards?
If you were really desperate, I think you could, but it'd be pretty warm and full of slugs. I don't know. Not that desperate.
Wasn't that tequila old saying? It's like, did you eat the worm or something like that? That used to be a saying.
I don't know. Why?
Yeah, some tequila brand.
Tequila?
Yeah, some tequila brand. They put a worm inside.
That's funny that you say that, because I was reading Tess of the D'Urbervilles, and she was talking about picking the weevils out of, I think it was the grits. No, that was a different book. Anyway, whatever book I was reading, they're talking about picking the weevils out of the grits. And I was realizing, because sometimes, I don't know if you guys have ever had rice long enough, if you keep it for like 2 years and you don't freeze it or anything, like things will hatch in it. And I was thinking, like, yeah, these people were picking stuff out because it sounds gross, but like there's eggs there, right? That's why if you leave it on the shelf, they hatch. Because even if it's sealed, like I had rice in a bucket and I put it up, stuff in there. It's like they're hatching there because there's eggs in there. So you're actually like probably better off like letting them hatch and picking them out. Otherwise, you're eating the eggs. Does that gross you out or what? I don't know. I mean, I guess the eggs probably die in your stomach acid. But anyway, random thought.
Like
I
any
did one time pick weevils out of. I'm sorry to admit this. None of you were there. I didn't actually eat it. We were at a. This was in the 1990s. I went to a rainbow gathering in northern Minnesota on the shores of Lake Superior. After living in the national forest for a month, we went to this little cabin that this person said he owned, but look on it, and this hippie type person, I was only like 19 years old at the time, I'm wondering, did I really own this little cabin that we went to, or did he just, because it seemed to me at the time they just happened to own this cabin in Lake Superior, like right next to the rainbow gathering. Now I'm thinking, break into that cabin and say he owned it. But either way, there was some cream of wheat there. We had nothing else to eat, so I picked the weevils out of there and served it to those people. But I did not eat it myself, and they did not know the cream of wheat ever had weevils in it.
I love cream.
I would do that to you guys if I served you cream of wheat.
No, cream of wheat is an underrated
I
breakfast.
would let you know. I was, time. That seemed like a good idea, and nobody was to the ladder, and they had food, which otherwise they would not have had.
That was very nice of you.
We have. Thank you. Yeah. See, I was doing them a favor, right? Because they got to eat without thinking about the bugs. I could eat it. They got to eat it. Rayu Tomoto is here. Should I unmute him? Or should I make him go to the check-in? No response, so I'm going to unmute him.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see.
Are you there, Rayu? I don't actually know if it works. It's on my phone. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't work. Okay, Tomoto, if you ever decide to speak to us, you may either mute and speak or go to the VC check-in to actually get a role, so you can unmute yourself. That goes for anyone who's listening. You can always go to the VC check-in channel and ping a silver, gold, or mod in the VC check-in test to get the VC verified role so that you can not only unmute yourself and participate in the conversation, but also view other channels that you currently cannot see, such as the Livestream voice text channel, which goes along with this channel.
Dandelion, what kind of vegetables did you grow this year?
Well, I'll tell you what, a ton of potatoes came back from last year. That even though I harvested potatoes, apparently I didn't get all of them because they just came back. So I have like a large number of potatoes. It's going to be a huge harvest. I also have garlic I planted last fall that is, I think, ready because it's starting to go to seed and, leaves are dying off. And then I have these Jerusalem artichokes. I'm just talking about the volunteers now that came back from last year. The Jerusalem artichokes came back, even though I harvested those too, but a bunch of them, those multiply like crazy. Have you ever had Jerusalem artichokes? You eat the tubers. They're nothing like regular artichokes. They're sunflowers. They're connected to sunflowers. Do you eat more like potatoes? They're like a American plant. Highly
Yes.
recommended.
Yeah, that's what I've seen online a lot. Everyone said they're really good for pollinators and that they come back and that they're just super pretty and too.
Yeah, because they make the same flower as a sunflower, but it's not big. It's like small sunflower, and then the main thing you're trying to get out of the roots. But they're spread to like different parts of the garden from where I planted them. Anyway, then I got a bunch of tomato plants, peppers, peas. Peas now, because June was very hot here. Like we had a bunch of weather like in the 90s in June, which the peas did not like at all. Like my peas barely survived, even though I kept watering them. I'm going to plant another batch, for the fall. Green beans are doing very well. About to get the green beans. Rhubarb I still got. Keeps coming back. Asparagus, lettuce. Yep. I don't know. Probably other stuff I'm not thinking about right now. Eggplant. I planted some of those long purple ones. Cucumbers. Oh, yeah, squash. Zucchini. Watermelon. Cantaloupe.
How's
My
your
son wants to pick these eggplants. I keep making him wait. So same with the peppers. He wants to pick them like as soon as they start appearing. Like they're going to get bigger. They're going to get bigger. You have to wait. What?
How was your watermelon this year?
I don't know. There might be something going wrong with my signal. I didn't hear what you said.
It might be mine. It might be mine.
I think my signal is not working right.
So I never grew watermelon, but I wanted to grow. So I'm gonna do it next year.
Is that better?
I can hear you clear.
Okay, because I couldn't hear the last thing that Bendy Water was saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. I wanted to grow watermelon, but I didn't this year because it was my first year for it. So I was just curious if you had success doing growing.
Okay, well, I grew one last year, and it's difficult here, in the Midwest where I am. I think I'm in zone 6. Yeah, to get them in early enough to make a big watermelon by the end. Although the big farms seem to do it. I don't know. There used to be one farm right behind my house that had tons of watermelons. That was when I was in high school. We used to go and get them. I know now that's bad. I should not be stealing watermelons from the farmers. But when we were in high school, we thought that was totally acceptable. They had giant watermelons all the time. I don't know. But I have had trouble getting them big enough, in time before the frost. I have one started now. Has the fruit started yet?
So I didn't grow watermelon this year.
Oh, you're not doing it. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I find it challenging. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but I haven't figured out what it is yet.
Yeah, my plants I put in a little small, and probably like a week or two after when I should have put them in because I had to do raised beds because of the groundhog problem, and I had to fence it all in. So I'm probably on my behind. So I'm just getting like medium-sized green bulbs on like all my tomatoes, and bell peppers, nothing. Not one thing. All the flowers fell off. So I just gave up. But my jalapeno I tried today was so spicy. It was so hot. I
Oh,
almost
nice. Wow. A lot of stuff is trial and error, especially like, your particular area. You have to see like what works, what doesn't. And like we were saying, I mean, I think the soil, that is the thing that I'm not so good. I mean, some gardeners know like exactly like acidic soil is good for this thing, alkaline soil is good for that thing, but then you've got them all in the same garden. I think that's part of my problem is I've never really done a lot with like soil testing and then adding certain things, to make the soil more acid or more alkaline. So I think that's what is the problem with some things that I think the soil is a huge factor that I probably need to learn more about.
Oh, totally. I agree. Uh, I figured that there was going to be a lot of nitrates or nitrogen in the soil. So I actually did, I don't know if you've heard this, but someone in here recommended burying logs underneath your raised bed and then putting your soil over it. And it creates a microbial life beneath your bed. And it rips the fertilizer from the soil. So over time, you have to replace your fertilizer. But I'm actually happy I did it because I'm right now thinking, oh, I need to figure out a way to get rid of this nitrogen. And so one of my beds is always in. The only other thing I do is wood chips. So just mulch. And then for my squashes, though, I'll keep those in the nitrogen-rich soil because they really like it so much that like my squashes are so good. They're so yummy. My sister, she's pregnant and she ate one and she goes, "Oh my gosh, this is so good." So I start laughing because she had come over the next day and she goes, "Hey, weird question, but can I have another squash?"
Oh, that's great. She was craving it. She probably
Yeah,
needs it.
yeah, she was craving it. I thought that was so cute.
What kind of squash is it?
It's the cork neck or crook neck.
Is this her first child?
This is her second.
Oh, so you're already an uncle then.
Yes, I'm a godfather to two and three nieces.
Nice.
Yeah, the crook neck squash. It's really lumpy and it gets like a really like weird neck.
Oh
Really,
yeah, I've seen it. I think I've bought it and eaten it. I've never actually grown it though.
it's really sugary. I like it. Not that it's like sweet. Oh, okay.
Do you guys want a like an old school farmer tip for small garden? If you're able to get like carp or any kind of like a what would be called a waste fish, and bury it about 3 feet if you feel so motivated, the following season you'll benefit quite a bit. You'll have a lot of worms, and if you bury it deep, it keeps other animals it up.
Yeah, I was thinking that because I had the fish fertilizer I use for my roses, but like my sons do a lot of fishing, and I got to tell them, yeah, next time they catch something they don't want, bury it in the garden.
Yeah, that comes from my grandpa who lived by farming old German prior to the States. So yeah, it really works fabulous. It takes a bit of work though, but the payoff is worth
And
it.
you said it attracts the worms.
The worms attract to it. They have something. There's just all your whole your the microbiome. It's good for that. Another thing is mycorrhizae. I don't know if you guys have ever. It kind of like looks like a black powder. You don't really want to breathe it or whatever, but to get that involved, do you guys know what I'm referring to?
What did you say?
Mycorrhizae. It's like fungus. Mycorrhizae. MyChorizae, I think. If you type that in, it might auto fix. I'm driving, so.
Mycorrhiza.
Yeah, mycorrhizae.
Wow.
There's studies like where you can get fungus roots. It works symbiotically with your plant. So like if you were to dig, like say mid-season, if you were to dig up your roots, it would look like they have fungus entangled in them, but it's healthy for the plant. Or if you're able to get wood chips in soil, now that will raise the pH a good amount. However, if you can get like say oyster mushrooms growing there, I've done it. So like say Brussels sprouts, all kinds of plants respond awesome. Paul Stamen has a whole chapter on his mycelium running. So whenever you talk about like I'm not trying to hijack the conversation, I'm just trying to add to, by the way. So cut me off at it's called mycelium running, and you can probably get it at any library. So whenever you're talking like say any kind of like mushroom cap, underneath the soil there will be a white, it almost looks like roots that are in the soil.
Mm-hmm.
It works symbiotically with the
Are we talking biodynamics?
Yeah, it's really a fascinating topic, to be honest. It really is. Like you can witness like doubling the size and the nutrient value of say a Brussels sprout. Also, the Earth is absolutely measures flat, and gas that we have on the planet here obviously needs containment. That's like one of my favorite flat Earth evidence. We can't be adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 vacuum and not vacate our air with rapidity.
Yeah, that's how we started this conversation, because we were saying it's way more interesting to, I have way more respect for people who will learn about the soil and what makes plants grow than people who fantasize about their little ideas about the sun that have absolutely no verification whatsoever, and are just parroting notions that they heard from Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill Nye, the not so science guy?
Yeah, Bill Nye the lying to children guy.
What a clown. It's pretty revealing also that none of the television talking heads and to boot, I have so if it's a public school, they have an email, and I have a copy paste for them, and I have sent, I don't know, maybe 200 requests for justification of air pressure without referring to Earth, and received and took screenshots of the emails sent so that there's timestamp and the fact that nobody's responded or come here, because I included the link here because I trust this place about as much as any place on to get down to brass tacks when it comes to claims.
They don't respond. That's been my experience in the real world. It's funny. Yeah, people like are worried about talking to people in the real world or don't think they have the information or whatever. It's kind of like, yeah, just you can talk to them because they got nothing. I mean, they got even less than just your average teenage troll that comes into the Discord, like the regular adults that are supposedly in charge of children's education. I've had the same experience. When you give them like actual facts or ask them to back stuff up, no response. I've had the same thing. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. And it's funny because even, like I was reading, the book Where the Crawdads Sing, which apparently they've made a movie out of, which I don't want to see really, but, my mom gave me the book, so I was reading it. And even in that book, which is like a mainstream, like popular book right now, they talk about how in the textbooks, they're still teaching students, mass attracting mass gravity. And of course, in the book, they're talking about that it's been superseded by Einstein's theory, and they talk about Einstein's theory as if that was true, right? Even though the cutting edge is they're even rejecting that one in the mainstream science. But you still got these stupid science textbooks for children and youth and teenagers, young adults that are still teaching them this Newtonian mass attracting mass gravity when they've discarded it. It's outrageous. I mean, and this was like a mainstream fictional book, it was kind of just an afterthought. I mean, just like a throwaway line in the book, like, oh yeah, mass attracting mass isn't even real anymore, but they still teach it in school. Like, I just thought it was funny that's like entering into the mainstream consciousness that this is a fairly modern book written in like the last few years, that they're teaching things to children in school that they even themselves, these so-called scientists, acknowledge are not accurate, they have no scientific basis in reality, have no demonstrable proof, and yet they're still doing it. Like how many people like yourself writing to the school board, myself writing to the different teachers and classes, a fictional novelist has to mention it, but the textbook itself can't get rid of it. It's like, how hard is that to get rid of an inaccuracy? I do not get that at all. I really don't. Maybe I should crusade on just that one point right there. The getting rid of the whole Newtonian mass attracting mass gravity thing, because, it is tangentially connected to flat Earth and obviously comes up here for various reasons, but they don't have an excuse for that, and they don't have an excuse for the gas pressure. I find that's when I want to challenge someone, often it's having to do with my children. If I don't want to put them in a certain class because they're teaching inaccuracies in science and so on, I'll do what you just said. You talk about Newtonian gravity being debunked and and gas pressure without a container being impossible. No response ever. They don't have an excuse. They just rely on the parents and the teachers and the students just going along with the program and not caring that it's inaccurate. You're not supposed to care. You're supposed to show up on Friday night for football, lady. What do you mean? You think this school's about education and teaching the truth? Hello? We're here to rake in the dough and have a football game. What are you talking about? Sorry, I started ranting, but you hit a nerve there, Lumpy Gas. You hit a nerve.
Oh man, we're on them. We're on them, and the energy is what we need. You know what I mean? And that's why I reached out to all the professors. I till I just got sick of it, but I kept, physics department this state, physics department that state, physics, and I'd hit up their adjunct, their tenured. No reply. They can't reply. They can't claim that gas itself.
Yeah.
And they can't contain that there's a container. They're both ways. They're totally screwed, and their silence is deafening.
Because they're frauds. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a fight we're in. You know what I mean? And the opposition is kind of like laying in the corner, fetal position with their head covered, and you know what I mean? They don't have anything do except for ignore us.
Yep, absolutely.
That's 100%
So
correct. 100% right there. Yep.
yeah, and I'm in it, man. I tell people, you know what though, you guys, I just want to point something out is, and I'm not trying to be critical, but I am a little bit. I was in this years and never got a link. How I got the link to here was somebody from here was because I was at Flat Earth Reddit. Somebody gave me the link because they heard me making the arguments that I had at the time. But back then there was other channels, and I'm not going to say who, but I wasn't getting direction here, and I wasn't getting direction to Quantum Eraser, and I wasn't getting direction to Nathan Oakley, and these three places are what gave me the ability to be public about it, because it dialed in the argument to the point where beyond we too far actual measurement, the reason, say, the black swan is a kill shot, or you know what I mean. I won't even put out but there was a lot of channels and nobody ever directed me here for years. I'm a little butthurt about that now. I'm not going to put out any channels, but I will say that much about it. I don't know if anybody identifies with that complaint, and I'm not wanting to throw any individual under the bus, because anybody willing to say that the earth is flat and screwing around and doing some hokey pokey bogus stuff, it got me to where I'm at now. I just wish I'd have been directed here soon, because I know it was available. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and I don't know, yeah, all the ins and outs of, I mean, I guess, yeah, why in particular we're not out there more. I mean, I guess I don't know, because I think in the past maybe we used to have more of a link with some of those more like big time so-called big time, whatever, official flat earthers, whatever you want to call them. I mean, like, for example, when I first came here, it was from the Paul on the Plane website, because Karen B was very involved with that, and also Karen B was very involved with the original 1.0 Discord server, and then she went away, and then for whatever reason, I think people just are doing their own thing, and I think this server in particular fills a very important niche of which also the ones you mentioned, Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, of sticking to what's testable, provable, repeatable, and not necessarily attaching it to any religious program, any social program, any clique, any like whatever. I mean, and like you said, you're not like whatever. People are flat earthers, more power to them. Do whatever you want. Like, whatever, you guys can have a flat earth cheerleading team, football team, do whatever you want. It's perfectly fine. But like, I think, and some people have purposely tried to talk us down, that we're this thing or that thing, or 24/7 is a horrible thing because of this reason or that reason. But, people who are interested in finding the objective truth and honing their arguments and finding the information will be led here, and hopefully will stay here. If they're looking for a I don't know. I shouldn't even say like if they're looking for a social club, they probably will be dissatisfied, but that's the truth. I mean, we're like a loosely connected organization, but mainly it's the information that holds us together. It's not like other things that do hold communities together. We don't necessarily hold in common, which I view as a good thing, that we're not like, we don't have like one charismatic leader that attached to. We're not adhering to any particular religious view that we're all attached to. Like, we're just saying the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. Here's the laser tests and long distance observations to back that up. So even though like that kind of maybe bare bones approach doesn't appeal to everyone, it's what's needed in this world, in my opinion. That's why I'm still here, even though I am like almost completely detached from all other social media. Like, I finally found out I could delete the news app on my phone. So now I don't even see the headlines you guys were talking about, there. Whoever was talking about earlier about how you get away from their little program. It's like, I used to see like 3 headlines on my phone every day when I just looked at the weather. When you like go over to like the dashboard or whatever it's called, it's like, finally, I'm deleting apps I don't need. I deleted the news app. Now I never see those headlines anymore. And guess what? If you don't read the headlines, none of that stuff's actually happening or has any effect on your life whatsoever.
If you stop watching the news for a year, you won't even notice.
I know, it's
Right.
great.
You won't
I
even
haven't
notice.
watched it for many, December 2012 is the last
Yeah.
time the news got me. That's when you guys know what happened in that time. 3 days they fooled me in December 2012. Canceled the satellite. I'm done with you guys. You are not emotionally pulling me into any more of your stories. If I have tears or emotions for any children, they're going to be for my own children, not any of your props. I'm done with you. So 10 years of no news for me, but the 3 headlines are now gone. Even better. Just don't listen to them at all. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got off on that tangent. We were talking about something else. Just the server. Yeah, the server. Cool. I agree.
I couldn't agree more with all that. Let me say something real quick, if I could, please. The best thing about this, you mentioned earlier that, in my opinion, the best thing about this server, and really you could call it a community. We help each other out, man. It's a community, but it's that you can't pigeonhole a flat earther into all these other beliefs. You can't say, well, because you're a flat earther, you're also 10 of these other things. It's like, no, we're not. We don't agree on tons of shit, man. Tons and tons of shit. We can't just sit in our chat like y'all do and agree on fucking everything. Like, no thanks, no way. That's the point. Because I know I can come here and talk about one topic that we all agree on, and then we're off in our own little thing if we want to talk about other things and opinions and other things that we know about. But this just separates it from all the nonsense, right? We've boiled it down to just like Nathan Oakley and QE did when they started their show. I wouldn't be here had it not been for that, because I was going through certain, something in my time in my life, a time in my life where I was mad all the time, and instead of being mad and like drinking about it and stuff and fucking up in life, I'd go listen to Nathan Oakley and QE, and they could yell about stuff, and I could see justice actually happen because they're fucking right about what they're saying.
I totally agree. I read somebody's complaint. I was going to respond to it. I decided not to, so I'll just respond to it to you guys. Yeah, that person's not even here about QE, but people complain about him all the time, so that's not even news. But, it's kind of like, you know what? We all know who he is. We know the issues. You think he's too mean to teenagers, whatever. It's kind of like, at least, he is what he is. He's up front. You know what you're getting with him. No false advertising. You know what I mean?
Well, and here's the deal.
Give me that anytime over like some of these snakes in the grass that'll be like, I love you. You're so wonderful. You horrible person. You disagreed with me. You are now evil. Like, you know what? You're not going to get that with QE. You're going to get a dude who knows the earth is flat and is going to get mad at teenagers who are, doofuses. Like, no surprise there. Like, you guys can't handle it.
Well, here's the
Sorry,
deal. It's like,
go talk to somebody else. Like, I'd rather have a straightforward aggressive person than these passive aggressive people any day of the week.
right, and there's nothing wrong with a drill sergeant's style. It's the information being presented. Some people need a kick in the ass. Some people don't. QE does that for the people who need it, straight up.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't like being lied to, so doing his thing, which is always consistent, and they start trying to do this talk out of both sides of their mouth and all that. Personally, I've had patience with it, or I silence myself. Chat, I was pretty much direct because it wasn't 24/7, and chats all the time have all kinds of craziness happening. So, but I'm responsible here with my voice and my chat being directly here. Do you know what I mean? but yeah, I don't like being lied to, and I appreciate QE for not allowing someone to stuff up and say stuff, and then hold them to the fire as far as you verify that. Do you have a citation for that? Do you have an experiment that supports that claim? And he won't let up, and I appreciate that a lot. And then all of a sudden, people will change from adult to child on him. I've heard this happen a couple times. You know what I mean? Like the victim role that comes. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on around here, not just with him, just with like people in general. Like you have these people come in. Usually it's that type we discussed earlier where they're like they got an A in this incredibly disgusting American educational system where basically if you just show up and fill in your bubbles correctly, you can get an A. And they're like, I am God's gift to mankind because I got an A in a science class in America and like no one else can possibly know anything. And so they come in here thinking they know everything. Then they start to realize they don't. They come in here think all arrogant, like they're the best. They're going to put down these flat earthers. They start to get their, rear end handed to them. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're being mean to me. Oh my gosh, I can't get a word in edgewise, even though I'm sitting here whining about it for 5 minutes, how I can't talk at all on the Discord because I'm always being muted, even though I'm sitting here talking for 5 minutes about being muted. And it's like, come on, guys, seriously, this is your argument? You are a young man, supposedly? Like, I don't even know how old some of these people are. Some of them are like adults and they're still acting like that. It's like, oh my gosh, how do you even exist in the world? Like, how do you even go out and have a job and a house and a car if you can't even handle someone like confronting you on a gaming server about the earth? It's just bizarre. I don't understand how people function if they can't handle being muted on a Discord server without having a complete meltdown. It's just bizarre.
Right. Yeah, we're dealing with psychology more than with a lot of the people that are anti, in my opinion, and then a lot of it's pride or something. It's weird psychology. To pin it down, well, it's foundational. It's pride and lying. In my opinion. I mean, of course, I can't verify that, and I really try to stick to verifiable. I'm a real stickler for verifiable now. I mean, I can, guess and mental ruminations about all kinds of things, but so I'm just and I don't claim to know it all. Like if it gets really technical in an area that I don't really understand, I'll just sit back. I'll mute myself and listen because I don't want to add something I don't understand. You know what I mean? So I'll just be quiet at that point.
Yeah, and that's what a true intellectual person does. I mean, that is intellectual honesty, and that's what a person who understands true intellectual discourse does. They understand you can't be an expert in every topic,
Yep.
Go
ahead. No, go ahead.
Just real quick, as a machinist, I've worked on both hydraulics, pneumatics, and different things for containment of certain amounts of vacuum. And the claims that they have for the ISS and at the moon, we cannot contain that vacuum. These people would be dead.
Yeah.
10 to the negative 9. The most, and I didn't even work on this system that Sandusky, Ohio, is 10 to the negative 6, they claim. We can't build a mechanism contained beyond that for sure. Verifiably. Now, can I say what they say, or should I just go about the hadron? Because I don't want to use that out.
Hold on.
They claim something.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick before you go down that hole.
Yeah.
Earlier, I was thinking, as both of you were talking, that The problem is psychological and philosophical. But it's emotional, right? So the information is not hard to grasp at all. That's why I get so frustrated. But it's the emotional infancy that people are stuck in. They didn't graduate emotionally, so they can't quite accept that they've been lied to. They really are stuck on Santa, Tooth Fairy, etc. They're stuck on it. And once again, devil's advocate, they're not to blame for the implementation of that in their lives and their brains and their hearts, but they are responsible for fixing it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. You know, another person that I really, really attract as far as argumentation method is Gregory. Man, that guy's bright. I don't know if everybody here agrees with me on that, but man, that guy can really put together an argument a way that
Yeah.
it's just he's
His
bright.
sing-song voice, but he appeals to belief a lot. He appeals to faith.
Okay.
Here's what I like about
Yeah,
Gregory. He's passionate, he's no holds barred with what he loves and what he feels, and he is wildly intelligent. Those are the things I like about him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's next level. He's level. I can admit that. And all you guys. The lady that's here, I'm not, but man, you play a great role too. I mean, I've heard you on a number of occasions being able to hold people to their claim and hold people to a topic at a time, bringing them back. I've witnessed it a number of times. I hope you.
Yeah, I like talking to people. It's not, yeah, I mean, I don't find it that, I guess, because someone was asking me in the lobby earlier about debating Professor Dave, which, like, to me, yeah, you can come in here and talk to me. That's fine. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like, I mean, you don't have to debate these people. You know what I mean? Like, they just say their stuff, and then you don't have to prepare for it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's like a walk in the park. You know what I mean? They have nothing. We already know that. It's like, just verify the globe for me, then show me the curvature. Where's your scientific evidence? I mean, it's not difficult. There is no debate, I guess, basically is what I'm saying. So I don't know where even the concept of a debate lies, because a debate implies that there's valid opinions on both sides, or valid evidence, I guess, on both sides, and there is no evidence for the globe. It's a religion that people cling to, and as we mentioned before, you're not dealing with rational people, so you can't even really have a debate with them. All you can do is, I guess, more you're doing it for the audience, where you're trying to demonstrate that this person has no scientific evidence of their globe, and then if the person has a rational mind or any kind of reason or logic, they can see that. I mean, that's what I see most of the time, or a lot of the time. The person we're talking to is not the one we're trying to reach. I used to think you're trying to reach the person that you're talking to. It's not like we're not trying to reach them, like we don't care about them. I mean, you could talk to the person to have a conversation, but you can usually tell, like, pretty early on if the person is open to the information or not. And if they're not, if they're just like clinging to the fantasy globe despite no evidence for it, then you're talking to them, but for the benefit of anyone else that might be listening, or maybe for their future self, that a seed might be planted that person might remember. Oh, I remember when this person tried to show me there's no evidence for the globe. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and so on and so forth. I mean, in 10 years, 20 years, maybe that person will remember, and those seeds will have been planted, that even there's a possibility, even that there's people that exist, that firmly hold this, even if that's the only concept they take away. That, and I've said that to people many times here. I mean, that's what I say to people, like, if you aren't going to understand the facts, I hope at least, in the future, when you're talking to your friends and the topic of flat earth comes up, that you're not going to just make fun of flat earthers. You're not going to say they're retards, because having talked to these people here, that we have very rational and well thought out arguments and a lot of evidence on our side, and so you can no longer make fun of flat earthers, can you? You know, they even just go away with that, where they are realizing that, you know, it's not just a joke. You know, at least I feel like we made some progress with the person. But, you know, I was just looking on my chart when we were just talking about, I was trying to find the video. Every time I look at my playlist, like there's more deleted videos, more private videos. The one I was trying to find was the one of the guy who went around to the different professors, because we were talking about, our lumpy guest was talking about writing to the school boards, that went around to the different professors, and I think he was just talking to them about not having gas pressure without a container. I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about. Does anybody know the video I'm talking about? Anyway, it was in my list and it's not there anymore. I'm very sad because it was a great video. But anyway, the last person he talked to, the last professor he talked to was the only one with a scientific mindset. He did not react in a religious way to the questions. He admitted that they really didn't have evidence for the various claims. I was impressed with the last professor. But does anyone know the video I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
And now I think it's been scrubbed.
Now, I have a question about YouTube videos. Now, I can find some that will be on, say, that have been wiped. Now, have they, have they upped the technology on being able to transfer or download and keep it separate from YouTube, and not have it trace back? Or does anybody here have any way to, say, like, be able to, say, compile stuff, put it on, like, say, on a server, a .onion? I'm just curious, as a way to protect the any place, or does YouTube have some kind of a tie to it and shut it down? I'm a little confused about that. Does anybody have any information about that or knowledge about that? Or
I know people like, in 2020, around that time frame, like people were really trying to make a push to download videos, and save them in other locations. But I don't know if anybody did a centralized effort to do that.
I downloaded a bunch of stuff onto 3 different hard drives when I could, and I think you still can. There's YouTube downloaders that you can use to just, download it and compile it. Yeah, so that's what I did. That was a while ago.
Okay.
But yeah,
yeah.
Let me look it up real quick. I'll share it in the live stream.
Okay. Oh, you know the video. Cool.
No, sorry. Maybe
I
I'm thinking of something different. Danny Lee, am I on point here or lost?
My video I have a little channel and it has one video basically going over angles measured at the baselines. So
okay.
There's that available for anybody to have in conjunction with making a video, or to save it for later, or I can if I'm trying to get my laptop back, so or I can do more with SolidWorks as well.
Yeah, Gladflow, I think that's what he was asking. Yeah, just if there was an effort to preserve these, because YouTube obviously is deleting them.
And if the video will play, if they've made it so if it's been scrubbed from YouTube, if it deletes itself once it tries to upload or something on anywhere, it seems to me that might be happening, because I'm having a difficult time finding stuff in other places that used to be on YouTube, got deleted, then now I can't find it, say on YouTube or Odyssey or other place. So I was wondering if there was some kind of like a algorithm shutdown on. I don't know. I'm just speculating totally. I don't know technology that well.
Oh, old dude found the video. I'll have to put it back on my list because I must have had it from a different version or something.
Dude,
Yeah,
old
thank
dude
you.
comes in clutch a lot of the time. Old dude will be like, "Yo, I got this," and it's like a 15-year-old video about something nobody's talked about in 20 years.
It's amazing. I know, I just pulled that out of the this. If you guys haven't seen this, yeah, Flat Earthers stumps elite physics professors with basic questions. That is a very good one because if you haven't seen that lumpy guess, I really think you would like that because of what you were just talking about, trying to reach out to the schools. Because that's basically what this guy's doing, but he's doing it live, like in university classes. And the first couple of professors are like very, very arrogant, but I mean, I haven't watched it for a while. I should watch it again. I think it's the last one or toward the end. There's a guy who's like pretty honest that just kind of like, yeah, we don't really know anything about that. Yep, you're right. We don't have any evidence. Something like that. I can't remember, but he's like a real scientist. You know what I mean? I'm very impressed with the guy who says, yep, you're right. We don't know anything or something. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but you'll see if you watch it.
Yep.
I'll be on it. I'll be on it. I'm just driving right now, so I just kind of wanted to chat for the moment, but it's on the thread right there. I see it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'll tag you. And yeah, that's the one. I think you'll like it. Because I think that's the thing. If that, it would be great if like more and more people were doing this, especially like young people that are, you don't even have to be in college. I think this guy just walked into the college, right? And just sat in the class.
That's literally what I have. That's actually what I'm starting. Say go to the U of M. I'm Minnesota, so U of M or U of M Duluth or Scholastica. All these Scholastica is said to be like it's a private Catholic college, and it's said to be the high end of or whatever for the state of Minnesota. Same with the U of M, but U of M is more medical. But I'd like to learn what he did and the way he posed questions so that I don't put my foot in my mouth and get myself trapped or get myself in the middle of, you know what I mean? Like if I were to go into Jim Panda's server, between being muted, having a bunch of information thrown at me regarding this or that or the other thing, just from listening, and can get to where it can make me sound like I just repeating myself. You know what I mean?
By the way, I just shared that link, the video that was just shared in our live stream. I just shared it in Jim Panda's live stream too. I'm gonna do it a few times and watch him just fucking explode. It's the best. Anyway, continue.
The Flat Earther stumps the physics professors, that one?
Yeah, yep.
Oh, good. I'm glad you did that. I'm not in that server anymore, but give us updates.
They wouldn't let me. And then whenever they see me around, they call me a troll. Oh, God. Life is... I'm the troll. That's fine.
Well, hey, yeah, if you're going to call me a troll, I'll troll you with the truth then. Troll's not a, I mean, like, listen, when you go trolling, what you're doing, you're not acting like a troll under a bridge. That's what people it's a misconception. You know what you're doing when you're trolling? You're searching for something in the water, like fish. You troll the water for fish with a net. And actually, what you're doing is, at least in that instance, you're catching animals that are much less intelligent than you in a fucking net. So trolling, I'm sorry to say, in that instance, y'all don't look so good. Anyway.
Yeah, that's my favorite way to fish. Troll. And I love fishing. I had a boat a blast. Still no muskie. That's what I'm after.
You'll get it. It'll happen.
I'm trying. Yeah, ever since I was a little kid, ever since I could walk, me and my family would go out fishing. So it's just they say.
Can you imagine a whale jumping out of the water on a moving Earth?
Right.
Yeah, dude, what? No, sorry. Oh, shit. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of
the whole thing is I mean, when you get to a certain point, it's like the whole thing is so stupid that I don't know.
Well, I
Really,
saw a video from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, the reason that we have tides is because the Earth spins underneath the water and it creates a bulge at the equator. And I'm
yeah.
thinking that doesn't make sense because the air is supposed to go with the Earth, but you're saying the water doesn't go with the Earth, but it kind of lags behind. That doesn't really correlate. If everything's moving, which it's not. But if you're gonna say everything's moving, it's all moving. So you can't say this is moving, this one is kind of. That just doesn't make any sense.
Insanity.
And bulging water for tides. When would anyone think that's the reason? I mean, the reason we have tides is because the Earth is moving. I don't know. It looks like to me that's what it's.
And then they never bring up the inconsistencies with the tides either. Like some places have two tides. It's just liars, dude. It's terrible. For a long time, I've called them lazy liars because I don't know.
Well, I think the figureheads of the globe are very, very lazy. But I think Dandelion mentioned it. The people who believe the law, like just your everyday globe, they defend it way than any official person. It really doesn't. It's like where did you even get that idea? No one's even saying it. You're just, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're just saying.
Right. Isn't Dandelion the one that's in gonna have a get together on the 6th, I think? Hamel, sorta.
Gosh, if I'm having get together on the 6th, nobody told me. I actually am having a get together on the 6th, but it's my son's 8th birthday party. So I don't know how you would know about that, but
Are you
it
Dandelion?
must be somebody else.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, it's got to be somebody else because it's a flat Earth meetup at some
No,
park. I'd have to
it's where?
go back.
At a park? Oh,
Uh,
okay. Yeah, I don't know anything
yeah,
about it, but
it
I
was
can't
brought up
make
like,
it.
yeah, I might go. The only downside is the gas prices. I'm just the trip alone would be about $70. So
I know gas prices are outrageous. Yeah, to fill up my van is like $70, $80. It's just like, well, I guess I won't go anywhere unless I absolutely have to. That's pretty much where I'm at this point. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Where is this located, this meetup?
Hamel, Minnesota, which is just a little
Oh,
town. Just a little town. It's probably I don't know, maybe 1,000 people. What may be close? Somewhere between St. Cloud, Minnesota, and Minneapolis.
cool. Oh, well, yeah. If you do go, let us know. Yeah. I'm curious to know who's doing it because I feel like in the Midwest, we don't really do a lot of events. Like in Florida, they seem to do a lot. They do stuff out west. I don't know. I haven't heard about a lot happening in the
We don't
Midwest,
have
so that's cool.
the population density, so we don't have as
Yeah.
many. Yeah, it does kind of
Yes.
work out to like percentage of people that are knowledgeable. That's what I think.
Yeah. I mean, Minnesota's not like outrageously far from me, but yeah, I'm not going to be driving over there anytime soon, like we just talked about, because of the gas and because of my son's birthday. But I'm glad that people are meeting up. That's good news. Yeah, I one time was going to drive to Minnesota, go to Isle Royale because you can either go to it from Michigan or from Minnesota, and the boat trip's longer from Michigan. And this was back when my children, like one of them was still in diapers, and I'm like, I gotta have a shorter boat trip. But I didn't end up going at all. And now my children are older, so we'll probably just go from Michigan if we go, because it's not worth driving further to a shorter boat. Whereas when they were babies, it was worth driving further to a shorter boat. But Yeah, but Minnesota's a cool state.
I love Minnesota.
No, yeah. Who is it? I really want to know who's doing this meetup, though. Who is it? We got to find out.
I think there's a message, but I'm driving, and
Oh yeah,
it'll
just tell
take me
us
time.
later. Yeah, you can just tell us later. It's fine.
I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, Matthew Learns is in the chat. Shit, see, I'm almost ditched. Get that guy on voice. Let's have a chat with that dude.
Lumpy wants to talk to you, Matthew, and I
Hey,
won't
Lumpy,
pick
how's it
on you.
going?
Don't worry.
Hey, Matthew, how are you? Last time we were talking, we were having a dialogue about vacuum and the ability to at the level of ISS. Now,
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
I do. I got muted behind that, man. Dang it. I was butthurt. But anyway,
It wasn't
let's
me.
get back to that. No, I'm not going to even put it out there at all. I was just a little upset, but that's what it is. Have you been able to come up with a justification for why these people are alive up there?
Do you mean you're questioning the ability to engineer something that could hold in the atmosphere in a vacuum?
Yeah, the air for the astronaut survive. It's really that simple, man. We can't build it. Is my claim. There's no evidence that we can contain 10 to the negative 9 torr vacuum. And I mean, a concession is fine, but at some point, Matthew, all the concessions need to add up to precision.
Sure. You can see hyperbaric chambers. We can build those with no problem. And building the ISS would be easier.
Oh, man. Okay, so what's a hyperbaric chamber?
Deep sea divers sometimes need to surface faster than is safe, so they go into a chamber that has really high pressure so they can decompress more normally. Sometimes it's used for medical treatment.
Yep, I know it's used for medical treatment. No, it's on the high side of pressure, right?
Yeah, so one atmosphere is about 760 torr, but these compression chambers can go up to, well, for example, 1900, so more than twice that.
Yeah, we heal a lot faster.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if we had a lot higher pressure once upon a time, if we would live longer.
Yeah, I think I would concur with that deduction, that logical, and I would but I didn't live back then, and I have an actual claim of knowledge to it. But I want to get back to the ISS.
Sure.
Again, a hyperbaric positive pressure, and that would make it even worse for containing, because you understand that it's the difference in pressure that creates the potential entropic force, right?
Yeah, so this is why I used a hyperbaric pressure chamber as an example, because it's higher on the inside than the outside. It's about 1900 torr higher on the inside than the outside.
Yeah, but that's only 4 decimal points. You know that, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about the differential. If you take the pressure inside and subtract the pressure outside.
Right. So how many decimal points would that be then? Or to, like, say...
So let's see, 1900 torr inside minus 760 torr outside. That's a difference of 1140 torr.
1140. So that's how many place values? So if you were to say to the positive 4?
It has 4 decimal points, sure. Like a 1140?
Right. Yep. Now, is that vastly different than...
Yes, the ISS is 760 minus 0, so it has a difference of 760 instead of 1140. So 1140 torr would be harder to contain than 760 torr.
Can someone post the claimed value at the ISS? I have no ability to do that.
It's about
760
torr.
No. It's not. It's 10 to the negative 9. It's
outside, sure.
Separation, man. you're playing games again. What we're talking about is being able to contain what is the environment versus what is in the environment for the astro.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm talking about the pressure differential between the 760 torr and the 10 to the negative 9 torr.
Right. There you go. Now, do
That's
you have any
760.
evidence? No. That's 760 to the positive. So now you've got 2 decimal points. So that's actually 11 from 0. If you were to go 760 positive, that's to the 11th power, because you have to be positive to survive at all. Can't be at 0 torr and live. You'll die.
Right. And so when you subtract, you end up with what, 3 decimal points?
I don't know. You end up with 11.
Not if you subtract.
No, you're trying to equalize. They're not just measures to be, 1 minus 1 or whatever. You have to get them to equal.
Yeah, how do you
And you're
calculate the differential? What are you doing to calculate a differential?
you're trying to get that to the 9th torr to positive 760. So how many? So let's say it was positive. Let's do the reverse. Let's say it's money or temperature. Let's do temperature because that's totally entropic. If you had outside the environment was positive to the 9th, so that would be Fahrenheit, let's say. And I know we're talking apples, but in essence, entropy would be the mechanism working, right? So you would have to be able to, within what's the thickness of the ISS say? 11 how many degrees would be 11 decimal points 0? That'd be if it was positive. Because it could be positive or negative. Doesn't matter either which way. It's the difference we're talking about. So do you think what is that? I don't know. I'm trying to do decimals in my head. So 100,000 is 5. A million is 3 more than 5, so that's 8. So you got 10 million. And you need to make that equal within a quarter inch. Can you come up with a way to make that equal?
Yeah, they could. So it sounds like you might be dividing instead of subtracting. When you do pressure differential, the differential is the difference.
Exponential is the numeric value. It's exponential.
Yeah, so it turns out that 760 minus 0 is about the same as 760 minus 10 to the negative 12. They're about the same.
Matthew, so far wrong. Incredible, you would say so.
It turns out I teach math, so.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe you're either trying to feel. You don't know what exponents are?
I do. So, do you have a calculator handy? I could walk you through this.
I'm driving. Can anybody else help me out with that? Because
yeah, I'd be happy to talk about this
with anyone. It doesn't necessarily have to be me, but he's trying to go from 0 to 7 and forget about the other 9x. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
Matthew.
I'll do some math and tell you the numbers if you let me do the math.
I'm cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do 760 minus 1, and that's 759.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm going to do 760 minus 0, and that's 760. And now I'm going to do 760 minus 10 to the negative 12. Hold on, that'll take me a minute.
All you got to do is move the decimal points. It's really simple.
Okay,
Just
760 minus 10 to the negative 12 is not 759.999999999.
No. The 760 to the first power would be 76. To the second power would be 7. To the third power would be 0.7. To the fourth power would be 0.007. To the fifth power would be 0.00076. The sixth power, I mean, you don't even know what powers are, Matthew. You're trying to into individual numbers. Like I said, it's really simple. Just move the decimal point.
So it sounds like the source of our disagreement is when I'm calculating pressure differential, I'm subtracting two pressures. It sounds like you're dividing them. Does that sound right?
No, I'm just moving it to the power. So every 10 is 10, not 1.
So if you do 760 minus 10 to the negative 9, what do you get?
Well, that would be you got decimal points, 7 more, so it'd be point not 76. And you're a math teacher, Matt? Are you serious?
I am.
Oh my goodness. What grade do they go over X?
We talk about it in undergrad. They also talk about it in like 9th grade, 10th, 8th or 9th grade, I think.
Matthew, I don't know if you know this, but to the audience, he's just some guy out of nowhere that while he's driving his car made you look like shit and you're a math teacher. I just want the audience to pick up on that one.
I'm happy for anybody who knows math to hear everything I said.
Matthew, thank you. That was Glatt, right? Thanks.
Yeah, it was Glatt.
Yeah, man. You're the boss. I like you a lot. You're cool. And not that kind of way, but...
Hey, man, it's 2022. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, man, I have a lot of respect for you, too, as well. Absolutely.
Matthew, yeah, man. It's on its face. It's not looking good. I mean, like, literally, like, all not so good. I mean, you're trying to a single integer for an exponent you claim to be a math. This is silly.
Anyway, it's okay not to caveat things with not in that kind of way.
Yeah, I'll try and type it into the chat.
All right. Sorry about that.
We're supposed to be working on your confidence, remember?
Pretty funny.
Yeah. Right.
Glad. I like you. Frickin' deal with it.
Right. Hey, man,
Love
all
you, bro.
y'all.
No homo. I love you, bro.
That freaking, I just had a motorcycle go by me with high beams on, and oh, man, landed. And I didn't flash them.
It happens, man. The motorcyclists, they're out there going, hey, I am not cooler than you, but here I go thinking it.
Right. I was hoping to get back to this conversation and because it's exactly what you did the last time, man. You tried to exchange an exponent first, or it just not looking good for a math teacher to try to do that. I would have had to read the assignment or failed the test or whatever. I mean, it would have been a hard fail.
Yeah, I posted in the chat what I was trying to say verbally. Maybe it's easier to see. 760 minus 10 to the negative 9. 760 minus 10 to the negative 1. 760 minus 0. They're all pretty close.
It's almost worth pulling over. I should.
No. I mean, it's fine. We can talk about it.
I'm good. I've just got to find the spot I wanted. Just drove by 2 of them. I'll find some. There's lights up there. It looks like a garden. Garden center would be a good little spot. Oh, it's a trailer park. Now, as long as they shoot at me or something. Glory Days Festival. Okay.
I like a guy who's going to pull over while he's making a long haul and dig deep into a debate, a discussion, because he knows what he's talking about. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I want to be able to look at stuff like that. They'll probably chase me out of here too long, but
I guarantee
all
you won't find. Hold on, I guarantee you won't find one Glober doing the same thing in their life. They're going to pull over, on the job, and they're going to politely, with tons of knowledge, defend their model.
Well, Matthew, yeah, 1900 tours, vastly different than to the, say, if we're working from zero, it would be, I'm going to just post it, this. We're going to go positive because it really doesn't matter if it's positive.
Yeah,
So,
all pressures are positive. None of them are negative.
well, yeah, but I mean on the positive side of the decimal point, it would be this. So we got two value placement. It'd be let me put some. See, very good, guys. So you're off by a little bit.
Okay, so 1.9 million Tor?
Yeah, 1 point. I think it's 19, and then the zero placements where they need to be. And this is what they claim the ISS is at.
Yeah, okay. So inside the ISS is 760 Tor. Then you do the subtraction, and you get 759 point something.
Whoa, Matthew. We're talking decimals. Okay. So 760 positive. Well, it's all positive. 760 to equal that's what equilibrium would need to do.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. If you need the equilibrium to be the same, then what you'd have to do is add about 759 to one side in order to make it equal.
No, again, you're negating
or you
the
could multiply.
exponent.
You can multiply
No.
by a bunch of numbers.
God, multiply by a bunch of numbers. I don't know. This is so far from reality, Matthew, that am I boring people? I'm really trying to put Matthew on the spot here. I'm not trying to bore.
No, man, this is perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is interesting.
Well, trying to get you to maintain playing. Bizarre. Matt, I'm trying. I don't want to use like salts or nothing, but man, oh Lord help. It's not a divide.
You need to be nice to Matthew, okay?
Yep. I
Nah,
haven't said
I could
no,
take it.
nobody
has
to be nice to
Matthew. Don't tiptoe around me. I've been around a long time. You guys can say what you want.
I'm not, and it isn't really productive. But Matthew, this is.
tiptoeing.
Oh, hey guys, I don't know. I don't know how to.
Is here. Oh my gosh. Something we were talking about earlier. I thought he should be here for this conversation. Now I can't remember what it was. You'll have to rewind 4 to 5 hours to find out what it was.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm going to be doing that.
You won't be. It'll probably come up again, within the next, 10 years.
Yeah. Well, I'll be here.
Me too.
Yeah.
Life sentence,
So
Anyway,
at what?
glad you're here.
Let's try positive, Matthew. At what point will say engine for a locomotive that like worked back in the day? Let's say. At what point will that quarter inch steel rip? Because it has on record happened, and I think it's about a quarter inch plate of steel that's holding that boiler unit intact.
Are we talking about it? Are we talking about an exponential pressure differential? And what Matthew is doing here is using numbers, ignoring the exponential pressure differential.
No, I'm trying to hear what he's saying. He's trying to explain.
No. I'm trying to explain to you where you're going wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
I already did. You weren't listening, and that's your own fault. You're ignoring the simple fact that pressure differential is exponential. You can't say, oh, well, minus this amount it's a simple number factor. It's not. It's simply not. It takes an exponential amount of work, not only to take, but to hold a vacuum at a certain pressure going past that threshold, past the 1 atmosphere threshold. It's simple math. You can figure it out, but it is exponential. And please don't ignore it. It makes you look like less of a mathematician.
So how would you calculate the pressure differential between that hyperbaric inside of that hyperbaric pressure and the outside? Maybe I'll repost it.
I just want to say,
yeah, go ahead.
In Gem Panda server, the Globers tell us that the difference in the vacuum 0.000 is equal to a gnat sneezing on your dick, and that's their argument. So you couldn't tell the difference.
I wouldn't use that kind of language, but so a hyperbaric chamber typically has a 1900 torr on the inside, and then 1 atmosphere or 760 torr on the outside. And so how would you calculate how much pressure differential there is between those two things?
It depends on the surface area. Obviously, all pressure.
I'm talking about the difference in pressure.
Pressure differential. Right. But you're talking about a certain size of something. A pressure differential is a differential over size.
That's the force. If you're trying to figure out the force.
Right.
So you use the pressure differential to calculate the force by multiplying by the surface area. So my question is, what is the pressure differential that you would use?
Do you not know how to calculate it? I'll look it up for you. I guess you don't have Google. Let me look it up for you, bud.
I mean, I think it's you subtract.
What's that?
1900 minus 760. That tells you how much.
No, that's not. No, it's not how you do it. It's not a straight number. It's not as simple as that. It is exponential.
The force might be exponential. I'm talking about the
pressure differential is exponential. That's where the exponential comes from. Other than that, you're just you're calculating that the force from not the force, but the pressure differential from the surface area is where you calculate the force. So the force is not exponential until the pressure differential is exponential.
I have another question, and we can get right back to this, and then
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Matthew, do you agree that gas expands in all conceivable directions?
Mostly, I think it has a slight downward bias due to its weight.
And you can weigh gas?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Right.
Chase it around with a scale or something?
Well, I
Do you
mean,
hold it against the wind?
Gas.
Oh my God.
All matter has weight. I mean, even helium has weight, I would say.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a periodic table, it has the atomic weight for all of the elements, and you can, all matter has weight.
Okay, but how would you weigh gas?
Well, one way you could do it is take two balloons, one empty and one full, tie it up, and then see if they weigh different.
So you'd have to have the weight of. Some discussions are so dumb that I can't really bring my brain to them. It's like too dumb to achieve.
Can you put the helium balloon to a scale and then turn the scale upside down, and that's the reverse weight? Can you do that?
Thank God. I love flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about doing like a balance scale where you balance a full balloon versus an empty balloon, see if there's a difference.
Thanks to the help, guys. Getting back on the road.
Yeah, go for it, Lumpy. I don't want to keep you.
Oh, Matthew, that is such a beautiful image that you shared there.
Yeah, what's going on there?
You've showed us an image of a balloon tied to a stick that is angled, and it's full of air, supposedly. And then the angle goes upwards from the balloon supposedly filled with air. And on the other end of the stick, on the raised end of the stick, you see what appears to be an empty balloon. And so the angle is created supposedly because of what? Is gravity pulling the air down? The gas? What's happening?
The bigger balloon weighs more.
Well, one of those strings is longer.
Oops.
Matthew.
Matthew.
Do you think the string is like stretching because of how much that balloon weighs?
It does look like it's longer. You're right.
It is longer.
But this illustrates the point of this picture is to illustrate the experiment.
What I love about both of your examples is the containers.
Right. Oh, Lumpy was asking if air had weight, and I said yes.
We know air has weight.
Yeah, and he was asking if air expands in all directions, and I said almost.
Oh, wow! Can you show us a
Doesn't it
demonstration?
expand in?
Can you show us a demonstration of gas expanding due to entropy in a specific direction?
Wait, do clouds have weight?
Anyway, go ahead, Deus. Go ahead, Deus Full.
Either way, pressure differential is calculated by, or is exponential.
Yeah. Why don't they say pressure ratio instead of pressure differential? Because differential sort of implies a difference, which is subtraction.
But it's not. It's.
So they misnamed pressure differential?
Well, no, you just don't like the name, and it was probably before that the nomenclature and naming conventions were standardized, such as they are now.
Dude. Holy crap. Is 90 decibels different than 100 decibels?
Decibels are on a weird scale because they're exponential.
Wait, why do they call it decibels?
That's the game. Unbelievable.
Post your L for us, Matthew. Post your L for us. Literally just put an L in chat, please.
Woof. How can you say that, Matthew, when this has been the whole point?
So I agree that decibels are on a logarithmic scale because that's in the definition. However, I think that pressure differential is just a mere difference, a subtraction.
It's not.
Not
It's not. You look it up. Stop talking and look it up. For fuck's sakes.
It's express, Matthew. I'm dealing with. When it says 10 to the negative 9, what do you hear it say?
That sounds pretty close to 0 to me.
Oh boy.
It's an exponential.
It's exponential, man.
So in this definition I looked up, it says pressure differential is the pressure difference that exists between points. So what do they mean by difference?
Look up the calculation, please. Stop talking. I asked you to look up the calculation.
I'm looking.
Just a curious question. The nice guy liar, is that still like a sociopath tendency? Would that
Yes.
qualify? Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
But you could also have a psychopath who's a nice guy liar.
Yeah. Psychosocial.
They're not the same.
Okay, you got it. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's why I was telling you earlier. I prefer straightforward mean guys who are mean to children like Quantum Eraser any day of the week to the nice guy psychopaths.
That is what I was telling you that day where I was like, can I just... And I know Quantum Eraser is kind of a fucking dick, but regardless, I rather a firebrand than somebody who pussyfoots around.
Exactly. Yes. I totally agree.
Even though you were fired up.
Was I mad at him that day? Is that
Yes, and that's why I was
get
trying
that
to,
way sometimes. Yeah.
I was trying to pull you back because I was like, well, I'm that way sometimes. And then he's like, thanks for compromising your what did he say? My principles. And I was like, fuck you, faggot. But whatever.
That's true, but then somebody else was picking on him, so then I had to rise to his defense. I could pick on him, but
I wasn't
other
really
people
rising
better
to
not.
his defense. I was rising to the defense of all assholes like myself.
But we'd rather have the straightforward ones. That's right.
If you can't handle me at my worst, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Come find me at my best and then pay me money for it. Because I'm obviously on the job.
Correct. Yep, that's right.
It's fucking cold outside all of a sudden. I got sunburned and now it's cold outside.
I don't know. It's like 90 degrees here earlier, but then we had a thunderstorm. I haven't gone out there since we had a thunderstorm.
Isn't the moon funny looking tonight?
I saw it last night. I haven't seen it tonight. It might be cloudy. I might not be able to see it. It was like a fingernail last night.
Yeah, we're at about under half. I don't know what to call it. Just a touch under half, but it sure doesn't look like it's a reflex.
Yeah, the moon is 36% lit today.
I'm glad you posted that that pipe because you do need surface area in order to calculate pressure differentials because it's a flow calculation. Here,
Yeah. So
I'll post a better one because that one
Okay.
is rudimentary and obviously for teaching the concept, but not for teaching you exactly how to do it.
Yeah. So basically, force is equal to area times pressure differential.
Okay, what's the pressure differential?
It's the P1 minus P2 in that equation.
No, it's not.
So they got it wrong in the one I posted?
No, like I said, that's rudimentary. It's not taking in the you have the velocity, the area, what else do you have? Damn it. The mass of what you're measuring the pressure differential of. If you're talking about change in pressure, the simple change in pressure, that's not pressure. That's not pressure differential, and you're calling the wrong thing the wrong thing. You're talking about change in pressure, not pressure differential. Pressure differential is an exponential number.
Yeah, change in pressure then.
Okay, well now you're changing what we're actually talking about. We're not talking about change in pressure. Yes, that is a simple subtraction number.
Yeah.
Easy. But that's not the pressure differential. The pressure differential is exponential. When you're talking about 10 to the negative whatever, that's an exponential number. It takes a certain amount of work to both hold that pressure and to make that pressure differential. And the materials used change largely with, not only the size, the density, and you'll have to change. You go from like rubber to brass as seals and stuff like that because you have to change the density of the material to hold back that pressure. The amount of force is exponentially larger just going from 10 to the negative 4 to 10 to the negative 6 torr. It's insane. Like you have to get a much bigger diaphragm motor just to do it.
Right. Okay, so I will say that I was assuming that pressure differential and change in pressure were synonyms.
They are not.
But if they're not, how would you describe? So pressure change, let's say you have two tires. One is pumped up to 30 psi and one is 15 psi. I would say the pressure change between the two is 15 psi. How would you then describe what is pressure differential in your mind?
The pressure differential depends, and I told you this before, on the flow rate and the surface area.
What if nothing's flowing? I mean, the tires are just sitting there.
Then there's no pressure differential.
Between two tires that are 30 and 15 psi?
No, there's no pressure differential if there's nothing flowing. The thing is you're holding that pressure differential in a container. And unless that container is breached, there's no pressure differential. There's a difference in pressure, sure.
I think difference in pressure is just a synonym for pressure differential, but
yeah, you're wrong.
Okay. So I just pumped up my tire. Okay, check this out. I plugged in the electronic device and set it to 38 psi. Now, did the machine have to do just as much work?
As what?
20 to 21 versus 37 to 38.
No, I
think it probably had to do more work, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had to do a heck of a lot more work, bro. It took like 30 times as long to get that last little PSI. But oh my goodness, it was only 1 PSI after all.
The pressure
be the same as
differential
every
was
other one, shouldn't it?
exponential. And there was a flow rate there.
So the question is thus: the work that was done wasn't the same. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, that you're talking about if there's flow happening, and I agree, the work is exponential if there's flow happening. My question is, what about if there's no flow happening? It's just sort of sitting there static, like my car tire is sitting out in the driveway right now.
There's no pressure differential.
No pressure differential between the inside of my car tires and the outside? There's no flow.
Potential.
Okay.
Because it's contained. It can't. If there's no flow rate, there's no force. The container is doing the work. It's just a difference in pressure.
Yeah.
Now, as that difference gets larger, the amount of container also has to get larger.
And you think the size of the container...
Because the flow rate will pierce the veil of that container if you do not change the density or the mass of the container.
So you're saying that the size of the container must increase exponentially rather than linearly as the pressure difference gets higher and higher.
Not necessarily size, but the thickness and
the force that has to
the stoutness of the container has to continue to increase. Do you agree?
I don't know.
You don't know, or you don't?
I don't,
agree.
No, I don't agree. But I'm not a mechanical engineer, so I don't know if I could.
NASA has the strongest vacuum chamber in the world, and they never use it. But I think they have some stats on it. Has anybody looked at that? I think it's 6 feet thick is the wall. It needs to be 6 feet thick. It's a huge vacuum chamber. But as far as they never put astronauts in it anymore.
Godric, it doesn't matter. It simply doesn't matter because it doesn't matter how much we show him or at least show him the evidence of what we're talking about. He refuses to at least concede the point. He just said he doesn't agree because he's...
Yeah, I think I understand the argument you're saying, and I agree that as you go lower in torque, it's exponentially or not. It's not a linear differential, and he thinks it's linear. He thinks the difference between 48 psi and 41 psi is the same as 1 and 0 vacuum. So obviously that's just wrong by logic.
Right.
He thinks
right,
it's a linear mathematical amount, and I don't know how to prove it to him. How do you think we can do that?
You can't prove anything to him because no matter how much evidence you bring to him, he's going to disagree. So it's pretty much the stupidest fucking argument to have.
I think mathematically, if you use mathematics between 1 and 0.00001, for example, or 17 torus, is like a million times different mathematically. But he thinks it's just one different, like 40 to 41.
He doesn't know that the force.
No, I agree. The ratio is
right. He doesn't know that the force is that much different from 1 to 0 to 1 to 10 to the negative 17.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that yes, it's a million times bigger, that one number from the other number. But I think that when you're doing engineering and building containers, it's the difference that matters, not the scale or the ratio. That's
Incorrect.
why.
Incorrect.
Well, then why does it say P1 minus P2 in the image I posted?
Right, and you're not reading anything else that anybody else. You're not reading what anybody else has posted very specifically, and you're only looking at your simple, stupid fucking diagram and misunderstanding what it's explaining.
Yeah, no, I'd be interested in seeing a formula where the two pressures are not subtracted, where they're divided.
Oh my fucking God, that's not a pressure
What?
differential. That's a difference in pressure. You stupid shit. How many times do I have to say it?
So where is one where there's
Being
a
a
formula?
dipshit, Matthew.
Looking for a formula.
What?
That's all.
Dude, here, what did I post? Let me see if it applies. How to calculate differential pressure. Find the square of the volumetric flow, find the square of the flow factor, divide the square rate by the square of the flow factor, multiply the resultant with the specific gravity of the fluid to obtain a differential pressure.
Yeah, that's
Does that
if
mean
something
anything
is
to you?
flowing.
No, Matthew. That's pressure differential, period. That's not if something's flowing. You don't have a pressure differential if there is no flow.
I disagree.
Because you're stupid.
I think there's a pressure differential in my car tire versus the outside air. And nothing's
There's a
flowing.
difference in pressure.
That's
That's
right.
P1 minus P2.
Exactly.
A pressure differential, look how many squares they took. It's exponential. It always will be.
You need to change your damn name, Matthew, because that shit is not working.
Oh, my name gets changed for me all the time.
Bro, you've been here so long, you ain't learned a damn thing.
Oh, I learned some stuff.
What have you learned?
Mainly, I've learned what people who think the Earth is flat say. The arguments. I've learned more about the globe model. I've learned quite a bit.
Got it. You can't even understand the difference between pressure difference and pressure differential.
Now, he's a simple math teacher, right? Oh, wait, he doesn't even know math.
To be fair, can we leave the math alone and do something in real life that will show the difference, or show one versus the other one?
Yeah. So
Sure.
in the website that I posted, should I contact them and tell them to change their definition of differential pressure?
Nowhere have you. Hang on. You just showed an image. With
35 past the hour.
Yeah. 35 past the hour. That's not pressure differential. That's differential pressure. Can you not fucking read? Matthew, I'm asking you a question. Can you not fucking read?
I can read. Yeah, let me post another one.
It says differential pressure. That's what I said. Pressure, differences in pressure is different than pressure differential.
Yeah, I think people use them interchangeably. So here's another one that uses it the other way around. It's the same definition.
Oh my goodness. Dude, we just read in the past few minutes. You gotta get the square, you gotta do this, you gotta get that. So they can't be the same thing, dude. Can't just use them interchangeably. If one is just
Yeah.
P1 minus P2 and the other one is taking a bunch of squares and jumbling them around, they can't be the same thing.
When there's things flowing from high pressure to low pressure through a pipe or something like that, then yes, there's a complicated formula for determining how fast it'll flow and what the pressure differential is. So I think you're referring to that complicated formula. I'm talking about if there's no flow happening, then you just want to call that change in pressure and not pressure differential, it sounds like.
That is, if you're looking for the pressure to area force thing, then that's a different thing, which I think is what you're looking for, which is how much force it's actually exerting on the container. When there's no flow, there's no pressure differential. Here, I'll post something else. It's a pressure to area force calculator.
Yeah, because if there's two tanks and there's a valve open between them and they sort of equalize, then there's no flow and then they're equal pressure.
They're not equal pressure. There's a difference in pressure. Unless one's the same pressure as the outside. They're not it's found its equilibrium because it's not flowing, but they're not equal pressure. That's the stupidest thing you've ever said in your life. Did you look at the link I posted, Matthew? Matthew.
Oh, which one? Oh, at 38 past the hour?
Yeah. I think that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, so this is if you have pressure and area, you can calculate the force, right?
Right. Depending on the pressure of what's in the container and the atmosphere.
Yeah, so if the inside of the container is 1900 and the outside is 760, then what would I type into this box?
Figure it out, bud. I'm not here to fucking teach you everything.
1900 minus
I can barely teach you words. You still post fucking differential pressure as pressure differential because you insist that people use them synonymously when that's clearly not the case.
They did at 40, where I posted 40 past the hour, they used them synonymously.
They're clearly not.
What you guys put up with this dude, man? He's gonna piss you off, man. That's what he does every time. That's why I can't take him no more, bro. I just fucking trust me.
Some people have more patience than you and I, Fraud. I can't handle him either, so I'm just.
Do you think it's because he's intellectually dishonest? Intentionally?
That's the reason.
Yes,
I
yes,
think that could be it.
exactly. That's exactly fucking it.
That's why we like
And
hearing you
it
swear at him like
infuriates
how
me.
you were raised.
It infuriates me to no degree. I cannot stand this dude. Seriously.
Is it because when you're being lied to and you know you're being lied to and you know that they know that you're being lied to, or they know that you know that you're being lied to, that it's just a game of shits and giggles?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, and my philosophy is also like somebody should be paying me if I'm going to be giving these people math lessons when they're so stubborn. You know what I mean? Like when they're more stubborn than a 13-year-old, then I just need to be paid Day's fault. It's nice for you to do it for free.
Thank you. I don't think I'm doing it for free, though. Normally, I would tell him to fuck off. But there's a lot of people in there, and a lot of people are being entertained by his obstinance and stupidity or intellectual dishonesty.
True. Or you could be doing
Differences.
or you could be, you're entertained by it though. You're saying they are entertained or you are, or both.
Well,
No, I like showing a fool to be a fool, but other people are definitely entertained. Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
I'm just saying some of us is also trying to learn stuff here. So this is very entertaining in both
informative,
both comedy and informative. Yes.
Let's put that up one of our sponsorship spots. That was great. What a great endorsement. Entertaining and informative. Thank you, Tim.
And he continues to post differential and pressure instead of pressure differential.
That paragraph has both. It uses both ways. It says differential pressure in one place, and it says pressure differential in the other, and it says that it's just P1 minus P2.
Well, they're wrong. Differential pressure is a flow rate. It's the last time I'll tell you. Hey, will you tell him one more time for me, please? I guess AI stopped listening. The AI has stopped.
Man, I'm trying to read his reference.
A bunch of retards over here. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hello.
Davey.
How are you?
Davey can read it. There we go. That'll solve this dilemma. All right, Davey, you need to read something for us.
Yeah,
Davey, we men of our word.
Yes, sir.
There you go. I just posted it. It's big and white with lots of black things at the center. How do you calculate?
Calculate pressure.
Yeah, read that so that Matthew can hear it.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
All right. To calculate differential pressure, find the square of volumetric flow rate, find the square of flow factor, divide the square of volumetric flow rate by the square of flow factor, multiply the resultant with the specific gravity of the fluid to obtain the differential pressure. Whoever understands
Hey, Matthew, did you write that down?
Yeah, I agree. That sounds like a good equation. I understand that equation.
Okay. So how is differential or the pressure differential P1 minus P2 in that?
This is describing if something is flowing from one area to another, how you can calculate the differential pressure. You look at the flow, you look at all these, all the different variables, and then you can calculate what the pressure differential is. If something is
Why
flowing
wouldn't you
from one
just
place to
why
another.
wouldn't you just subtract pressure 1 from pressure 2?
You could do that.
Well, no, you can't, because it's flowing, so it's ever changing. It's finding its equilibrium. Don't be stupid, Matthew. There's a flow.
Yeah, so
you're looking for the force on the area of the volume of the container. What you're arguing is different than what you're saying. I don't know how many times I need to tell you this, but what you're arguing is different than what you're saying because you don't understand the argument.
Okay, let me see if I can
concede the fact that you are arguing incorrectly about what you are saying. Concede that, and I will move on.
I will not.
Then get out of here.
All right.
Go.
Take it easy.
Oh, idiot. Too stupid to know when he's wrong.
It's weird how you just interchange the terms in either formula.
He's being intellectually dishonest. He's doing the same thing as goalpost moving, except it's more like gaslighting. We can all see the truth in front of our eyes.
Yeah, that's his technique. I mean, he does it with every topic. I guess his target audience must be people who don't really understand what's going on, because he's like, you can see that words, and I can see why you might think that words, but you can see that my words are being said in a tone that means I'm the one with the right word. I'm just going to keep saying words, no matter what words you say. That's what he does with every topic.
So stupid. It is so stupid. To say that one atmosphere is only a difference or a change of one between one atmosphere and an absolute vacuum is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard in my life. You would need a building to contain that vacuum compared to nothing to contain the other pressure. It's only one. It's a unit of one atmosphere difference. The work just to contain it is exponential. That's why I linked him the force over area of a pressure vessel, or of a pressure vessel. I can't even say it. But he refused to see it.
He's not there anymore. Was that a concession?
No, I told him to leave.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I missed that. I was cleaning up. I was tidying up around the room. I must have missed that part.
That's fine. I invited him to leave.
He did it so nicely. I hardly even noticed. I told him to leave, banned him. I used to get mad at him. I've given up that now. So you should be proud of me. Now I just ignore him.
But I'm always proud of you, so there's nothing different. P1
He used to
minus
agitate
P2
me
equals
enormously.
0.
Now I don't even allow him to agitate me. So there you go.
Sam.
What, because I said I'm always proud of Mary?
Yeah.
What was
That means
the
she's
comment? The
incapable of.
person?
That means she's incapable of doing anything not worthy to be proud of.
which can't possibly be true.
She's generally a good person, and I enjoy her company, so I'm always proud of her.
He's implying you don't give me any room for improvement. That's not true. He does not always. That would
Listen,
imply he always gives me an A+.
you're-
No, he critiques me more than
No,
anyone else in
no.
the server.
Oh my
Listen,
goodness.
I can only give you a certain amount of room of improvement because you are a whammon. So,
Aha. I see the problem.
There you go.
By validating your current condition as entirely acceptable, he limits you from superseding his presence.
There you go. There you go. Exactly.
well, it's obviously not true because I do critique her, I guess, more than anybody else, but nobody else has the balls to critique her. So,
what? You sure about that?
Sad for her.
It's not.
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry. AI, you have critiqued me in the past. Yeah, but it's been a while. He just did it so well that he never had to do it again. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate your appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah, AI, thank you.
I was talking to you. He never
Right.
appreciates me. I get a C- every day. Doesn't matter what I do.
That is not true. You had a C+ once. Plus, I'm not that harsh of a critic. How many times have I actually criticized you?
Oh man. So what you're trying to say that if she actually gets with the program, you'll give her a C++?
Oh, I'm not going to make her code.
I'd like a B-.
All right.
I could just slide along B-. Nobody could get real mad at somebody with B-, right?
Not unless you're Asian.
My daughter went to school, one of those magnet, math and science schools. One time they had to take tests to get entrance exams to get into, and I encouraged her. But the first year, she's like, "Whoa, these people are very intense," and she had no problem with it, but she just didn't like dealing with all these people that are so serious about school and math and science that they have no life and they're children. She was a freshman. They're 14 years old, and they're like, "We're going to be doctors. We're going to be PhDs. We're going to do this. We're going to do that." It's like, oh my gosh, she's just trying to, play basketball once in a while and, enjoy her life. 14 years old is very young. And these children are already have their lives mapped out for them. It's very sad, I think. But other people think it's great. So who am I to say?
I wish I would have started earlier.
Oh, really? You wanted to go to this school? Well,
No, I'm saying I wish I would have started, being interested earlier.
Interested in education?
Quackademics. I take that back. I wish I would have stayed interested. I wish girls never happened to me.
Oh yeah, the thing to do. If you have that momentum at that time and you can get it all over with early and just get to the top of some field, I guess, then you, probably have more time to do other stuff and not worry about stuff so much. So I can see the advantage to that. But I don't know. Do those people ever relax if they start out in that mode? I don't know.
You what? How you doing, sweetie? You have a very nice voice.
This gives me an A+, guys. A1. I didn't do anything.
Day one, he's giving you A+. He's trying to slide into those DMs.
Oh no. Okay. There you go.
I prefer people who critique me, yell, and swear at me. So yeah, you better stop.
What? Why do they swear at you?
I've never heard anybody swear at her. She's making shit up.
Yeah, you sound like such a nice person. Why would they do that?
Multiple reasons, multiple reasons.
Did you burn the brownies again, Mary? Is that what happened?
We would never swear at you. That's for sure.
I swore in her presence just a second ago.
No, swear at her, I'm saying.
Yeah. Pretty sure they're equally bad.
No, we respect women in this chat.
We respect the whammons, Mary.
Yes, we
Speak
respect women.
for yourself. Speak for
We
yourself.
respect women.
At least
I
he's
can't
got
stand
the right attitude. He's got the right attitude. That's fine. Yes. Many people could follow your example for sure.
We respect the women.
We gotta fade them.
Who, me?
Yep, they're saying you're a beta, and I heard them.
Okay, I heard that too. They're saying I'm a beta because I respect women. So I'm supposed to disrespect women? I don't like what. Whoever called me beta, tell me what you
Doesn't
meant.
love their mothers.
Tell me what you meant. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, didn't your mother
Because
raise you right?
you gave carte blanche acceptance to an entire
mother
class
raised-
of people without scrutiny for their character. That's why.
That's true. You did do that.
I mean, whoever called
That's
me a
beta
beta,
behavior, homie.
Didn't your mom raise you right, dude? What if someone was saying that about your mother?
No, bro.
Your sister,
I actually
whoever?
had a father.
I mean, come on, bro. It's stupid, I mean.
That was funny.
It's just funny. It's funny. But anyway. I'm not saying, listen, I know what he meant. I get it. He thinks I'm a simp. I'm not a simp. I'm saying I just don't disrespect them. That's it.
Like this there's a backlash, isn't there, Davey?
Oh my
There's-
goodness,
things have
That's
to
another
start.
simp question. If you do not disrespect women, then that means you are incapable of showing disrespect to women who are worthy of disrespect.
Wait, you didn't. Let's ask him. Are some women worthy of disrespect, Davey?
Oh, that's way too long of a pause, bro.
Wait, who called me a beta? Step up to the plate.
Yeah, that was somebody else. You're right. That was just a drive-by, but they're probably still in here.
Yeah, that was a drive-by. That was a cowardice.
Oh my goodness.
Cowardly drive-by. Hey, who's the culprit? Who's the culprit? Step up. I want to ask you a question. Step
Oh
up.
my goodness, dude.
Yeah, he's going with the win.
You lack situational awareness, my friend.
There he goes, going with the win. Anyway, I know why he called me a beta.
Person who called you a beta was Jesse Lee Peterson.
You think so?
No, that's the voice that the person used. It was a soundbite.
Oh, okay. I don't even know.
Was it? Oh, I know that. See, I lack situational awareness too. Gosh, my B- is slipping all the time.
If you guys for both of you, if you haven't watched Jesse Lee Peterson, probably the funniest man with a lisp.
He's funny. I like that guy.
Okay, good.
I used to watch him years ago, like during like the Trump election and stuff. But I've been
cool
watching.
Story. Cool story. So you still haven't answered the blunt question: are some women worthy of disrespect?
What's the question then? Smart guy.
Are some women worthy of disrespect?
Of course they are. It depends how they treat you.
There you go.
But give me an example, though. Wait, what's in your mind? Give me an example.
Like when Mary called you a beta, I think that was worthy of disrespect.
Gotta give an example.
Stop slandering me.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna ask you.
We were just making sure that you weren't one of those kind of guys that basically say women are worthy of respect regardless of their behavior.
No. I was just about to say, okay, if a woman disrespects me or comes up to me and starts swinging at me, I'm not gonna start swinging at her. I'm just gonna grab her and calm her down. I'm not gonna hit her in the face.
By
You know what I mean?
calming her down, do you mean putting her do you mean putting her in an armbar?
Something like that, just to control her. And I've done that before, you know. But
So you put a girl in an armbar?
well, you know, I've had. Listen, look, forget it. But you know, I'm not a beta. I'm definitely not a beta.
I didn't call you beta. I don't know you from Adam.
I know you don't.
You don't have to convince me. I don't necessarily think you're a beta.
All right. Well, someone did a little drive-by calling me a beta, so I'm just trying to tell them I'm not.
Hey, well, you know what a beta would do? He'd be constantly saying, I'm not a beta.
Okay.
Why are you picking on him so much, AI? Give him some room to breathe for a
I know
second.
AI is really going hard on this Davy person. I don't know why.
I like Davey. I like his accent. He reminds me of home. I like Davey.
Oh, you're from New York?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. But yeah, man, like you know, these people got to grow up, man. Like, oh, you're a simp. It's like, no, you were raised by a woman. You should have respect for women. Like what? Like,
Oh, I had a father.
You know what I mean? Like it just.
Yeah, you like buy your wife a diamond ring and like all of a sudden you're a simp.
Like grow the fuck up, man. Come on.
You're trying to get married.
Not even that. Just like have respect for women. You were raised by a woman. You came out of a woman.
Okay.
For Christ's sake.
Okay.
Jesus
well,
Christ.
I mean,
who was raised by a woman? What if I don't have a mother?
That has nothing to do with being a fucking simp. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Right. So if it doesn't have anything to do with it in the contrapositive, neither does it have anything to do with it in the positive.
It's called having integrity.
Claiming you were raised by women doesn't automatically give woman as a class carte blanche respect. Okay? Period.
Bro, but
AI's been
you
hurt.
understand you understand you came out of a woman, right? A woman gave.
Yeah, I've been hurt by bad logic. You're correct.
A woman went through serious pain to give birth to you, who's talking shit right now
Did she?
on fucking Discord. Right?
How do you know?
So, a woman gave birth to you with serious pain, and you're gonna.
What if she died pre-birth?
Come on.
What if she died pre-birth?
Come on. You know I'm right.
You're not right.
You know I'm right.
Listen, lots of women go through serious pain to give birth to their children, and then they leave their children in a dumpster.
I'm not talking about bad mothers. I'm talking about good mothers. You fucking.
Okay, so correct. So a woman having serious pain is not automatically carte blanche respect.
Okay, but you get what I'm saying though. You get.
I think you get what he's saying too. You don't just give people respect,
of course,
due to their bits. Yeah. You know, Davey, right? You don't just give people respect due to their bits, right?
Right.
I mean, just because she's a woman, you walk down the street and a car is, leaving her 5-year-old behind her while she's trying to turn a trick. I don't think she's necessarily worthy of respect. Just because she's a woman.
Right. Listen. I mean,
she's worthy of my pity. She's worthy of my of me trying to at least help that child. But I don't know about the carte blanche respect. I'm a little with AI here.
I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not talking about bad mothers, bro. I'm talking about good mothers. But
right.
Forget. Besides that, I'm saying like. Besides that, women are the weaker
I know
sex.
that, my friend.
Okay,
my
so
friend.
men should always protect women, no matter what. And that's
right.
being a simp for saying that. Am I a
no.
simp for really fuck? What do you guys?
If women are the weaker sex and we have to defend them, then they have to know their place too. So
common sense.
That street works both ways, right?
Yes, but my friend Davey.
Hold on, wait, but who?
Whose fault's right? But I'm not trying to get you into anything, but to recognize that the reasons why you're saying the things you're saying are wrong.
Okay, how
your
am I
conclusion
wrong?
may be correct, but your reasons are wrong.
Okay, let's have a debate. Let's have a discussion about it.
I thought we were
civilized discussion. So so why do you think? So are you the type to punch a woman if she starts swinging at you? Is that what you're saying?
It depends on the situation.
Okay, so there you go. So
my defense instinct is very high. No.
You never fucking hit a woman, bro. You don't hit women.
Dude, let's pay attention. Here, pay attention, brother. I have responsibilities to my family and my children. You think that I'm going to not defend myself from a woman who may or may not have the power to harm me just because she's a woman? Okay, you see, the difference between me and you is I give that woman agency. If she threatens me, she's going to get harmed. It's that simple.
Oy vey. You obviously don't understand.
Bro.
It depends.
Yeah,
on
I don't understand. Yeah.
Wait, are you
don't
Jewish?
understand.
Davey, are you Jewish?
You sound like a fucking. I'm half Jewish, bro. You sound like a fucking woman beater, bro. Well, you sound like a woman beater. You come on.
Really?
What the fuck?
You sound like a woman beater. Yeah, I would hit a woman.
You sound like a logically
Bro, why would you
efficient
fucking hit a
entity.
woman? Why would you hit a woman?
Because it's the most efficient way. It's the most efficient way to make sure that I come out unharmed.
No, put her in a fucking headlock or something. Don't fucking
Oh,
punch her
really?
in the face. Break her jaw. Why would you do that?
Well, you can restrain
It
a woman,
depends.
but you can't.
Okay, my friend.
Come on.
Hold
You
on.
can restrain a woman, but you can't hit her. Is that
I can't stand women beaters, bro. I can't fucking stand them.
Yeah.
They're just they're pussies. They're fucking pussies.
They are.
I know they are. I know they are.
It's okay to restrain a woman, but not to hit him. Is that what you're saying?
Davey's a simp. Look how much he's simping for women. No, bro, it's called common sense. You don't fucking hit women. You just don't. You just don't. I mean,
that's called listen, Davey. That's called ipse dixit logical fallacy.
What if someone hit your mother? Would you excuse that? Of course you would.
Retard. My mom is not foolish enough to go attack somebody.
I just said what to retard. I fuck. All right, what were you saying? Yeah, I fucked up. I fucked up. You got it. You got it.
No, if you're willing to admit that, I'm fine with you.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Can women hit women? Is it okay?
You got me. You got me. Okay, you got me.
Listen, Whoopi Goldberg, who happens to be a woman and black and liberal, which means she's right about everything, said you're allowed to hit women if they try to hit you. So I rest my case.
What a nasty woman.
If Whoopi says it, it's true.
The cops don't see it that way. You'll be arrested.
Fucking whoopee cushion, yeah.
Listen. If a woman tries to punch me in the face, the most probable outcome is that she's going to be flipped, or her arm is going to be in a very much amount of hurt, or she's going to get a stomach kick.
No. You just control her. Put her in a headlock.
Yeah,
Tell her to
sure.
calm down. I've been in situations like that, bro. You don't fucking
Sure
hurt
you
women.
have.
You don't do that. It makes you look weak. Do you understand that? Fight a man. Punch a man. Don't punch a woman. The fuck's the matter?
So when a woman walks up to me and punches me, I go up to the next man and I punch him, and I'm like, "Fuck you for hitting me."
Talking about.
Oh my god, dude, you got me there.
I was what if the man looks like alfalfa and he's very tiny? Can he hit women then to defend himself?
You might be able to. Is Alfalfa going up against Gina Carano? Because I would suggest Alfalfa defend himself.
Yes, in this case, yes. Is it okay or no? It's not okay. I'm asking the other dude.
No, I like Davey's line of reasoning because I don't want men fighting in the women's UFC. I also don't want women fighting in the UFC. Period. So. How can somebody sit there and watch two girls fight each other like to bloody bits? I can't watch it. It's disgusting.
It's very rarely entertaining, to be honest.
That ship is sailing.
Honestly, I have never been able to watch it. Thoroughly disgusted by the whole thing.
I haven't been able to watch much UFC since Anderson Silva quit.
Yo, honestly, UFC to me it's fucking gay, bro.
Yeah.
Men rolling around like that and like.
Dude, you just said to fight men, dude. What
Come
the
on,
heck?
bro. How gay is UFC, bro? Come on.
Oh my
Who the
goodness,
fuck
dude.
watches that shit?
Dude, do you?
Who the hell?
Listen to me.
Who the hell wants
Listen
to
to
watch men rolling around on the floor together in fucking gay positions like they're butt fucking each other? Who the fuck wants to do that? You kidding?
So then, how are you gonna learn how to fight then?
I mean, boxing. I watch boxing.
Listen, what Mikey
Oh,
is a black belt.
I'll
I
watch
know
Mike
that.
Tyson knock a
He starts kicking
motherfucker
your
out.
ass.
But I'm not gonna watch fucking grown men rolling around on the floor together
you
in
realize
fucking
that
tights.
you realize
Gay
that
as fuck.
boxing is an inferior combat sport, correct?
Yeah.
What if the woman's a black belt? You know it.
Well, there
She's
you go.
kicking your ass.
So he just admitted to being beta.
80% of fights end up on the
I
ground.
did. Wait, of course they do it. It's a gay sport. But I'm saying, wait, I admitted to being
No,
beta.
friend. You just got
Oh, okay.
schooled, okay? Real combat is MMA, okay? Boxing
Oh,
is
okay.
a limitation of combat. So it's the beta version of combat. Get it?
Yeah, yeah.
So people who mock real combat, right? And then watch a toned down version of combat and then call real combat gay is the epitome of beta. But to be fair though, the guys in the UFC aren't trying to kill each other, so that's kind of a little beta too.
But UFC is actually a little gay. MMA is great, but UFC is a little gay.
It's not gay.
Are you sure?
UFC
Whole life's
is
a lie, kid.
100%, bro. 100%.
Are you referencing the owners of the UFC?
I'm not sure if the owners are gay, but
They probably are, bro. Who the fuck knows? Who, you know?
pretty sure
Bro,
UFC
listen.
is a little gay.
Dude, Joe Rogan, bro. You don't think Joe Rogan's a fucking fanook? Really?
I don't know what a fanook is. I don't know Yiddish.
That clown, a fanook, whatever, a faggot. That clown.
Oh,
tries
okay.
He's a clown, but I don't think he's not gay. He's a clown.
Joe Rogan, the clown that promotes outer space, aliens, trying to push the fucking globe Earth, that fucking scumbag. Fuck
It
Joe
does seem a little gay. That does seem a little gay.
You always see him with those NASA shirts on. He's a fucking government puppet. You know that.
Yeah, Joe Rogan said he would lie to his mother.
Of course he would. He's a sellout.
Nah, he's definitely a sellout.
Why do you think he makes so much money? He's pushing their fucking agenda. Simple as that.
See?
To him and who was the dude he used to have on that was still a flop? What's his name again? His buddy he used to do the show.
His crazy friend.
Yeah, he's got a little show now. But he's still a flop.
Yeah, bro.
So, well, I got a question for Davey. Since boxing isn't gay and you're not allowed to kick, is kicks gay?
No, I'm saying you're not around. No, I'm saying you're not around, dude. Come on, bro. Watch
He's saying
UFC
grappling
fight.
is gay. Wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, all that rolling around on the floor together, wearing tights, you're balding. Like, it's fucking disgusting, bro. Like, I mean, listen, to each its own. I'm not trying to offend people that watch UFC. I just personally, I think it's gay. That's all.
So if you were in a life or death situation, and you were taken to the ground and you had to grapple, would you just give up so you didn't do anything gay accidentally?
No.
Well, yeah. Then shut up.
But I'm not in life that. They're not in life death situations. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, they are, dude. If they don't win, Joe Rogan will personally kill them.
Bro. All right, listen.
He's pulling your leg, obviously.
I think it's a gay sport, but that's just me. I don't know. You know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. What do I know?
So, stop talking about it then. If you don't know anything about it, stop talking about it then. How's that, right? That makes sense.
Well, I'm just an observer, right? I'm just an observer and an analyzer. But you sound mad though. What, you watch UFC?
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't have any evidence for it. I mean, so what are you just giving us your opinion? You know what I'm saying? We like opinions. We want evidence, facts, stuff like that.
Yeah, my evidence is my fucking eyeballs. I see grown men in
How
tights
did
rolling around on the floor.
this guy
Having
get
each
in here?
other's fucking dicks.
How did he get in here? Did
Davy's good.
Asshole.
Davy's good.
Are you serious? Somebody actually gave this guy a pass?
What do you mean? He's a flat earther.
He's valued.
For a while. He has the LARPer role. I think I gave that to him. I can't remember why, Davey, but it seemed like sometimes you maybe tried to divert the conversation from flat Earth. That might have been the reason. I can't remember. It's been a while. But then he came in here flattering me, so, nonetheless.
It's some really offensive stuff, though. I mean, come on.
You really asking?
Yeah, I'm not a Davey defender. I'm just giving you the history of Davey. He's been around. I remember him from the past. He's just not been around lately.
Hey, Davey, I'll tell you a story about when we were doing our combat training. So, you try to get the guy to give in, right? Tap out.
Yeah.
Now, you could do this with blunt force trauma, obviously, or you could do it with grapples. So one guy was about to win and defeat me. Very rare. So all I did was make some erotic noises, and he let me go. No, so I'm serious. He let me go. Rather than just win, he was too preoccupied, with being accused of or being able to mentally handle it, right? And then I whooped him. So, there you go. Problem solved.
When you put him down, did you put a finger in his bum to let him know who's boss?
No.
I'm joking. Just seeing how far this gay rabbit hole goes.
Now, the point I was trying to make there is that there's certain men who, when they're in an actual life and death, or even in a non-life and death situation, they literally cannot compose themselves because they're too preoccupied with other things, like what people will think of them, or how they feel, or how uncomfortable with this concept or that. And they're literally going to get destroyed by another man who just walks through them like a tank.
Did you just unironically refer to yourself as a tank?
Maybe.
Huh?
Disgusting.
Metaphorically.
Beta.
Wait, what?
Beta.
Beta.
Yes, but the moral of that story isn't that the other guy is bigger. It's that the other guy has more mentality in the situation and is able to control you with their mind because he knows your mind and he plays you like a fiddle. A lot of fighting is a mind game. And some of that game is just being the first to act rather than wait around for permission. It's like, am I allowed to fight this way? I don't know. Is it gay or not? I better ask my homies.
The homies that you kiss goodnight.
Like a lead headbutt, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but this is a real problem. Like, people get into this freezing where they can't act because they're waiting for social permission, whether it be from a group that's actually present or whether it just be from a group that's in their mind that's not even there because they're worried about the repercussions of their actions. Like, I don't know, someone might criticize me that I got too violent, and then the other guy's already stabbed you.
It happens on the battlefield all the time. You have 75% of frontline shooters shooting over people's heads because they don't want to kill somebody. I think there's something that happens in people's minds where they instinctually don't want to take that violent action. Even if they may have started the fight, they probably don't want to be in it.
Yep. Well, it's like I remember my training is you're trained with like a line, right? So you have an imaginary line. And when the person crosses that line, the decision's already been made. It's too late. You have to follow through.
AI, did you see that video I just posted? There's a guy that goes around that makes prank videos or whatever. He just starts a fight with somebody, then he takes his clothes off and tries to fight with them.
Yeah, dude, I see.
And they run away, right?
We're gonna. Oh,
Yep.
it's ages.
Yikes. That's
can't
terrifying.
He's like, I don't want to fight with a naked man. It's interesting.
Yo, but it really is crazy how, what do you call it? How people think we live on a spinning ball, you know, going in 2022. It's crazy. How the fuck, how do they, it's crazy, man. It really is. You got these fucking zombies.
It's what they're taught, right? It's what they're taught. They're told what to believe, and they never question it.
Got them watching the boob tube all day, CNN, Fox, whatever, getting fed bullshit.
Yeah, you know what else? You know what else, my friend? Want to know something else? You ready for this truth? They're raised by women.
Or they're raised by wolves, maybe.
No. They'd be better off if they were raised by wolves.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. But no. So, well, I mean,
It is a good point.
Whatever. It can go either way. But that's true. As far as like the debate goes, like if you just like some dude's trying to start some shit with you, and he's like he just bumps into you, he's like, "Man, you got a problem?" He's like, "All right, let's go," and then he starts taking his clothes off. You just that's what that video is about. Then everybody, the other dude's like, "Nah, I don't really want to do it. I don't have anything to do with that."
I think we moved on.
Well, I mean, I was thinking it might be similar. It was just like when you meet.
So, like when somebody tries to debate flat Earth with you, you start taking your clothes off.
No, I'm just talking. The naked truth about flat Earth is what they're scared of.
Oh, the naked truth.
Yeah,
that's deep.
It fucking sure is.
Naked truth. Huh?
When you actually get mad for no reason.
Well, I mean, everybody sees the same Earth, so why do people believe it's something that it's not?
I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Because nobody.
First of all, like, how do you walk on a ball? That doesn't make sense at all. How do you walk on a fucking ball?
We have Justa Declan in here. He might be our best chance to explain to us the globe point of view, which we need someone to explain why they think they live in a bubble. Do you think I should try unmuting him, Justa Declan? Wonderful, creative, setup here earlier when I was looking. I wasn't going to force them to talk. I have no power to force you to talk. I have nothing left.
Force them.
I wasn't going to. I was just politely trying to.
Well, if you're scared.
Gosh. Well, Justice, run away.
Oh, darn.
All we want is someone to explain to us why they think they live on a globe. Like, is that too much to ask?
Yes.
Apparently so. I never ever had one of those bouncy things you've photographed here.
They're funny. When the fat kids would get on it, the ball would fly up and hit them in the face and break their nose.
Why didn't we have those in the Midwest? I don't know. I don't recognize
You
them.
did.
What are you talking about?
The Pokeball.
Those things, yeah, those things are fun. But yeah, I mean, look, like you take a big bouncy ball, you try to walk on it, you'll fucking bust your ass. Right? You'll fall right on your ass. So how do they want us to believe that we're walking on a ball right now? Doesn't matter how big it is. A ball is a ball. Okay? So, but this is stuff that people don't think about. It's common sense stuff. You know what I mean? Like, Um, a ball that's spinning also 1,000 miles an hour. You turn around 10 times, you'll fall on your ass. So if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, you don't think we're gonna feel it? Like, come on, like, it's nonsense.
You guys think I should take off his LARPer role? I know for sure I'm the one that gave it to him. I can't even remember why. Does he have
If it's,
both roles? Yeah, is it the flat earther role and the LARPer? He probably should have one or the other. Which one do you think I should get rid of?
I mean, he's clearly a flat earther. Even though AI was giving him the business for simping for you. Which I don't understand because
Oh, Back to the Future. I got to watch that movie again. That's a good movie.
I thought it was worse. Although he did come in with his white knight.
Hey,
his white knight cape.
Yeah, I can understand and appreciate that because there is that sometimes things can backlash like too far
In the other direction.
Yeah, and there in this server in particular, there's tendency in that direction.
And then it gets fucking uncomfortable for no reason.
Yeah, and that's why there's hardly any women around. I mean, one reason.
Yeah, because there's no women on the internet.
That's right, exactly. Except for me.
Yeah, they're the minority.
Whoa, just because she's a woman?
Well, I thought you said there was no women on the internet.
Yeah, am I a simp now? Am I such a simp now?
Damn. Came out strong against women, calling them minorities. I never understood how women got
Keep watching
minority status.
watching them gliding. I keep looking at Michael J. Fox. The thing. It reminds me of back in the day when I used to skateboard and stuff like that.
Why don't you skateboard now?
Cause I can't. I got a broken back, broken leg, broken arm, broken hip.
Currently? Or
Yeah.
they're... Damn.
Yeah. I'm walking. This happened like 18 months ago.
Oh, damn.
I got into a car accident. And
I was going to have to ask you if it was a water ski accident.
No.
Got crumpled up on the dock trying to float in your PWC.
Oh, okay.
Why did you get into a car accident?
It was crazy, man. It happened on 12/12 of 2020. I was on my way back from my friend's house, and it had rain that day, so the roads were wet, and it was dark, and I don't know. I guess maybe I was going, speeding a bit. I don't know, but for some reason the car just swerved out of control and hit a fucking telephone pole.
So you hydroplaned.
And next thing I know, a bunch of cops, ambulances there, fucking all this shit. It's crazy. It was crazy. They had to saw me out of the car. I was pinned. I couldn't move. It was crazy.
Are you on the mend or you got permanent damage?
Well, I got 2 screws in my back. I got a metal rod in my left leg, and I can't bend my left arm all the way. But other than that, I'm fine. But other than that.
Sorry to hear that, bud.
No, don't be sorry. Things happen.
Oh, I get it.
Matter of fact, you want to see a picture of the car? You won't even believe it, bro. You're not gonna believe it. I'll show you.
So, yeah, so they had what? What'd they have? Conor McGregor fight Floyd Mayweather. Didn't that happen already?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't they
Was there a
tell
rematch?
McGregor that he wasn't? Yeah, but didn't they tell McGregor he wasn't allowed to use full MMA? And he had to be
Yeah.
limited.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine that. Which is fair, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
it is
I
a sport
mean,
after all.
it is fair because Conor McGregor decided to beat up a whole bus like 2 months before.
Oh yeah, with a chair. With a chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't like that guy.
Why?
McGregor?
Yeah.
I just don't like him.
Why not? It's not a good enough reason. I just don't like him. I love McGregor.
Because of his attitude. I don't know.
He's
in a
got
way
the
it's
perfect
good.
attitude.
Yeah, in a way it's good for the fighting, but it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a loose cannon, but I mean, bare knuckle boxing for fuck's sakes, you know? Kicking and biting and pissing.
No gouging out the eyes unless you go through the back of the head.
What did you say, Tim?
I'm just saying the rumors say that Connor is about to put down his gloves for a Hollywood career. It says that he has gotten a lead role in some remake of an 80s movie about a doorman. That's the latest news.
He actually needs to be in what's that one movie about the Irish part of the Pikey that Brad Pitt played?
Snatch.
Yeah, Snatch. He needs to be in Snatch, a remake of Snatch.
In the remake of Roadhouse. That's what it was.
Roadhouse?
Yeah.
Why? Why
Oh,
make a
dude,
remake?
that's not a doorman. That's a bouncer. No wonder I was
Yeah.
off.
Isn't that kind of the same? I'm not natural English speaking, but
I mean, I guess sort of. In some
there's
cases,
a difference between a bellhop and a fucking bouncer.
yeah,
Like
get your luggage.
A bar doorman, I guess. Like he's just checking IDs and taking money.
yeah. Maybe I just took the literal Danish translation because it's word for word is doorman here in Denmark.
Oh, for bouncer?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But yeah, he should play the lead role in Roadhouse.
We have several flavors of security, man. It's like the how many different kinds of snow they have in Alaska.
Yeah. I often do that. Just translate word for word in Danish to English, and often that's just not good enough. But instead of stumbling to find the word, I'm just using that kind of, you know.
Yeah. As long as you're not walking around in those little wooden shoes trying to sell me tulips, I'm fine with you.
That's Holland. That's Netherlands.
There's not a difference from where I'm standing.
I guess there is similarities.
I'm just kidding.
Well, you're being honest. I mean, sometimes it's hard to differentiate. It's Danish more like Finland. Is that
No,
no?
It's closer to Holland than it is. Well, they're next door. Holland and
Yeah,
I want
basically.
the guy that lives there to actually explain it to me, not you.
Oh, because I've never looked at a fucking map before.
I'm just wondering about the language.
Oh,
They're
Danish.
basically the same language.
I mean, Danish and Netherlands.
They're both Germanic.
Language is very different. We don't understand each other. But Danes understand Swedish people and Norwegians and Icelandic people. Those four Scandinavian countries kind of understand each other. If we speak slow, we should be able to communicate.
And Holland basically speaks German.
Yeah, a dialect of German, I would call it, but their own language, of course, but more close to German than Danish. For sure.
What's the Danish language? What's the origin there? I mean, which countries speak
Scandinavia?
Yeah, I mean, we are all Germanic tribes, but I think the Scandinavian language is more derived from the Indo-European language, but that is also Germanic tribes, but I don't know. It's just much different. Like
They're
German
all-
and Danish is actually not that far apart, but yeah.
No.
Your English is really awesome, man. To be honest.
Don't you guys have to learn it as a second language?
Yes, in fourth grade it's mandatory that we all get English. In seventh grade we can choose to take German or French for a year or two, but English from fourth grade on
is mandatory.
Yes.
Yeah,
some schools, like private schools, take it earlier.
That's the same for Norway and Sweden. All those.
I think Germany as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of Europe, I would say. Maybe not East EU, but at least the western parts.
Cool. Just curious. But yeah, did you see that link I posted about the McGregor Mayweather fight? It's like highlights from the boxing match. It was a decent match, but Mayweather.
I love that there was.
He's a boxer. I mean, and McGregor's not a boxer.
There was times where McGregor tried to lift off his legs to protect himself. That was funny.
Yeah, no, it's just like he almost couldn't get out of the that mode. But yeah, I thought it was a decent fight. I mean, Mayweather won, but it was a decent fight.
I mean, there was I think it was 7th round where Conor had like this what they call knock up on him. Yeah, and that really stunned Floyd for a second.
Sure. Yeah. I just can. I can see where.
Hang on. Hang on. Why is fucking bouncer considered racist?
What?
In Europe. Old dude said the term bouncer is considered racist in Europe.
What does that mean, old dude? You're gonna have to expound on that. You need to come in voice and talk about that. It's like I think bouncers really get a lot of respect in America. It's just like you want to avoid the bouncer. You don't want a bouncer messing with you because if you cause a problem in a club, maybe we're talking about a different word for bouncer because he's from Scotland, so who knows?
Yeah, but I want to know, like,
yeah, I don't get it.
I'll be calling people bouncer all the time if it's like good enough to be racist.
Socially racist.
What'd you say?
It's socially racist, mate.
Socially racist, like a bouncer. Does that mean a fighter or?
Yeah, it implies they're going to be violent.
What the fuck?
You mean like what AI just showed there is like, hey, you put your hands on me, boom. Well, I'm a drunk dude. I can't do shit. Yes, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's racist. They're both white, so.
So it's socially bigoted, old dude. Is that what you're trying to say?
But Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
But
There was too many.
aren't they
There was too
supposed to
many.
hold the monopoly of violence within the establishment that they hold? So their name should imply violence?
No, their name shouldn't imply violence nor threat.
They should be threatening. You want a bouncer that's threatening.
If you have 200 people in a club, you want at least 20 bouncers like taking a look at shit because people get crazy in the club. You know, it's like, my job
But
is
it's all
to
about
make
it's
sure.
all about safety now. It has to be about safety and
The
the
club getting
public safety and concern for the public, and you can't be threatening or
Is
stuff.
there a problem with bouncers being like over the top, freaking violent?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah. It got crazy for a while in the clubs.
Is that racist or they're just bouncers?
No, it got crazy. It wasn't actually racist, but it was the modern version of it.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't.
Could also
Hey, the best thing you can do is go to a club and just hang out and not get involved with the bouncers because they're not fun people to get involved with.
there is also like if you come to a club, like we have a lot of Middle Eastern people here, and they come when they're young. They come in groups, and the bouncers often like tell them, you can't get in here. We're too crowded. We can't have this group of you.
Sure,
Like,
unless you have a certain stature. I mean, the bouncers.
We can't have the. Hang on, we can't have this group of you because they have fucking grenades.
Yeah, and ice and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
In the Middle East.
I'm not even kidding. They come with grenades in fucking Holland and fucking Denmark.
Really?
Yes. I wish I was joking.
I didn't know that you've been to Denmark and knew about that.
I haven't.
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing with you.
I haven't heard about the grenades, but they often make trouble. At least some years back. I don't really know the night scene in Denmark at the moment. I haven't.
They didn't get the name rape Fugees for nothing.
Nope.
Oh,
what's your experience, old dude, with bouncers? I mean, do you have a bad experience with bouncers? Or I know you're old dude and you're old like me, and I go to clubs every once in a while, but I almost never have an issue with the bouncers. And if I do, they just push me out of the club and say, "Go home."
No, I've worked the doors. I always got on well with them, but always treated them with respect from the word go. It's their club, it's their pub, it's their bar.
Yeah, because they're hired by the owner to actually maintain friggin' some semblance of
Some of them
normalcy.
Some are crazy. Some are looking for a fight. They provoke it. They pick on the big guys that come to the door looking, above themselves.
No, well, I mean, if you go to a club like that, the way I consider it is, if you go to a club like that and they have some pretty good bouncers. I mean, there's some good bouncers and bad bouncers. I think they're always good.
I just posted two different stories of refugees using fucking hand grenades.
So they need better bouncers. You might need to get into some higher security than just hiring a thug off the street. There's a big guy that can kick people's ass. That would be a better idea. But anyway.
Devil Eyes is here. I don't know what's going on because I was talking to Devil Eyes in the lobby. Then Devil Eyes was in the check-in, but doesn't look like this person got a role.
Devil Eyes. All right.
Do you think we should unmute this person or investigate further?
Let's get a hour in the chat.
Sure. Let's unmute Devil Eyes. You want me to do it, or you want to do it?
You do it.
No, I want you to do it, Mary Mo.
Okay, so I can take the blame. Good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're getting thrown under the bus.
Hey, I've been here before. I'm just chilling. Yeah, I'm Devil. Yeah. So I'm not gonna drop the hard R or anything. I'm just here to chill, learn some stuff, maybe. Maybe.
What do you mean she didn't call us any name. Yeah, she didn't swear at us or call us any names or do anything horrible in the first 30 seconds. It's a great start.
Yeah, I've been here before. I remember some of you guys. I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
back.
your voice before, and Mary, you're in the clear, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll get a solid B, not a B minus tonight. You never know.
And maybe you'll get a solid 1 minute without us interrupting. Talk to Devilizer.
Sorry. Can I just ask? Do you mind if my friend joins?
Oh no, this is the person who's going to drop the hard R.
Oh, who's your friend?
No. They're cool.
Is there a hard R policy?
Yeah.
So do you mind if they join? I can.
Oh, they can join. Yeah,
don't
they
say
can
that
join.
shit.
Yeah, they're welcome to join. Everyone's welcome to join. We would like people to follow the rules. Do you agree to follow the rules, Devil Eyes?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely.
I always.
And
you can put an extra A on it. Just don't put any hard R's on
please
it.
let Mary Mom handle this just for a minute. I mean, 1 minute.
Yeah, let me talk, guys. Let me talk.
No,
what's your friend's name?
Let me see if they're online. Can I join right back in like 2 seconds?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh, Deuswalt says no, but we'll override him.
Ignore him.
You can. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
be back.
He always use the hard R, like
what the hard bad round? Is that what that is?
Hang on. Scribo, what you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, I'm asking you.
I always say helicopter. I don't say helicopter.
Hella screamo.
Some people say chopper. I say chopper. I always put the
hard R.
you
get man. What you talking and you'll about? Find out that helicopters, once they hover, the Earth isn't moving underneath. All right, cool. Did you bring your friend in, or are they in the same?
So I don't know what happened, but no, they're cool. They're cool, but for some reason they're banned. I don't really know what they did.
If they're banned, they're not cool.
That's not necessarily true. They've been banned, for
Are you saying our system of justice is perfect and never makes mistakes, Deuswalt? Is that what you're saying?
Hang on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I agree with you that some things fall through the cracks. Sometimes good people do bad things at certain points.
No, yes, exactly.
You do need to get better friends.
Deuce, listen, hear me out, dude. You don't even know who they are yet. You don't know what they did. Like, you don't, like, I didn't even say their name. So, like, give them a chance. They're cool. I'm cool.
Tell us the name.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a name.
We're vibing. Like, life is good. I think people deserve second chances.
Give me a name.
Yeah, I'm a believer in that.
Well, second chance, I'm a believer in second chances too, but third, fourth, fifth chances.
No, because like, I think I've been banned from this server before, and like, don't go banning me, but like, it's
give me a name.
I think you guys have banned me before, and like, I have been grouped in with people.
I've never banned anybody.
Don't go banning.
I've never banned anybody. Devil Eyes, give me a name. Is this
the Band-Aid?
Hey guys, I'm just trying to get a name here. Devil Eyes, give me a name and one of your friends, please.
She must be beautiful.
Why? This is the internet.
Was that Davey? Was that Davey that said that?
Everybody could be a fucking Trojan.
No, that was the other guy.
We have to deal with trolls 24 hours a day. I mean, it's just like, if you actually are really interested in the conversation, why don't you just talk to us? And just, hey, you don't have to white knight for anybody or whatever. If you have something to say it, and we'll scrutinize all the conversation at any time of the week. It doesn't matter. We'll take. What
are you just talking to hear your own voice? She's gone.
Can I bring up a?
Yeah, it sounds like she was trying to bring in a troll. It was probably
yes, Scribo. Go ahead.
What do you guys think? Can I bring up a non-flat Earth topic?
Not in your first question. One flat Earth topic, then you can move off it and then go right back to it. So one on, one off.
Sorry to interrupt you, Deuce. Is it Deuswalt? Is that your name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans. So, my friend's name is IS, and like, I don't really know what they did, and they don't remember either. So,
what's their name?
I just said it. Sorry, it's IES.
What is it?
It's IES. Yeah. So if you want to give them a second chance,
no.
No, I would appreciate it. Like honestly.
Come
Why
on,
would you do that?
man. You're really.
He should start by
Yo,
changing his name, don't you think? Don't you
It's a
think that
No,
would?
girl.
if he's a,
Yeah, that's pretty much
hang on,
I'm
Jesus.
sorry,
hang on.
but
I
it's a
remember, I
girl.
remember,
And
I
she's
remember
lesbian.
banning him.
It's a girl, so you clearly don't.
Pride box? What are we talking?
Well,
It's a girl.
Yo, I was
She's
gonna say.
lesbian.
Who cares?
No, but
Who
you're
gives a
saying
shit?
Oh,
dude,
actually,
just hear
I
me
just looked it
out.
up. It says I banned them. It says porn promoter. That's what it says in the
There we go. There we
the audit log
How
here.
long ago was she banned? I'm sorry. I don't want to associate myself with like banning people and like banned people. I was just here to vibe and maybe learn some stuff. I'm in college. I'm in uni. Yeah, I just wanted to like talk to you guys. Like
You're in England?
Yeah, baby.
I'm in college, but like
Are
uni.
you
Like,
when you
talks
said
to a lot
uni?
of.
Are you in
She
England?
talks to a lot of British people, and they call it uni.
Are you in England?
in it, bruv.
Stop talking
No.
for it. Yeah.
I'm from I'm from the US.
All right. Don't
All
call
right,
uni.
so you want to bring another person in? How about we talk to you first, and then we
Yeah,
can
go
talk
for
to
it.
the other person?
Absolutely, go for it.
How
Yeah.
about
The
that?
porn
Let's do that.
promoter. We're
No,
gonna unban the
I
porn promoter.
appreciate that. Helio, I appreciate your like understanding this and like
Helio's not
willingness
the
to
boss of me.
No,
have an open
we
mind.
understand what goes on. I mean, we've been doing this for quite a while.
No, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate your open mindedness. Like I think that's a very
Oh my
honorable
God!
and
Just
admirable.
frickin' say why the reason you came here. Why do you think that? Why do you
I
want to
told
talk
you.
to flat
I'll
earthers?
reiterate. I would like to learn more and just see what you guys
All
have
right,
to
cool.
say.
Then start asking questions.
You've been here before. You know what we're about to say.
No, yeah, but like
Okay.
how is
Here.
All right, Devil Eyes.
Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan.
Devil Eyes. How old are you? Like, Devil Eyes. How old are you? You sound like 23, maybe 22.
I'm around there. I'm in uni, so somewhere
What
around
the
there.
fuck? You're not in uni.
The only people in Europe use the
sorry.
uni word. You're in
Okay,
university.
I'm in
here
college. Sorry.
in America.
You're not even in university. You're in college.
College.
Okay,
Well,
sorry. I didn't mean to like mislead you guys. I study pre-medicine,
Wow,
so
so she's
neuroscience. So yeah.
Okay, so neuroscience. You're in college.
I'm in college, university. I don't know. I go to university.
And your major is in neuroscience.
Neuroscience on the pre-med track. Correct. Yes.
On a pre-med track. All right, cool.
Correct.
Go for it.
Yes. And I think I talked to you guys when I was taking like physics and stuff. I've taken a lot of AP classes in high school, so I do know a good amount of like uni. I'm pretty early on in the uni experience or the college experience. Sorry, it's a habit for me to say that.
God.
This might be a difficult thing for you to do. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
I've talked to you guys about it. But
all right,
like,
can you talk to us about flat Earth now? Because we're not talking about medical. We're not talking about allopathic medicine. All right, let's talk about flat Earth.
Okay, cool beans. So I just wondered, like, I wanted to hear your guys' perspective and like maybe supporting evidence on the flat Earth theory. Like, why do you think it's a flat Earth?
I thought you were just here to chill. Here, let me ask you questions. You're new here. Hang on.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna assume you're new and that I haven't spoken to you before, which I'm sure I have. What is your best evidence that the Earth is a globe? Your best direct evidence?
No, like I'm not even taking a position here. I'm just like learning.
No, that's cool. You want me to give you evidence, but you don't want to give me any evidence. You're the one with the claim. What's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
That the Earth is a globe. Okay, let me think. The best thing I have. I think visual eyes, like I think that's a flaw in evidence because it could be, skewed depending on who you're talking to. So probably like maybe like can you give me a sec to think?
Yeah, go ahead and look it up. That's fine.
No, I wasn't gonna look it up. I'm just
okay, phone a friend.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take a position. Like I was just thinking out loud, and I guess I offended you. I apologize.
No, you didn't offend me. In life, you have to take positions. I want you to at least take some sort of position.
So like
I'd rather you defend I'd rather you defend your general worldview, which is the Earth is a globe, and that's fine because we were all told that. We were shown numerous globes and videos, NASA, this and that. So it's natural that you would think that. But I want you to give me your best evidence to support it. That's all. I want you to take a position and not say I'm not going to take a position, because that's bullshit and you know it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed because like I'm trying to get out like what I'm trying to say, and I feel like you're just like spoon feeding me my answers. Like
nope, not at all. I'm asking you an open-ended question. You can tell me anything you want.
Okay. So I was taught in school about the Earth's shape, but I'm very open-minded. I'm open to hearing out other opinions. I know you don't want me to say this, but I really would not want to take a position. I can say what I've been taught and what other people have taught me, but my personal opinion is that I'm unknowing. I'm agnostic to the situation.
Okay. Why? What's drawn you to this point that you are questioning what you've been told your whole life?
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed your question. My sister was calling me. Sorry.
That's fine. What draws you to this point that you're questioning what you've been taught your whole life about the nature of your existence?
Yeah, for sure. So, I think I've definitely been in the server before, and like I was just remembered that you guys were like a server, so I wanted to,
I'm pretty sure we have spoken before, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I do remember your friend, because I think they came in with like 3 other people.
Oh, I don't think we've ever come in together, but yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell me.
Tell us how you come across the server and why you think.
No. What drew you to this point?
Yeah. How did you find us? And
what drew you to this point? Okay, let's forget about feelings for right now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think feelings are valid, and like I don't know. Maybe this is like
no. What they said is a common. It's a common thing to say. You can have an open mind, but not so much your brain falls out. That's actually a common meme that's been floating around for the last 10 years, and it's perfectly fine to say. Why they addressed it to you, I don't know.
Yeah, don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out.
Okay.
All I'm asking you is what has
me on the meme. I've never heard of
what has brought you to this point of where you're questioning the nature of your reality? What has made you so you're now agnostic to the shape of the place in which you live?
Word. My vocabulary is lacking. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. But
I thought you were in uni.
No, I am. And like I have a genius IQ, but my vocabulary is like one of my weaknesses, and like I don't articulate myself very well.
That's fine. I'm not picking on you for that.
I don't either, so don't worry about that one.
Yeah, but you continue to talk.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So what drew you to this point of where you are neutral on the question of where you live? Yes. Why would you ever doubt what you've been told?
Okay, so I don't know if I like the neutrality of it. I have always had an issue with authority. That's just aside from like that's just me personally, and like I don't know. I don't really trust people easily, or like listen to my professors. Like I mean, I listen to them and I hear their opinions, but I'm just genuinely a curious person, and I like to learn new information. So I'm always trying to like absorb like a sponge almost new perspectives. I think I want to discover the knowledge that you have to offer.
Okay, well, this isn't a job interview, for God's sake.
Yeah, but that is a really
flattery
good.
will get you everywhere.
I think that's a really good place to start. It's just like she.
If it is genuine, indeed, let's not sit there and gush over a single fucking answer, guys. Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the crowd.
Okay, I will give more. I will give more. I don't Like I see, like
concise
sometimes I can't get my
answers.
thoughts out, but
Well,
I'll give
check,
more.
check this out, dude. So, homie, I'm going to say this and I'll shut up and I'm going to go smoke. That she came in here wondering why people think the Earth is flat, and so let's tell her.
No, she didn't come in here wondering why people think the Earth is flat because she's been in here before.
I know, but she.
So why are you putting words in her mouth?
Is there any chance I could give my input?
No, not yet. Go ahead, Hilo. What were you trying to say to me?
No, just, I mean, maybe
say it to my
I'm
face.
wrong.
Say it to my face.
Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I'm wrong sometimes.
I know.
Go ahead. Continue.
I'm always quick to point it out too.
Well,
okay.
I have a lot of theories that I've like been sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So you're here to absorb our energy like a vampire and a sponge.
No, I didn't say like a vampire.
Oh, maybe I added that.
Yes, because I feel like that's very attacking and aggressive. I think sponges are more passive and like
right. So we're like a leech.
There's a big difference. No, leeches are also like abrasive and attackative.
Okay, like a barnacle.
I think the best description is a sponge.
Okay. Okay, so you're a multi-organismed organism. I get it now.
No, yeah.
So she's not curious about why we think the Earth is flat. That's funny.
Wait, what?
She's so beautiful.
Okay, now.
Wait, what, Helia?
Don't. He often does this. Try to ignore everybody else. Just focus on me.
I am focused directly on you. You have my attention. You captured it.
Thank you. Now, what brought you to the server originally? Was it for the meme? Was it because you wanted to go to a place where people were clearly dumb, or a curiosity? Which one?
No.
Which one do you think it was?
That's actually a great question. And I've been offered recently a lot of different opinions and theories, like I was starting to say earlier, about like the Earth, about how this one was recently introduced by my friend about how like we're in a simulation and like you know, like nothing is real except you and like yourself. But
do you know what that's called? Really quick, do you know what that there's a word for it. Okay, I want you to write this down and I want you to study it a little bit because it's actually very damaging. It leads to a narcissistic worldview and most likely sociopathy. It's called solipsism, where you can only justify your worldview because you can only prove that you are the only thing real. It leads into a very dark place, and I don't think anybody should be following that. It's funny, I don't disagree wholly with the simulation thing. I just think it's a little reductive and a little stupid. It's basically it's a modern day version of you're just making another religion, honestly. Go ahead, you can add whatever you want.
Yeah, so I appreciate like the education because I actually did not know what that was called. I honestly I didn't really listen to his. I mean, I heard him out because I feel like listening is a very passive word, and anyone can listen to anyone's opinion and be respectful while not absorbing it. That's my big word about like absorbing. I absorbed what you said it was called because I respect it. But you know what I'm saying? Do you understand the difference between listening and absorption? Like what I'm trying to articulate that as?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're here to really just
absorb,
passively try to gather the knowledge without actually buying into it.
Well, no, I feel like no. I'm sorry. Helio, what do you mean?
Don't worry about them.
That hurt my feelings, though.
No, simulation. He's calling simulation retarded.
But you said
right, because I said it's just building a new religion. Remember? So holy, as in, holy.
Oh,
and then tardism. Okay.
So yeah,
I can change the spelling if it would work better.
No, it's perfectly fine. Just realize that, like, what people think of you is less important than what you think of them.
What people think of you is less important than what you think of them.
Yeah, it's a lot less important to you.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
So, like, I believe the absolute value of opinions, I guess, are equal.
They're not. Okay, every person has three
Prove me
parts
wrong.
that make them them. You have what you know you are, who you think you are, and what other people think you are, right? But your opinion of them matters more to you because you have to make a value judgment on whether or not you should spend time with them or spend time on them or even give them time to affect your personal state of being. So your opinion of them matters a lot more than their opinion of you. Their opinion of you only accounts for a fraction of a third of what you actually are. It's an opinion of a snapshot, and it may be a bad day and you can throw it out. But what you think of them is way more important.
I actually
Yeah,
have
that
to
is
agree
very
with
good advice.
No,
I'm glad you agree because you're way too concerned about these other people's. You're talking today as Fault is very patient and a good person to talk to, but you're looking at this random stuff in the chat, which half the time isn't even applying to. Was talking. You said your friend was the person who was interested in simulation. I mean, you should know yourself better than these people who you only just saw on Discord recently and barely know you. So definitely don't take their opinion that seriously. I mean.
Well, yes, that's fair, but I am sensitive by nature, so I guess that is a flaw.
We all are. No, it's not a flaw. It is not a flaw. We all are all sensitive by nature. It's how much do you want that bullshit to affect your state of being and change how you comport yourself, change how you act towards others. The thing is, when somebody does something unkind to you, you can either allow that to change your next interaction with the next person, or you cannot allow them to rob who you actually are for other people to enjoy.
Facts. No, that is totally accurate. I agree because honestly, words have meaning and they have power, but they have the power that you give it, right? Like,
Exactly.
do you agree with that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't allow
High
other
five.
people
Air high
to
five.
change who you are to deprive the love you can give to somebody else. That's bullshit.
I like that word, deprive the love. I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay, so let's get back to what's real, and that's the nature of our reality, right? Would this, okay, the nature of your reality is a question unanswerable by anybody else except for you.
Oh, can I give his argument? Because this was like this. I think giving context to the situation.
No. I don't care about his argument.
Sorry.
Because we're talking about the nature of your reality. Only answerable by you, right? Probably the most important question anybody has ever asked, right? And the
nature of my reality?
The nature of your reality, the nature of all of our realities, but it's subjective because, all light is apparent. Everything you see is a reflection or an emanation. So it's all apparent.
Can you define that? I'm sorry. Vocabulary is literally not my thing.
Okay. So it's either a reflection of light or it's the source of the light that you see.
Sorry.
An animation. Now I can't say it, for God's sakes.
An emanation?
Yes, it's an emanation.
Okay.
It emanates from the source.
I appreciate your education. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the nature of your reality, it's one of the biggest subjects ever to be put in any book. It's in every religious book. It's in every philosophy book. It's in every philosophical math book, including like Pythagoras, every deep thinker, every sociology, all psychology. It's all about the nature of our reality. So the nature of your reality, very specifically, which is reality in general, is the most important question you can ask. And that nature starts at where you put your feet every morning. That ground underneath your feet is the beginning and end of the nature of your reality. You're never really leaving it, right? You might fly up, but you're coming back down.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a little not confused. Not confused, but like I have a hard time following your like advanced track of like the pathway, I guess. The trek, I'm not following.
Okay. What I'm saying is the most important thing you can do is find out who you are, where you are, and why you are. The where you are is what we're talking about here, right? And I've already covered who you are. That's fine.
How do I think like you're saying, like how do I progress to that
You're already there. You wouldn't be here if you
there?
weren't already there. Yeah, you're already there. You wouldn't be here if you weren't already there. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't be questioning the nature of your reality where you put your feet every morning if you wouldn't be here if you weren't doing that. If this is just for the meme, nonetheless, look at what you're getting just for the meme. It's pretty cool.
Deuce, can I ask you something?
What?
So I hate to bring in his argument or like theory or whatever, but I would like your opinion on it because I respect your opinion. So he was like telling me about, and this is a friend I know like in person, like I have hung out with this guy, but he introduced me to the quote, cogito ergo sum, I believe. Are you familiar?
Never heard of it.
Okay, I think it's Latin for I think, therefore I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
sounds like Japanese or right.
But it's not Japanese. It's universal. But go ahead.
It's Latin, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
Cogito ergo sum. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. But cogito ergo sum versus so I think therefore I am versus the philosophy of a person is a person through other persons. So these are like conflicting ideas and like or perhaps a more developed idea of the original I think therefore I am. So
but no. They're complementary.
Well,
yeah.
Remember when I said a person is three things: is who they think they are, what they know they are, and what other people think they are. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah. So Deuce, my friend introduced the concepts to me as cogito ergo sum as a conflicting idea to a person is a person through other persons because they said I think therefore I am is like an isolated thought and it's a solo driven reality, whereas a person is a person through other persons is not codependent as in you're codependent like partners or like unhealthy relationships. However, it's more as like reliancy and common shared decency, I guess, and like drive for each other and like common good, I guess. I don't really know too much.
You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, but if it's like my friend told me you can be somebody else, that's what it sounds like you're saying. You are your own person. I don't know. That's not what she's saying.
His philosophies.
No, she's right, but they're not conflicting. They're only conflicting as when they're only conflicting when it comes to something disagreeable. Of course, you're going to have a disagreement with other people's feelings about what you're doing. And of course, you're going to have conflicting ideas about what other people should be doing based on your ideals. So they conflict in that way, but they're conjoined at the hip in how you shape your world, because you being what you think you are and what you know you are also connected to your deeds or how people perceive you.
May I humbly interject, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. So he told me that they were like not opposing philosophies, but a more developed and progressive understanding of the self and the experience of humanhood, like Homo sapiens. So just like the human life and experience. But can I ask if you're ready for me to transition? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. What do you think about like religions? Like where do you stand religiously Yeah, and is that in relation, or does that have any similarities or parallels between your beliefs on flat Earth and with science and with religion?
Sure. Before flat Earth, I was an atheist, and I only believed in what I could see, touch, taste, feel, what I had evidence of, or anything scientific that I could replicate. But with evidence of the flat Earth, hey Helio, you're hot micing. With
Helio,
evidence,
silly goose.
with evidence of the flat Earth,
Wait, Deuce, can I ask?
Sure.
So
Yeah,
you were
I'm
an
not finished.
atheist prior. Oh, my
Yeah.
apologies. I'm
So with
sincerely
that,
sorry.
with evidence of flat Earth, I realized that there's no possibility of what I've been told nature can do that would produce where I have surmised we are. So I can't possibly be an atheist and believe that we live on a creation.
Yes. So what would you define your maybe spirituality? Could you pronounce that for me, please?
Spirituality. Spirituality. I don't know why your mispronunciations are infectious.
Oh, am I infectious?
Well, your mispronunciations are.
Oh, okay. So, my spiritualities, or what would you define your spirituality or religiosity as?
I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay. So you believe in creation and like the story of creation and all, or no?
Yeah. I think a bit is muddled. I don't think there's. I mean, it's a pretty short story for creation. So I think there's more to it. Okay. I think it's simplistic. I think its explanation is simplistic, and if I ever get a chance, I'll ask the creator.
That's very fair. Deuce. So can I ask? I'm pretty familiar with Christianity and just its teachings and doctrines and whatnot, but I'm curious about the story of creation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was something of this nature, like light and dark, and like sea and air, and then like animals and plants, or like plants and animals, and more complex life like humans, and then like rest or whatever.
Yeah, it didn't go that way, but that's okay.
Oh, please educate me. Sorry.
Right. So first there was the word, then there was light, then there was looking above the water, and then there was light, and then God separated the waters, made the earth, made the animals, and made Adam and Eve, right?
Well, I mean,
okay, sorry.
Days of Creation. Is that what were you talking about? Bible versus like evolution
that's what she's
and stuff.
No, she was just talking about what is in the Bible.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that, Helio. But I was just curious.
I interrupted you guys. I just wanted to clarify some points. I just want to, because.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
You came in here like with some other stuff, but I think this is what you were getting at, and I think I want to hear what you have to say.
No, let's not intimate what she's trying to go to.
How can I not? But anyway, go ahead.
I don't know.
I can't.
But you should try. You should try.
I'll try.
Okay. Go on.
Okay, thanks for your permission. I just wanted to ask you about like the story of creation. I'm not really familiar about the shape in the story. What does God or the creator, what do you like to call I don't know I don't want to like put
I'm not let's chop this off at the leg, because my personal spiritual beliefs are of little. They are of little weight to this conversation.
And I agree. It's just like chopping off the iron legs, with different stuff in the Bible and stuff.
Yeah,
she probably knows less about the Bible than we do, but I'm saying maybe
she
does.
None of that matters. My personal
spiritual
beliefs, my personal spiritual beliefs have little to do with the ground beneath our feet.
Sure, we all see the flat Earth every day, and I've been talking about that for as long as Des has.
The thing is here, Devil Eyes, is there's a bunch of people here who could give a shit less what I think about spiritually.
Well, but this is the thing. I've come to.
If you've got a point, I'll listen. I'll listen to your point. But
I can be quiet. Sorry.
No. I'm not asking you to be quiet. If you've got a point on this, I'll listen to it. But if not, if this is just a question of religion, I really don't want to have that.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why it seems like the globe believers are the ones who are always the most interested in the Bible, religion, asking us about our religion. Somebody was asking me about my religion last time I was in here. I'm like, I wonder why you guys are so interested in religion. I mean, they claim the flat earthers are the Bible thumpers, but like the globers are the ones, or the so-called globers, whoever comes in here are always the ones asking about it. Maybe it's because people don't want to deal with the objective reality that can easily be mathematically and scientifically demonstrated. There's absolutely zero evidence of a globe. It has nothing to do with religion whatsoever. So have you seen that evidence, Devil Eyes? Have you seen the laser tests and the long distance observations?
I was just asking Deuce to give me permission when I could speak, because I don't want to interrupt anyone. He seems like he owns a server or is in charge.
It seemed like you didn't like what I was saying. You were talking almost all the way through. Did you hear anything I said? Could you summarize what I just said, Devil Eyes?
Well, I stopped when you called me a globe believer, because I just felt like I was not classified. I don't classify myself as a globe believer. I classify myself as a neutral learner or absorber. So yeah.
Based on what?
So you don't think you live on a globe then? If someone came up to you in the street and said, "Do you think you live on a globe?" you would say no?
I would say I am open to your opinion on it, and I would love to hear your perspective.
Well, that's really unfortunate. That is such an unfortunate way to live. You are very, very young. You still have time, as Deisville just told you, to actually find out about the reality in the solid world where you live. It's not an opinion. The globe is an opinion that they're trying to impose their religion. The globe is a religion. It's a belief that people have. It's a mental construct that has been pushed upon you, has no basis in reality whatsoever. You've never seen a globe. You've never experienced rotation. You've never okay. So then but you're still saying you're going to let somebody come up to you in the street and you're going to ask their opinion.
Well,
and you're going to think that's just as valid as your experience, which is to experience the world as flat and stationary. So, I mean, maybe one day you'll decide to just accept the world the way it is and not ask everybody else's opinion about it and just decide what it is for yourself. That'd be cool. You could do your own long distance observation. That's what I did. I saw Chicago from Lake Michigan at a distance of over 50 miles, which is a complete impossibility on a globe. And yet every movie, every TV show, every textbook is telling me I live on a globe. And you're telling me you're just going to run around saying, whatever your opinion is, that's perfectly fine. Even though there's obviously a multi-billion-dollar industry trying to push something down children's throat that has absolutely zero basis in reality. It has nothing to do with opinions. It has to do with someone imposing their religion upon innocent children. Yeah, talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? My Discord's lagging a little. I feel like I wasn't. I feel like my opinions were really misconstrued and misunderstood. So I apologize if that was my doing of communication. I was just trying to have a conversation with Deuce about how that related to the flat Earth and his belief in creation.
But okay, Dandelion doesn't like other women to simp for me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to.
You're being way too nice to him. That's right. That's the problem.
Sorry. Deuce, I wasn't trying to simp for you. I'm sorry.
You can simp for Davey.
Okay.
No,
so
it's her asking. It's her putting the religion on our side that I don't like, and then acting like it's all just a matter of opinion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to learn. That's fine. Go back to Deus Vault. You're better off with him.
Dandelion, can I ask, are you and Deuce a couple? Because I sincerely apologize if I overstepped any boundaries.
Oh my gosh! Now she thinks I'm jealous. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, I don't think
I'm
that.
sorry. That was way too entertaining. I gotta mute to laugh. Okay, you go back. You go back to Deus.
I feel like I really like I don't know, upset people, and I feel very. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
upset.
you haven't upset anybody. No. Trust me. You're fine. Okay. I want you to take a good hard look.
Wait, but are you guys like? Am I overstepping boundaries? I don't want to talk to
Not
you
at all.
upsetting anyone else.
No. She's fine.
He'll punish me later. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Okay. No,
Okay,
seriously. It is not personal. No, it is not. No, hold on.
We're not laughing
it is
at
not
you.
personal. It is not personal. Please do not take it as personal. It's the program that has captured poor innocent children like you that I dislike. And so don't take it personally, please, by all means.
I'm not a child.
Okay,
I am
you
an adult.
poor innocent young people like yourself.
You're not a child.
I'm sorry to call you a child. Forgive me,
No,
please.
thank you.
I'm
I
old.
appreciate that correction. I actually admire you correcting yourself, because I think that takes a lot of courage.
Well, we attempt to do that. We attempt to do that by asking you questions about what you believe, what you understand about what we think, because you came to our server asking us about flat Earth, and we asked you some questions, and you say, and then you get off into like, here's my college education. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Sorry, you sound very quiet on my end. Let me try turning up my volume. I will be right back.
Oh, is my mic low, guys?
No, it's actually too loud right now.
Yeah, it probably is. But it usually.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
She probably didn't want to talk to me anymore.
I can hear you, yo. The other guy was a little louder.
I apologize. I had you just down a little bit because I'm sorry.
Yeah, because my mic can be loud sometimes.
Yes.
Helio was soft earlier. He was soft earlier, but yeah, now he sounds normal.
He's way too loud.
I am way too loud because I'm an asshole. But anyway, I mean, just listen to Devil Eyes and the way you guys are interacting with this person. I think it's really great. And now I don't think that she understands what this server is about.
Let's not attribute anything to her.
Thank you, Deuce. I appreciate that, because I would just like to say, I think I understand the server's purpose. I was just trying to get a greater. Sorry, I was just trying to get a better grasp on the situation, and like I said before, I'll reiterate again. I was introduced to some theories and opinions, and I was just seeking more information.
All right, cool. So we say the Earth is flat because it looks flat. That's very simple. Do you think there's other iterations of Earth that you experience that we don't?
Still too loud.
Is he full volume? He sounds very quiet to me, Deuce.
Say, can I ask a question?
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll shut up, you guys.
Say, ma'am, have you can you show an example or demonstrate gas pressure without a
I'm sorry, gas pressure.
Pressure without a container. He meant to say gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
It's
Meaning
very
like
important.
the air?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The air.
The air is not contained, you claim?
Wait, sorry. I have a hard time understanding you. What did you say?
Okay, what I'm saying is, in reality, can you demonstrate a difference in gas pressure that's actually larger than you could ever imagine?
A difference in gas pressure that's
It coexisting right next to each other and not equalizing.
Oh,
And not
okay.
sucking one into the other.
Not a
I
good
think
one.
I-
Sure she's up to that yet.
Well,
Hey!
it's actually common
Guys.
sense. It's like a balloon.
I feel
A
like
balloon demonstration. It's a really simple concept.
No,
In
sorry. I'm just
in
trying to
reality,
learn.
does your car
I feel like
tire
I'm
need the
being like
tire?
attacked right now,
No,
and
no,
You're not. This is
We're on one
elementary
topic.
question.
but
It's
he said
really
like I'm not
basic.
up to that level. Like I think I
No,
can.
you are.
I think I'm very good at comprehending, and I
He
think
thinks. Hang on, Devil Eyes. He thinks you're up to that level. It was
Definitely.
Tim who said that you're not up to that level. He's asking you the question because he thinks you can comprehend it. So give him the respect that he's giving you by asking you the question.
Oh, absolutely, yes. You guys deserve my respect, absolutely. And if Deuce says you deserve my respect, yes, absolutely.
So what we're contrasting the concept that Earth has air pressure but no container, and in reality, there's no all gas experiment and the second law of thermodynamics demand equality.
Oh yes, second law thermo. Let me remember that. Is that the one that's like energy is not created nor destroyed, or is that the first?
That's the
I'm
first.
sorry.
And that's
Oh, okay.
also
Can I
a
try to
problem for
remember
the
it? Because
globe.
this would be a good like rack in my brain, I guess. For I think
Well,
it's
it's a
healthy to
simple
remember things.
example. It would be if do you have to hold the
Oh,
end shut
gravity.
on the
Okay, so it's
balloon?
like an energy. Is it about gravity?
No, we're talking about do you have to hold the end of the balloon shut or not to keep the air in?
Well, I'm trying to remember the second law. I think this
The
is a
second
great
law is
challenge for my brain, and I love challenging my brain. So I hope you
this is
appreciate that as well.
I've simplified it into a practical meaning by explaining you would need to hold the shut in order to keep the air in. It's about as simple as it gets. And it's called entropy, equalization.
Entropy, interesting.
Once the
That's the
pressure
change in
inside the
heat,
container
right?
huh?
Entropy is the change in temperature or heat. I can't remember.
Well, both are entropic. Absolutely. Like if you set a hot cup of coffee down and then watch the rise out of it, which is kind of a screwed up situation for your mass attracting mass. Usually that's what people claim anyway. But beside that, yeah, the temperature of the coffee will equalize with the environment, just like air pressure, except for Earth has pressure, and the necessary antecedent for pressure is pain. Sure, there's no way around it, unless you can demonstrate that before my eyes. But you'd be violating Boyle's law and Charles' law, and there's a lot of scientific experiments. No, I am feeding it to you because there's only really one answer.
Okay,
there isn't another.
Hang on. We haven't given her the premise yet.
Thank
you. The Earth's atmosphere. It's okay. The Earth's atmosphere, as you're told from the globe story, is that it's next to a vacuum, right?
Okay.
Double Eyes?
Can I ask, is entropy, because I'm still trying to remember the concepts like I was taught, is entropy like the thing that like disorder, it's like directly paralleled with disorder as entropy increases, disorder increases, and conversely if entropy decreases.
You're on the right one. You're on the right one.
Cool. Okay. Yes. And now I'm with you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So now let's go to what we're told about space. I'm using quotes here. Space, right? You have a vacuum next to an atmosphere. At the top of the atmosphere is the thermosphere. The very top of the thermosphere, we're told it's 25 torr. The beginning of the exosphere, or the beginning of space, we're told that beginning at that Kármán line, where it's 25 torr at the thermosphere, it's 10 to the negative 6 torr to the exosphere, or the vacuum of space. So you have a pressure differential that's quite large, right? It's an exponential number. Having that vacuum of space next to the atmosphere is impossible without a solid barrier because of entropy, right? That gas is going to try to fill the container
I
that
have to
it's in.
interject because something important is going on.
Is your sister calling again?
Yeah, 1 second. I will be right back. Can I deafen for like 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's some other new people in here, so if anybody else has a question, now's a good time to. I don't know if they are VC verified or not. Bananasaurus, Chaco, Cool Beans. Seem like there's other people. Oh, there. Plus there's Scrabo. You were talking to him earlier.
I was going to add one more thing about the pressure.
Hello?
Hi. Oh, about if the formula for it is P times equals A, which the globe has.
You're breaking up, Lumpy. I want you to go into your sound settings really quick, where it says user settings. Go to voice and video, where it says voice activity. Go ahead and unclick automatically determine input sensitivity and set it around 73 dB on that slider.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay. Or up.
So did you understand what I was saying, Double S?
Yes, and your original question was asking about space as an absolute vacuum, correct?
No, I didn't say absolute vacuum. I would never say that.
Oh, my apologies. If you could reiterate the question, maybe I'll have a better time understanding.
Okay. You have a gas, which is the atmosphere, next to a vacuum, which is space. Without a container, entropy would naturally have to kick in. That gas would naturally have to try to fill the container it's in, which is the void of space. So it would just fuck off into space, right? Because of entropy. You see what I'm saying? It would try to fill the vacuum, or it would try to fill that container being the vacuum of space. So you shouldn't have, without a container, an atmosphere next to a lower pressure. A high pressure next to a low pressure without a container is an impossibility due to the second law of thermodynamics that we know has never been violated.
So what is hydrostatic pressure?
Hydrostatic pressure is a constant pressure.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Your voice is very calming, but I appreciate you. Thanks.
You're welcome. Don't get mad, Dandelion.
Don't get me mad either. This motherfucker's using a voice changer. Let's see, I'm already mad.
Am I using a voice changer?
No, that the other person is using a voice changer.
Who?
I'm using voice changer?
Asking dumb questions. That has nothing to do with anything and just wasting everyone's time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Devil Eyes. I'm Devil Eyes. I'm just using a voice changer. Here's my voice changer. I can use falsetto like nobody's business.
I can talk with a deeper voice. I just feel very relaxed by Deuce's voice, so it's like I'm giving the energy I'm giving back.
How about you use your voice changer with a lower temper? And you can just be like, "Oh,
is that better?
I'm Devil Eyes," you know.
I'm Devil Eyes.
There you go, bro. There you go, Devil Eyes.
Is that better or no? I don't know. How do you want me to talk? I'll adjust.
I don't want you to talk anyway, unless you're talking about what we're talking about. You're just leading distraction after distraction from every single thing.
Sorry.
And I think
gosh.
Okay, so back to our conversation.
Is my voice better?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Yes, thank you,
distract the
Lumpy.
conversation.
I didn't mean to. Go
What,
ahead.
Helio? You stop it.
Can I ask a question?
You just stop it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop
it. Helio is triggered. Go ahead, Cool Beans. You can ask a question.
Know. I'm kind of nervous.
I'm sorry. I just need a little moment to absorb what just happened. I'm sorry.
He had a hissy. Don't worry.
I've been very confused. This is like my second time in this PC. The first time I was here, I asked about how eclipses happen.
Me too, dude.
What's an eclipse?
Eclipse. Sorry. I just wanted to like revisit that topic because I didn't really get to speak about it with like you people. Not like
you people. What the fuck?
Wait. No, like
what the fuck do you mean you people?
Wait, come on now. Different
Holy
people
shit.
were here. Different people were in the VC. I just want to hear like what you think.
Yeah, those people are real different.
No,
I'll tell you real quick.
I think it was like multiple people. Like
nobody can know.
Globers, like
it was a nobody lot of people, on Earth can
like,
know.
You guys,
they're intangible
in
lights.
There, so I just wanted to hear like
hang on,
your because someone talked about like how the moon moves in like a figure 8, which is how we get like global eclipses, and I wanted to know like what your theory is, you know, because I haven't been able to find any research. Like
Lumpy is 100% correct because I can't go there. I can't know, right? So anything I say is pure speculation, and I agree with that. But if we look at what we're told is happening, it can be invalidated just by a selenilian eclipse, or even the eclipse or the shadow of the lunar eclipse being on the wrong side of the moon and moving in the incorrect direction. But we can look at it another way, and if we look at the lunar eclipses, the shadow being smaller than the moon is not how we see shadows work in every other situation. Shadows are always bigger than the object.
I have to say, I feel like that's pretty accurate, and also the eyes can give misrepresentation
like
of reality
illusions, right?
Yeah,
I know. I see the.
Okay, so generally, when we look at any shadow, right, the light not seen is always larger than the object that's occluding the light. You understand what I'm saying, Cool Beans?
Yes.
So if we look at lunar eclipses, we see the light being occluded on the wrong side of the moon a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times. And if we look at a selenilian eclipse, that's where both the moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time. That's an impossibility by the story we're told. And also, when we look at a lunar solar eclipse, the moon, the umbra of the moon is smaller than the moon itself.
Sorry, Deuce, what's the umbra?
That's the shadow.
Of what?
Oh my god. Sorry.
Of the moon.
Sorry, I had something like stuck in my throat. Holy sorry. Go on. You're talking about the umbra.
Okay. Yeah. So the shadow is smaller than the moon itself, which should not be. That's not how we see light being occluded by an object from a source. It's always bigger than the object. The shadow is always going to be larger than the object, unless the light is directly above the object. Then it's tiny, right? It's not.
Dude, I have to say, I think you're right, and I also think, like I said, like perspective and like, illusions are such a reality, you know.
Wait.
Like,
well, yeah, but they're when we look at mirages, they're dependent on the conditions.
Hold on.
So they're not constant. Mirages aren't going to be constant. You're always going to see something different.
Give me a second. Sorry.
Go ahead.
How come I'm getting like a movie theater? Oh, okay.
Mirage?
Yeah, I've just never heard that before. Mirage.
Okay, so mirages are dependent upon the.
Deuce, I have to say, you are very knowledgeable.
Thank you.
Facts, like
mirages are dependent. Mirages are dependent upon. Hang on.
Or we're kind of just circling the barnyard here, really.
Right,
to be
because
honest.
now we're talking to two people here. But so Devil Eyes back to the atmosphere next to the vacuum.
Yes. Okay, I'm ready, dude.
Entropy.
Yes. Entropy disorder. Yes.
Okay. So naturally, like I said, the atmosphere should be fucking off into the vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have a problem because we're told that there's no solid barrier between the two. So in any scientific form, when you have a contradictory, then something is wrong. Something is not true. You can't have a contradictory statement such as the second law of thermodynamics and space next to an atmosphere. Now, they say, well, gravity's holding it in. But gravity didn't hold it in at the bottom, which is where gravity would be stronger, closer to the ground. We know this because of the inverse square.
Science.
Right, we know this because the inverse square law has never really been broken. And then, so gas goes all the way up to the thermosphere. Why isn't it going off into space? Why do we have an atmosphere at all? Because it should be trying to fill the container being space.
So, okay.
So this is what Lumpy is talking about when he's talking about the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and why it's important to our general worldview, or what we know to be true. The truth is, inverse square law gravity can't work as far as the second law of thermodynamics at the top of the thermosphere, right? So we can't be living where they say we're living, or else we wouldn't have an atmosphere, period.
Deuce, can you DM me an article I could look into, like about this?
I can't DM you. I'm a mod. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, can I?
Sorry,
Can I DM you?
I have COVID right now.
No.
Yep, COVID. God. Oh, we can't talk about that.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We.
It's just why my voice is raspy.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I kind of.
I'm like fighting right now.
I laughed about it. Sorry.
Wait, Deuce. I can't. Wait. Can I ask you for the article? And give you permission that like I consent to you DMing me?
I don't know what kind of article you would want. What article is going to violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
What are you looking for exactly? Sorry.
To learn about exactly what you're describing. I definitely learn better visually and like by reading. So I think orally's great, but I definitely am a visual learner. If that is any help.
Okay, so
how about mathematics? Maybe.
Hang on. We have. Let me see. Where is it exactly? There's a whole room with all of this stuff already there. And I just need to find it. Oh, for God's sakes, we have so many rooms. What's the room called? Is it the learning room?
Yeah. Let me see here. I've seen it too.
Can you ping me? I can't find it.
Yeah, no, I'll find it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So, and then another point, I think that's interesting to consider for sure, is the original radius measurement was done due to a dip angle, a bare naked observation of the horizon.
Yes, which can be skewed.
Okay, so
observation.
It's been, and it's maintained the value the whole time. And we can put on a high-speed camera on the horizon and watch it move. And it's apparent. And we can see with measurement, with a known observer height, like almost 10 times beyond what it can be. And that's at a minimum because we're looking at our horizon behind the image we're viewing, which could be much further. We just don't have a claim to knowledge of it because we don't have a distance known. And that basically ruins the globe radius problem for the globe. Everything else is based on it. And another problem is, it's a big deal. We call it the black swan. It's the kill shot. And then another thing, if you can,
Hang on,
are you on the voice
let's not inundate her.
Okay.
Old dude has just given you the beginner's references, learning curve, and gas pressure. All of them are right there. Okay.
Yeah, old dude's the man. He's good.
Wait,
He's
what
an
does
old
this
dude.
say? The actual
He might be,
answer
but
is
he's
that
good
the
at what he
vacuum
does.
of space does not exert
I'm kind of
any
old.
force on the atmosphere at all. It does not suck the air. We associate the word suck with
Hey,
vacuum.
Devil Eyes.
Yeah.
You got to redo yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay. I do the same thing.
What's that, Cool Beans?
Can I finish? Can I
said
can I
do the same
finish
thing
it?
sometimes.
Can you finish what, Devil Eyes?
You know, the little slight bit of trolling in it, you guys should be really having a difficult time with the information we're giving you if you believe in the globe and have any ability to follow a thought through.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm having a
I
difficult
know
time
it's
with using big words.
your model is in extreme jeopardy, and you're like whistling past the graveyard.
He's not wrong.
Can I be real with you guys? I'm just having a difficult time because you guys are using like really big words.
You have a computer, right?
I know, it's just like
You don't. No, that's trolly. That's trolly
No, like
sidestep. No way.
Hang on.
We haven't used big words. What big word did we use?
Lumpy.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay, I'll wait.
I feel like the words are a normal level, honestly.
Let's not stir the shit pot for fuck's sakes.
Sorry.
This is bullshit.
Okay. Yes, we are using words. Some of them you may not know. You can easily stop us and ask us. Don't use ignorance as an excuse not to comprehend or at least think out what I'm saying, because I don't want to waste my fucking breath.
I'm pretty good at vocabulary. I just don't think I'm
It's fine.
At your level, Deuce.
People use words I don't know all the time.
No, it's just like you're totally right.
Okay, thank you.
Under defense, though, I don't think they meant anything like.
No, I totally understand.
Yeah.
But shit pot was getting stirred, and I wanted to nip it in the bud.
Just mean like
Right.
when I was like googling.
How's it going, by the way, guys?
Hey, Will.
I was googling entropy.
What's
Just
poppy?
like really confusing.
Hi, Will.
That's all.
It's all good.
Like building upon like a weak foundation.
Will,
like,
your voice is
like,
very raspy.
a lot.
Sorry, that was just like an observation I made. I don't know why I shared it with the class. But...
Oh.
All right. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't know.
Barely. You're a little too. You're a little loud. Yeah, you're a little too loud.
Loud, low. I mean, I get, it's like
They're synonymous.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, but I just posted, feigning ignorance.
Feigning
only works on ignorance.
I think it's pronounced
feigning.
feigning.
Meaning that
not
faking being ignorant, and then you just come in with a bunch of bullshit lies that you're just like, hopefully this.
Okay,
this
let's. Nobody has even broached being upset or mean.
I'm
so
sorry.
swinging wildly, swinging wildly is
me.
not necessary.
All right, so I'm not
even if they're fucking trolling, it's good for the whole class to explain everything that hasn't been explained to every single person. So please calm down, everybody, and allow the process to work itself out.
I guess it will. Yeah, you're exactly right, Deuce.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll stay on mute.
No,
you have no need. You're the whole focus of today.
Yeah, I want you to complete.
Well,
I want you to continue to feign ignorance.
I don't appreciate.
I want you to continue to feign ignorance. Go ahead and do it.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Helio.
I don't.
Devil Eyes, don't get triggered by people's stupidity.
No,
if
I don't
you
feel
are,
triggered.
if you listen,
hey,
if you are being, if you,
I'm sorry,
I didn't
I'm
call
getting
anybody
overwhelmed.
stupid. If you are a genuine person, then it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. If you're being genuine, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I get. Yeah.
I'm just feeling really, really stressed out right now.
There's no need. There's no need. We're having a rational, reasonable conversation in a room full. Listen. In a room full of people who have a bunch of things to say and have heard it all before. So occasionally, somebody's going to jump in and say something you might not like. You're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, I just get like when people raise their voices, I get really sensitive to that.
Yeah, and Helio doesn't know how not to raise his voice.
Yeah,
So.
I just happen
That's
to have
why
a
I
loud.
appreciated and commented on your calm voice earlier. I think it's very easy to understand and like relate to, I guess, or think about when you're presenting ideas in a calm manner. I personally just get really stressed out and like overwhelmed by raised voices.
Right.
In my opinion, isn't the main overarching idea about this room where we're here talking is about whether the Earth is a globe or a level stationary
I'm
planet?
pretty sure we were talking about that. Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Okay, thank you. So now, back to the topic at hand. You can agree that without a container, the atmosphere can't be in a vacuum, right? Double S?
Yeah. Wait, so what about gravity? Doesn't sorry.
Okay. You agreed that at the surface.
I agree.
That's fine. That at the surface, gravity would be stronger than at the nether regions of space, right? At the surface of the Earth, the gases obviously going up to all the way to the top, the tippity top, all the way to space, and then stopping for no reason. Seems a little ridiculous. Seems like a story.
So gravity, yeah, it does. No, that's fair.
Okay. So now we can look at all the pictures they've told us are from space and say, you know what? That's the second law of thermodynamics begging the question fallacy. Right? Because first we have to assume that they went out past a second law of thermodynamics violation to take that picture. So what? How's that even possible?
I'm sorry. I'm just getting DM'd by Bananasaurus right now, and sorry, I'm just getting distracted.
Oh God, here we go again. Yeah.
Okay, Helio. I think I posed a reasonable question.
I think you did.
Okay, so let's not whistle past it. Let's hold them to it instead of getting all upset because somebody tried to move past
Hey, we get messages from people all the time, but we don't.
Okay, good for you. We're
They're
talking about
doing
somebody
the
different, for
opposite of
fuck's
what you're
sake.
saying. So I was just trying to clarify.
No, that's fine. You're trying to
They're
understand
DMing me
what they're
like
saying.
ask them about sunsets. Also,
Okay,
second law of
that's not opposite of what I'm saying. That sunsets are something that happen both without question. That's not a really great thing. See, in order for any of this to be possible, you have to change your complete worldview and hold two possibilities in your head at the same time, right? That the world is both a globe and that the earth is flat. Now, how would these two things work? And on one, the sun is 93 million miles away and the moon is 240,000 miles away, but they just so happen to match up, right? There's millions and millions of miles away, but they're perfectly the same size. And one of them, we never see the other side of it. We never see the other side of the moon.
You
Pretty
are
weird.
so knowledgeable. How do you remember the numbers?
No.
Are you referencing something, or are you just like that?
No, I'm just talking to you right now.
Oh,
okay.
Wow,
so,
that's just really impressive. I'm sorry, that's really impressive.
Thank you. I've never gotten so many compliments in a conversation.
This is really because we know that all flat earthers here know that. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, everybody knows it, Helio. Take away my.
Deus Vault is very special.
Thank you. Don't do. Helio's trying to take away my special card.
Dudes, don't let the compliments rail you off, eh?
Try not to, but Helio won't let him go. Anyways.
Hey, I'm being a dick. But go ahead.
Okay, so we all know how special I am. Either way. So we have two things in the sky
I think you're special. Honestly.
Thank you. I think you're special too. So we have two things in the sky that are the same size. One occludes the other, and the other one gets occluded by something. We can't tell what it is, supposedly. Now, if that worldview was correct,
let me look
it
it up so
blocks
I
the
don't
light.
interrupt
It
the
blocks the
conversation.
light. It blocks the light.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. So that's the globe Earth story, right? But if we look at it and we say, well, if the sun was a lot closer and the moon was kind of in the same area as the sun, then all of that wouldn't be necessary, right? All of this distance and this and that. Now, really, the only way you get that distance to the sun if you triangulate it from here on Earth is by adding the curvature into the calculation. But if we take the same calculation, don't add the curvature, we get the same distance to almost every light in the sky. So, if we don't take the curvature, we get the same distance to every light in the sky, meaning the sky is the limit, right?
If I may, I think you mean the same angular, not the distance.
Angular.
Same distance. Sorry, not the same size. Same distance. Yeah. Sorry.
Angular
I miss.
size.
I misspoke. It's the same distance. Everything is basically the same distance.
I think I understood.
The sky is the limit. Sorry, sometimes I flub up.
I just want to correct.
Sometimes I'm not so special, Helio. Thanks for pointing it out.
Yeah, you're as special as you are.
I disagree with that, and I think my opinion is validated in this sense, even though like other opinions aren't as important as your own, like you said it before. But I think you are special.
Thank you. Means a lot to me. Now, like I said, if everything is the same distance on the flat Earth in the sky, because the sky is the limit, right? It makes more sense of how an eclipse would happen, right? Because the sun would just go behind the moon. You see what I'm saying? Or the light would be stopped from going to the moon by something else in the sky. Yeah, exactly. So it's not that hard. And the sun setting is just the sun going away from your local area because it's much closer. You see what I'm saying? So like these questions on whether the sun would set on a flat Earth, of course it would, because it does. Does the sun set on a globe? Of course it does, because it does. So it's not like that's an invalidating question, but it is one that makes me clarify what may be, and that's perfectly fine.
So back to my friend's theory. So I was talking to him, and I was like, there's no way, like all this stuff, and I was like, I'll play devil's advocate. So, I'll play devil's advocate. How do you understand? And he was talking about like his experience in planes and stuff, and I was like, well, that like I'm just trying to understand. He was telling me like in planes that like you see the Earth's curvature.
Right.
Yeah.
Has he ever seen the outside of the window that he's looking from in a plane?
Oh, can I ask him and get back to you?
No, I want to do this little mind thought thing with just me and you. Okay.
Oh, just
now,
me and you?
Yeah. Now, when you put a plane on a window, it can't be a flat surface, because a flat surface would eventually have an edge. So it has to have a bit of a curve to it so that it can withstand the pressure of flying through the air that fast, right? So whenever you put a curved piece of glass in front of your view, what you see is going to be curved.
Yes, because it like manipulates your perspective, and
it is another optic you're looking through besides your own eye. So everything you look through on a plane is, of course, going to be curved, unless it's a flat window.
That reminds me of goggles, like swimming goggles, perhaps.
Yeah, some swimming goggles have a flat lens in front so that you can see proper depth perception, but most goggles have that kind of googly eye on the side.
Bananasaurus, what do you mean?
Is Bananasaurus sending you a message or something? I don't know. Who is Bananasaurus? Bananasaurus is not VC verified. They probably can't answer.
They're DMing me and asking, then why the heck does the wing look normap? Normap?
Well, let's try unmuting Banana. Are you there, Banana?
And there's Banana.
A little shy?
Banana.
Hey there, Banana.
Well, all the highest praises for sharing your evidence with me, and can you like just give me more evidence?
Sure. Like what?
Thanks. Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not well
Okay,
versed
I'm
in this
going to give you the best evidence you can ever get.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, the best evidence you could ever get is one you get yourself. So we're going to look at something you can do for yourself.
Like right now as we speak?
No, when you find the time in your nearest convenience. Okay, so I'm posting an Earth curve calculator. Okay, I want you to go ahead and bookmark that. Everybody stop posting for a second. Go ahead and bookmark that.
I would like to know what Devil Eyes has worked so far.
Devil Eyes, don't worry about what they're saying.
Sorry.
Everybody
Okay,
stop posting for a second.
I'm focused on you.
I want you to bookmark that page I've just linked to you.
Okay, bookmark. Bookmark.
Okay. So now what I want you to do is I want you to go out to your local area. You can pull up this page on your phone. I want you to find out, or in your local area, I want you to find an area or a lookout where you can look above your local surroundings, whether it be trees, buildings, or hills. Okay? So that either be the top of a hill, top of the building, or a top of a building.
Actually, I have a great vantage point from my universities. Yes, I do. Yes.
Excellent. So what I want you to do is I want you to go out and look to the horizon, find a landmark you can identify. Okay? At the farthest you can see, find a landmark you can identify. Then I want you to calculate your distance from that landmark using Google Maps. Okay, so you just put a pin where you are, a pin where that is, and you can calculate the distance to it. From there, hey, Banana Sausage, go ahead and stop typing to her while I'm talking to her for a second. From there, I want you to figure out your height. Google Maps has a height estimator where you can find out exactly how high above sea level you are. You can put that into this calculator. When you look, I want you to use something like a telephoto lens or binoculars or even a telescope.
This seems interesting, but I'm not so sure, Deuce.
All I'm asking you to do is look for yourself. Everything else you hear is bullshit because unless you can validate it yourself, it doesn't matter. What I say doesn't matter. What you read doesn't matter unless you can validate it for yourself. I don't want you to believe me, and I don't want you to believe anybody else. I want you to go out there and look.
So my personal evidence is like paramount, I guess. Then I get what you're saying.
It doesn't. Yeah, like I said, the nature of your reality is one of the biggest questions you can ask. Who you are, why you are, and where you are. Everything else really doesn't matter.
I guess the who, the why, and the where. It's the three big W's.
Yeah. So where are you? Where are you? I think we can answer pretty quickly if you go ahead and do this.
Oh, wait, where am I right now? Is that what you're asking?
No. I don't need to know where you are. What I'm saying is the Earth flat? If what you're being told is a lie, why are you being told that lie? If it's a lie, then who's telling you the lie? If it's a lie, then what could they be gaining from you by lying to you? All of these questions need to be asked, but you can't ask those questions until you decide that you've been deceived.
Honestly, Deuce, I get so excited talking to you. Like, I interrupt you, so I apologize for that. But what do you think their perspective is?
It doesn't. None of that matters until you can decide that you've been deceived. If you can't see that you've been deceived, if you can't discern for yourself that these things have happened, then we can't attribute motive to something we can't discuss has happened. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
So we can't say this person did this crime because of this, but we haven't proven he's done a crime yet. We just know why he did it. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So what do you think? Oh, sorry. I get like stuck on thoughts sometimes, and like I love answers and I love asking questions and getting answers. Yeah. That's just a little bit about me.
Thank you. And to banana sausage, a plane's wing is already curved. It's curved throughout. The whole thing is a curve. It's called an airfoil. Don't be ridiculous.
What is banana DMing you?
No, he asked that question before. I was just answering it. I wanted to get through what I wanted to tell to Devil.
Dude, I have to say, sorry to interrupt. I just get excited, but no one really takes me seriously. So I'm just glad that you're listening to me and hearing me out and sitting and taking the time to educate me.
Well, understand, I'm not just educating you. I'm educating every single person who's listening who doesn't already know what I'm saying. So while I'm saying I'm using you, I'm saying you're useful to me.
Oh,
and I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm saying you're a greater tool and a bigger experience for everybody here. Like I said in the very beginning, there's a lot of people here listening. Yeah, we're all tools.
An example, like, hey, you know what? I should look into where I live. Guess what? I live here. I should look into where I live.
They become rusty and gross, and they're just used.
No. Listen. Everybody has a use. If you find yourself without a use, you will find yourself listless, without a destination, and hopeless. What I'm saying is you have a purpose in this world. This purpose is not just for yourself, but for everybody you come in contact with. And when I say I'm using you as a tool, I'm saying to enrich their lives. Those people listening.
Dude, so like you're I like a good way for me to understand is by repeating back what I'm being told. For like understanding purposes. So did you say in summary that everyone is a tool?
Yeah. In summary, everyone is a tool.
Well.
I said that. I said that in the very beginning.
Can I use you?
You just did by asking me a question.
Wow, that was awesome, man. I'd love to hear people tell Dennis Fault that he's a tool.
Yeah, you're a tool.
I have to.
You're a tool.
You're a tool. So are you.
Everybody's a tool.
Everybody's a tool.
Except me.
Yeah, man. That's funny. That's a summation of the last hour that all you guys were just talking shit and all this kind of.
Okay, Helio, I said a lot of important things. Helio, I said a lot of important things to a lot of people. So if you want to sit there and minimalize it, you can go ahead and do that. But everybody who was listening, I think, got the gist of what I was saying and hopefully enjoyed it.
Yeah,
hopefully enjoyed it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you found it valuable, Helio.
I
did.
Yeah, sure.
That was really good, man.
The whole time.
It was good.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Talking to
What did you get out of it? Can you give us, Devil Eyes, just a short summary of what you learned tonight?
A short summary, man. I don't know if I can like summarize that all because we've been talking for how long? Like when did?
Oh, well, you don't have to do the whole thing. How about just the last 20 minutes? Because I was up in the check-in part of the time, so I didn't hear the whole thing.
Oh, I thought I saw you down here.
I was here most of the time, but then I checked in Texas Roadhouse, who apparently is gone. Another person. A very nice person. Yeah, if you see Texas Roadhouse, something or other. She was a nice lady. And else that doesn't seem to be here either. But anyhow, what'd you learn in the last 20 minutes, Devil Eyes?
I'm sorry. I just feel like I'm being interrogated, but I think I learned a lot.
You're not.
You just told me that. Yeah, you told me that you like to repeat back to make sure they understand things. I was trying to facilitate that. But I understand your hostile toward me from earlier because you think that
it's self-led and it's self-led summarizing. It's not like forced summary because I feel under pressure right now, and it's honestly like stressing me out a little.
Okay, well, I wouldn't want to add to your stress in any way. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Just say everyone's a tool.
You're funny.
Yeah, I
Mikey.
learned everyone's cool. I learned about vacuums, entropy, disorder, gas pressure.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess that's. I mean,
Nice.
I guess
Awesome.
that's it. I don't.
Cool. That's
Excellent.
great.
You
Excellent
learned
job.
a little better about the Earth, and you learned a little bit about yourself.
Oh, about you too. Wink, wink.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse is back. Hi, Texas Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
What's up in the house?
Hello. Deuce.
In the house.
Deuce.
Yeah.
I have to say, I actually am kind of excited to try this experiment you told me about.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember to use some sort of lens, like a telephoto lens or binoculars or a telescope, because I want you to get as far off to that horizon as possible. Find
Use a lens?
landmark.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
like a telescope, but you could use binoculars. It doesn't matter. But I want you
I
to
don't
see
know if
clearly
I
what you're
have-
looking at. You can borrow
okay.
binoculars. People have
yeah,
binoculars.
can I borrow yours?
I don't have any.
I'm just kidding.
That's
Sorry.
like, did she say can I borrow the earth? All right, cool. So we all live on the earth. We all experience the same earth. Now, the way you perceive it, that's what we're talking about. Bottom line.
Huh?
Yeah.
You're a little loud, Helio.
That's the bottom line.
God damn, I don't have to stand halfway across the room and make from my microphone. Everyone experiences the earth.
Still too loud.
You're too
Helio,
low,
you're
man.
still a little loud.
You're still too
maybe
loud.
You're Helio. I'll turn you
Hey,
down.
do you want
One
me
second.
to get close to my microphone? Hey.
Yes, I would like you to get you close to your microphone.
Can I get close to my mic? Can I get close? Sorry.
Hey, let's all get close to our microphones and
Everybody over modulate. Everybody.
Everybody.
Get
close.
Can you get close to the mic?
Everybody dance. The flat earth.
No, but seriously,
Y'all funny.
We're in the 10 hours, man. We're having fun.
Welcome to the server, Texas Roadhouse enthusiast. Did you have any questions or comments for us? Texas Roadhouse?
No, not yet. I've just been listening.
Well, I just called on you, but don't feel like you have to wait to be called on. If you ever have anything you want to add, just feel free to jump in there.
Yeah.
Well, let's get rid of the.
Dandelion, I have to say, I feel like you're giving pressure, pressure, like air pressure. I think you're forcing pressure on people when it's really
Let's
not
get rid of the wait. Let's get rid of the distraction.
Hang on.
Because maybe
I think
Texas Roadhouse can be legit.
I think it's important to give everybody an opportunity to speak, even though they may not want to.
An opportunity to speak, but I was already speaking, and she asked me to reiterate what was already said, and I gave a perfect summary. So I feel like the pressure was maybe unnecessary. I don't know.
Stop hating on Dandelion.
I know she really doesn't like me, but it's perfectly fine. It doesn't bother me at all.
This is your initial statement. Go ahead and say it. Say it. Go ahead and give your initial statement.
I was just asking what Deuce's opinion was on what I had said.
Okay, really quick. I was talking to Scribo really quick, and I'm going to continue with that. Scribo, did you have a question for me?
No. Did I say something?
No. Did you look at me funny?
No. I don't think so.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
To be honest, I don't know.
Did you hear everything I was telling Devil Eyes?
No, I've been in and out.
Really? Man, you missed some good stuff. Some really good stuff.
Real good stuff.
Yeah. It was all right.
Some gravy.
I learned some stuff.
It was all right.
It was good.
I'd like to talk about massive gravy,
I'd
bro.
like to talk about what you guys think about Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan.
We don't talk about that around here.
Yeah, we don't talk about that, but I totally agree that you missed some really good stuff.
Shit.
Okay.
Anyone
so
got clips?
hang on. Yeah, it's on YouTube right now. You can just go back for about an hour and a half for the last hour and a half. It's really good.
How do I find this
YouTube
channel?
Deus Vault, Tim is reminding us that you told Grebo to ask an FE question, then he could ask a non-topic question after that. I don't even know if he asked his FE question. He's been thinking about it the whole time, maybe, or did he ask it?
That's true. That's true. Scribo, yeah.
Ask a F. You said a FU question.
Yeah, you're supposed to ask me a question.
Flat Earth question, man. Flat Earth.
Oh. Okay.
What do you got?
Okay. What's the general consensus on if I look at other? Well, if I look at the moon, or
look at the moon,
with the
here
sun.
we go.
No, listen. If I look at the moon, if I see,
nobody else responded.
if I see other planets that look circular, they could be round.
Yep.
Okay.
And how do I know that?
Can I answer
you're
this
not
one?
Also on a
Okay, well, this is very similar to
ball.
well, I believe it's very similar to the plane illusion where you see a curvature because of the glass. Yeah.
Just because you're seeing something that's round doesn't make it a ball. But if you think something's a ball, then you have to at least do the work to find out if it is. Now, have you ever looked at a planet through a telescope, Scribo?
Yes.
And what did you see?
Satan.
A fuzzy thing that was circular,
I saw a fuzzy
right?
thing. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Looked like a peach, like a
right,
a gross,
right, and
a peach that is it's gone bad.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like it's got mold on it because it's so fuzzy. I see what you're saying. It's already a peach. It's fuzzy, and then it's got mold on it. Okay.
Right.
What I'm asking you is, was there any way for you to tell the spherosity? Let's just go to the nearest thing we think is in our atmosphere, which would be the moon, right? If we look at it and through a telescope, we never see the other side, nor do we ever see a specular highlight, which is weird if it's reflecting the sun's light. Why do we not see a specular highlight where the sun would be shining brightest? Because in every sphere I've ever seen, there is a point that is closer to me, the observer, than the rest of the ball because it's a sphere. But on the moon, it all seems to be lit evenly when it's a full moon, of course. But I don't see that specular highlight. So if I'm to invalidate that the moon is a sphere, I can say, well, there's no specular highlight. I've never seen the other side. Other than that, I can't tell you, right? But if I look at a planet, I'm always seeing the same thing. I'm never seeing another face of the planet. And I'm always seeing the exact same thing. Even to Jupiter, I see the same spot the whole time. Never changes. But I don't see a clear picture. Even in an observatory, which I've gone to, I don't see Jupiter as I'm told it is in these photographs supposedly by NASA. I always see something not quite in focus. That's what I meant by fuzzy. I understood what you were saying with the peach and the old peach.
Almost like I bought a peach and I didn't eat it.
Right, and you just left it there for 2 weeks.
I just left bag. I was a fool.
You see what I'm saying?
I got busy. Sure.
You should have ate it over the sink like you should always eat a peach because it's going to run all over your face. Yes. Nonetheless,
very true.
That doesn't answer the question, though. If we're looking at the tennis balls to describe the court in which it's played, we're probably not going to get very far. But if we look at the court in which it's played, we can probably bring, some tools with us to measure and figure out what that court looks like and what it should be described as, right?
Sure.
So, looking at the stars, looking at the moon, looking at the sun, looking at planets, doesn't really tell us very much. But we can say with most assuredness that that point of light that we're looking at seems to be round. Great.
Yeah. So
what
do
does
you
that
think,
mean? What does that mean? If I look at a deer and all the deer are running around me, does that make me a fucking deer?
do you see deer running around? No.
No.
Yeah, I see deer running around all the time.
That's true. Yeah.
No, because
but I don't
I
think
see
it makes
deer
me a
running
deer.
around, and I look down at myself, and I don't see brown legs. What?
I'm not a deer.
You're a deer to me.
Thank you.
No.
Any other questions,
So,
Scramble?
so do you think the space is a hologram or some kind of?
No.
Okay.
I don't think there is such a thing as space.
Okay.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is, Scribo?
No.
Wise, would you like to enlighten him?
It's everybody Wing Chun tonight, I think is.
I don't believe that's true. You're more of a troll than anybody else we have in here, but that's fine.
Yeah.
The second law of
you can't always be serious, you know.
I know.
You gotta have fun
Yeah,
with
but
things.
this is the second. You're not the only one here, though.
Sure.
The second law of thermodynamics
not.
states that. Okay, as it pertains to gas,
Thermodynamics.
as it pertains to gas, is that gas will fill its container, right?
Right.
And if a high pressure comes up against a low pressure, it will fill that container. It will flow from high to low because that's how entropy works. So, can you have a high pressure next to a low pressure with no solid barrier between? Scrabo?
Sorry, someone's DMing me. What's up? What was the question?
Is it banana pants?
Maybe. Why?
Because
We'd
he
like
keeps
to
on
know.
DMing anybody I talk to. He's really interested in talking to me, but I don't know if I can.
I don't know who this guy is.
Banana pants.
I would have had that.
In the DM.
What was that?
Let's go down in. He said it goes down in the DMs.
I would have had gas if I would eat those bad peaches.
But do you agree that you can't have a vacuum next to a any pressure whatsoever without that pressure trying to fill that vacuum?
Sure.
So you would need a solid barrier between the two.
That's it.
So then there's no space.
No outer space. Sorry. Cool.
So if you guys ever tried to go up, or it'd be cool. I'd like to go up myself and just see.
Go up where?
Yeah, I did.
High above the clouds.
Yeah,
and see what it looks like.
I've been in a plane.
And if it is flat, then they'd probably just shoot me in the back of the head. So
yeah,
dude.
Like the meme. Everybody's seen the meme. It always was, right?
That's right.
Hey, we sent balloons.
We have footage of weather balloons. I mean, you could, for a reasonable price, you could send your own. You could buy your own kit and send up a weather balloon. I can put some footage from those in the live stream voice text. I think the kits are around $1,000. I don't know, give or take. I mean, it's a lot. So I'm only saying that because, as we mentioned, you can do all these things yourself. Depends on how much you. Yeah, that's a high end test. He wants to see if the Earth is flat. I'm telling you, if it means that much to you, you could save your pennies for a while. But a lot of people, so many people have done it. I mean, that's the thing about all of this evidence. You'd have to either think that all of these people are conspiring to try to get people to believe the Earth is flat, or it just is flat and stationary, just as it appears, which is a more logical explanation. But you don't even need to go that far in your steps of logic because there's no positive evidence of the globe whatsoever. So you don't even have to do that many contortions.
Absolutely, Dandelion. We've had so many people that have done these high altitude.
You're still low, Helio.
You're pretty loud.
Low?
Loud. He's
Well,
pretty
he's always
loud.
been.
Who was that? Scribo? Okay, Scribo, there's one. That's what when amateur weather balloons go up there, they see
I
the
want somebody
flat
to tell me
horizon.
whether I'm loud or low. Somebody tell me.
What? Can you guys put your ears
Definitely
here?
loud.
What's he saying?
Both apparently.
Definitely loud, for sure.
You're low.
I can fucking scream all night.
Helio, you're
trolling you.
load. You're load.
Loud.
Anyway, I was trying to address what Dandelion was just
Larry,
talking about.
Oliver, Ursula, Daniel.
Loud.
Microphone working.
Yeah, it's
too
working.
much. It's working way too hard.
Oh, Cool Beans is leaving. Cool Beans says their Eclipse question did not get answered, but
it did.
but they're gone. Too bad.
Hey, hang on. Devil Eyes, would you say I answered the Eclipse question?
Yeah, with you even gave the numbers of the distances, correct? And
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, tell Cool Beans. Got answered then. Maybe the Cool Beans wasn't listening.
Well, see, I thought I just did.
No. She's.
But Cool Beans is not here. I just thought you knew that person, but you don't.
That's fine.
Thank you,
as long as
Jason.
yeah, that's fine.
You guys are great, man. What a great night. I'll just shout it out. Thank you.
I know. It's like, what is this, Wednesday night? I don't know
What the heck's going on, man? It's like a half a moon. It's a quarter moon. It's a quarter moon.
I have said that I'm going to be here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Oh, really?
I've tried to stick to that as much as possible.
Dude, can you join tomorrow?
No, Friday.
That's Thursday.
Tomorrow's
Why
Thursday.
not Thursday?
Because he does Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. I love reality. Reality is so cool. Once you stick to reality, man, it's really fun. Anyway.
Me?
Anybody. All of us. Reality rules, man. RR. Okay?
Devil Eyes, stop taking what people say as slights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be good. That's a good start. No, you hung in there, young lady. Devil Eyes. I don't know where you came up with that name, but that's cool.
I have devil eyes. You want to see them?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I've seen enough of those, man. I got a whole lifetime full of devil eyes, man. Damn. Anyway, thanks for coming on, and please stick around. And there's a ton of information here. And
am I getting booted right now?
No. He likes to give intros and outros
every
15 minutes. I don't know why, but he's always done it.
I'm listening. You got to give me that.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Keep it up, people, man. Keep it up. I'm still here to pump you up, man. Here to pump you up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great night, man. I love it. Every time you think, man, it was kind of dead around here last night, but tonight was just bumping. Thank you.
I'm sorry I wasn't here.
Yep. It's okay.
Mr. Reality, I'm definitely interested. You can DM me if you want.
I don't do too much typing. I'm really bad at it, so I'll keep it simple.
No, I think she's talking to Mr. Reality.
Oh, okay. Hey, you guys DM it up, man. DM City. Some of these people, man, they get you in those DMs, man. They want you to answer 474 questions about the Earth. You're like,
this is probably a good time to. This is probably a good time to give a standard. This is probably a good time to give the standard disclaimer. If you're new to the server, you might not know that our server does not police DMs. Whatever DMs is just a general Discord-wide thing. So if you encounter someone on the server and then you decide to take the interaction into the DMs, we are not responsible for the outcome.
Exactly.
That's on you when you get the old DP.
Can I DM you?
Yeah. You're good.
Juice?
Go ahead.
I told you I'm a mod. I can't accept direct messages. Sorry. It's a conflict of interest.
Oh.
Right, exactly. So yeah, man, go check out the Earth you live on, measure it, see how far you can see. I always love that one. How far can I see? Can I see 100 miles?
I guess I'll take this as an
Damn,
exit.
I've seen 100 miles. I can see 100 miles.
What are you saying, Devil Eyes? It's hard to hear over Flat Earth Dude when he talks.
All right.
No, that was it. I don't think he was dismissing you. I do actually have to go, though, so I am going to say goodbye to
Good night,
Devil Eyes and
Dandelion.
everyone else because I have to get up early in the morning. But it was great talking to
Dandelion.
everyone. Good night. Yes, wonderful evening. Very.
Getting kicked out, so I might head out too.
You are not getting kicked out. Deasful told you that's just his. That was just like a standard kind of speech he was giving. It wasn't directed at you in any way.
He always,
and also,
always
you know
does
what? And I'm sorry. I know you are like not my biggest fan or anything, but just what Deasful told. Okay. I won't assume that because that's what I was going to say to you is not to assume these people are saying something to you unless they like expressly say it. Because I do think people we do. I mean, I do that, and I used to do it more in the past. You kind of like try to read between the lines and so on, and then you're like doing more work for the person. Like if the person is not a good communicator, you shouldn't do the work for them and like do the. I'm going to continue with the advice in case anyone else is interested. She's obviously not, but anywho, it's better to just take people at face value what they actually say. If they choose not to actually say the thing they're trying to passively aggressively get across to you, that's on them. You know what I mean? Like even if you pick up on that, you're totally free to ignore it if they aren't going to make the effort to actually communicate in a clear way. So free piece of advice, anyone who actually cares. And I shall
I
see
agree.
you
Always
time.
take a person at their words. Thank you, Dandelion.
You're welcome. Yeah. All right. See you later.
Night, Mary.
Good night, Dick.
Dick? Who's the Dick?
You guys don't remember. You guys are too young to remember that shit, man. Good night, Dick. Yeah, that's old. Old school.
I'm so old. I'm young.
Old school television. It was back in the day. It was before my time, even. So there's that. But somehow it's sneaked in. Everybody take a breath, grab some water, regroup. That was a mini marathon right there, right? That was good.
That's the way I'd rather have it.
Oh yeah, that was great.
To take somebody to the farthest possible,
beautiful
place,
and it takes time, man. These things can't happen quickly. Some people get it quick, way quick, man, but most people takes a minute.
Hey, Banana Hammock, are you there?
Banana Source?
Whatever.
Banana Hammock. Why on earth Banana Hammock, bro? You've got to tell us. Come on. Own up. Who called you Banana Hammock?
We got nothing.
No. Too shy.
Damn. Sometimes you strike out, man.
I've never struck out.
Really? Batting 1,000? Damn.
On paper.
On paper. On digital.
On breaded.
Never. Yeah, I've struck out here a few times with trying to get people to chit chat, and open their mics or whatever. But it's all right. There's some great chat going on tonight as well. You guys out there in the chat are crushing.
What do you guys think, Gardettos? Gardettos for crush them up and make them for fish frying?
That's
I'm
good.
eating a bag
good,
of.
But is it the bagel pieces?
The bagel pieces and the other stuff, or just the bagel pieces? I think I'm gonna try them both. Bagel pieces.
Just do the bagel pieces.
It's going on some northern. Heck yeah.
Sounds like
man, that was a pretty good time. That was a pretty good time, man. Dude did well. And I learned stuff. So heck yeah, it was a good time. Hey, you know what, guys? I got my brother. I haven't really brought this up yet, but we're talking again, and I've got his we kind of had problems. I won't get into it all. I've been a little bit of a mess, and then he's got his side too. So, but I got his text, and I think I'm gonna just hardball flat smack him, man, and then try to. And I don't know if I should like get him his own phone or do it on his phone or what, because I might ask him if he would prefer me to bring up something that might be sensitive, because I'm pretty sure the Fed like monitors his shit or whatever. I'm sure of it. What do you guys suggest? Because he's a 30-year vet, air traffic controller.
Hey, Lumpy Gas, if you can afford to buy him a phone that's, what we call a burner.
Yeah, that's, I think, what.
Do that. Do that. If you can do that, that'd be great, man. That way he'll feel a little more comfortable. I mean, that's an expense that...
I could just load the thing up and mail it to
load
him.
it. Yeah, load it up.
Okay, that's what I got. On it.
Watch this shit.
On it. And you know what? He's like got this thing about integrity. It might trigger him to really lay it out before he leaves, to be able to dial it in.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm serious. He's smart. I just don't think he knows it's flat. Because I didn't know until I heard the arguments, man. Had I never heard Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent way back when.
Yeah, exactly.
I might.
Well, I mean, how many of y'all in here have had a really hard time like talking to your family members that you actually have good relationships with, and how it can quickly go south? So if you're already, I mean, this was just my opinion, if you're already having problems, because I went through the same situation to where I didn't even get to pretty much talk to my brother for almost 3 years, and we were super close. So when we finally started talking, it was almost like a healing process. So it was very shallow. It was like, how's the surf? How's the weather? You know what I mean? It's like I had to slowly build up before I really laid. Yeah, before I laid.
It takes a minute. Yeah, it takes a couple years. Yeah. I had the same experience, man, where I'm like, I've been working with this guy, and I'm like, he's starting to see it. Okay, he's getting it. He understands the government's completely fucked up. And I'm like, okay, you're seeing that. You just went through 2 years of this craziness.
Yeah.
2.5, and now now you're starting to talk about deep fake, and I see where you're going.
Yeah. Well, I think my brother had to realize that the same brother that used to run around butt naked in the yards, shooting squirrels and all that, I'm the same person. So he had to, know that I'm still here. And then later on, I could actually lay out, what I thought about things, because, I just couldn't. Sometimes you don't need, you have to rebuild that relationship up to have that trustworthiness.
It's a great point, man. I think it's over. It's not talked about enough. The relationships that we have had to work over the last 5 years have been touch and go. We know when to back off. And we're just going to talk about football today. Okay. We're talking about football today. Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking just like a phone with a message, and then like just load it with videos and just let it be. And tell them in the message. Tell them in the message, man, you can think whatever you want of me, but just watch these videos and
just hand it to them, man.
So brothers, regardless.
Just hand it to them and say, look, man, I loaded this.
Hand it to them. Yeah, that could.
Hey, man, watch this shit.
Do it that way.
Sometimes I've even used the language as in, look what this weirdo's saying. And I've had to use that with some of the people that support abortion. I will send an anti-abortion video but I'll call him a weirdo. Just what I mean. Just so they can see the facts.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with it. That's pretty. that could work. It might work, might not. Who knows?
Yeah,
plant a seed. Plant
my
the fucking
sister,
seed.
I think he's smart enough, though. That's the thing, is it would only be a matter of him not paying attention or not trying or just putting that wall up.
Well, what? I mean, I don't want to get personal, but what? Never mind. I'm not gonna get into that.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, like, tomorrow he's flying out to DC. He works in DC right now as a controller. He's worked in Fremont, California.
Yeah.
There's a center. Yeah, so right outside of Oakland. Oh, actually, the Oakland, and he lived in Fremont. Sorry, the Oakland Center, and then he worked in Rochester Center, and right now he's in the center. So he's not a tower, but he just controls airspace of a bigger area. The tower's kind of like for landing and takeoff. So he's always worked in the center.
All right. Well, he's a controller, man. He's gonna know about airline.
30 years of it.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Let him figure it out. But yeah, lead him down that path, man.
I think the whole shebang, man. Dude, I might start with air pressure. That's the most obvious to me, man.
You could start with Level Up, that documentary. It's called Level Up. And they interview like pilots, and they interview all these guys, man. They're like flying, and they're like, dude, man, it's just fly.
Yeah, submarine people too.
Yeah, they got
it's flat. Yeah,
that would be a good one for him to watch, because you get pilots saying, "Hey, man, and the gyroscope and this and that." I mean, they're going to tell you all the ins and outs of that kind of a.
He flies all the time. He's flying all over the place all the time.
Exactly. So he knows.
His flights are free.
Plant that little seed, man. See what happens. You never know.
I think it's worth the try, because I think part of the concept is for him to gather information and then release it, say on an Onion browser, for it to be just validated and dissected and studied.
Well, I mean,
we already know what we know. We already know what we know, but I mean, to have that level, we don't have that yet.
So
I think we can maybe get it. Maybe.
I think that what happened between me and my brother is kind of the same that happened between me and my wife. But my wife was a lot about, the Earth's shape and the government, doing certain things. And it made it to a point it caused such division and separation that I had to pull back. And I had to let her know, okay, I'm the same person you married. We have fun. We love each other. I won't talk about it. But now she's the one doing all the research. She's the one coming at me going, look what they're doing. Look at this. And now I'm at the point of, I'm not spending 24 hours watching videos like I used to when I talked to her. You know what I mean? Now she's the one doing that. Yeah. But I saw, and I wasn't quite mature enough to know that when to stop and to recognize when she didn't want to, I don't, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, however you and your brother ended up separating, if it's differences, then sometimes, it's best to slowly spoon feed, just so you don't cause a regurgitation of that old emotion of what caused the division. Which I'm not trying to ask you what it is, but sometimes that can happen.
Oh, I'll go over it. So my son was born with a kidney disease, hydronephrosis. He had a bilateral pylostomy. And him and his mother weren't getting along. So at Children's Hospital in Minneapolis, she picked him up, and then a nurse saw the reaction and then pulled me into another room and asked if there was abuse. So then the following morning, I got up, was he was only 9 months old, so I brought him to my brother's. Now, this is where the problem happened. The first night, I totally screwed up because I left because I couldn't take it. So I went to my friend's house for a while, and then he woke up and they weren't prepared. Like he had a feeding tube and he overproduced urine. So like we used like an adult depends pad that was taped to like a diaper. And anyway, he wasn't ready for all that because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And then I went back to the house, but I was kind of like I unannouncedly had left, which was totally fucked. But I was like only 19 at the time or 18. And I didn't really realize what I had done, I guess. And now I kind of do. But then I got a domestic with the mother because I was trying to keep my family together, and we had a no contact order and went to jail. And then he got really butthurt that I didn't call while I was in jail, which I had no idea he was upset about. And then that turned into like a 17-year problem, basically, that I wasn't able to really apologize because I always wanted to be involved with my son. And then my part of the problem is I needed to maintain 3 things, man, and it's kind of humbling to admit to, the world, but it is what it is. Job, sobriety, and a same place to live for a year, and I didn't do that. So you guys can. I'm sorry, I did that. That was me.
It happens, man.
Now yeah. I was a mess periodically, but I didn't want to ever lie. And sometimes things happen that I could have maybe just stuck things out for the year, but sometimes it would be like an improvement, and there was communications between me and my dad, and then after a while, it was kind of like my arrogance too that I didn't really reach out because I was pissed off that I missed all the time with my son. Know what I mean?
As long as you flat smacked everybody along the way, you'll be good. You'll be fine.
Well, I tell a lot of people. I tell you what, I'm not doing it at work no more because I literally lost my last job because of it.
Well, then
literally,
take that, and apply it to your brother. What's more important to you? I think if it was me, the most important thing would be to get my relationship first before I get my brother woken up to, the earth shape. And if it takes you a couple days, I think that if you're really sensitive to that you'll know the moment it'll come up, an opportunity of something stupid y'all talk about to give you that opportunity. You know what I mean? Just so the goal is, I don't know, man. It just sounds really touchy, and I know it crushed me not being able to have my best friend in my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And him just getting just so mad if I said about a certain subject, and I would have to pull back.
Trigger.
So I'm just saying, yeah, I hope the best for you, because I hope it ain't what I went through, and I hope y'all get through it smoothly.
Right. I did what I did with my son because I couldn't even put him in daycare alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. You don't have to explain it, man. You already were man enough to admit what you did. I don't think I would admit it to anybody. So you're more a man than I am already on that end, dude. That much respect for talking about it.
Yeah, that's kind of pretty much the situation. My sister donated a kidney. I tried. I will still, because that one won't last forever. And like I couldn't. He needed like siblings that were older and parents. You know what I mean? So like he had a cousin that was like 13 in the house, and it was just such a bitter situation for him. And I didn't want to cause trouble for John at all to begin with. I didn't want him to not adopt him. So I totally just let it be. And then when I went to jail over the domestic, then he got really mad. He didn't even want to deal with me because I didn't call. I didn't realize I made him mad. So that's that.
Hey guys, I just want to say good night to everybody.
Hey, thanks, man. Have a great night. Sleep well.
Good night, bud. So anyway, sorry about that. I just say, okay, but the whole reason it got brought up, and I'm sorry I even went into detail, but was that but if he would work like kind of like trying to figure out from his perspective how that can work, how flat Earth works. I think it's possible. I don't know if they reify everything on the computer as a globe, because they've got to be doing that.
If he's a pilot, the first thing you can ask him is,
he's a controller.
Oh, a controller? Well, he'd probably know
You would
a little
think
bit
he
about
knows.
planes, right?
Yeah, he's got it all, like it's all Sokotoa up there for him. He's told me that.
Well, I asked the pilot the other day. I said, "Hey, look, as like back in what was it, like 1918 or something like that? You know, like no, I think it was 1914 when they first came out with the gyroscope. You know, to keep a plane flying straight in the middle of the night in a storm, even though it drifted a little bit, but they could still do it. You know." And then they did come out with the one with the pendulous vanes. I think it was patent somewhere like 1948 or something like that. It didn't come out for a while, but it was patent somewhere around there. But before the pendulous vanes, they had these gyroscopes, right? Well, I asked the pilot about it. I said, you know, do these gyroscopes, once they start up, do they become rigid in space and have no respect to Earth's curvature, right? You know, or its spin? Does it become rigid in relationship to space itself? And he's like, yeah. I said, okay. Well, if you agree with that, then could I take a like a brass electric gyroscope that spins around 30,000 RPMs and get on a plane, start it on the tarmac, have it sitting there like in a buddy's plane, fly 600 miles an hour? So in 1 hour, I'll be at 600 miles. Shouldn't I see the axis, which is running, you know, perpendicular to the plane, you know, to the surface where it started, from whence it started, you know, and became rigid in all space? I said, shouldn't I see it now slightly and slowly starting to turn towards me, back towards me, rolling backwards, if the Earth is curved? And he said, dude, yeah, absolutely. You should absolutely see it. And I'm like, okay, so if you calculate the drift, if y'all already know the drift, you can calculate that out, right? I said, so in an hour, what would the angle be? Because I didn't know. You know, I didn't know what the angle's supposed to be on a curved surface of whatever they say it is. But he did say, and this was a pilot, he said, that's an actual great experiment that anybody could do for pretty cheap, but you'd have to have a plane ticket.
Didn't somebody fly from like the Midwest Chicago over to England with a level?
Well, the level, you know, they'll use the excuse of gravity, right? They'll say, "Oh, well, gravity it keeps the bubble in a level position or whatever." But I think with the gyroscope, which is the same thing you could do with, let's say, if you had a DJI gimbal system like I use for my camera for, you know, movies and stuff, where, you know, I can move around because it electronically recognizes the first position when I lock it, which will be level and straight, right? So it